Hey, what's going on, everyone? And welcome into Uncle Steve's Lounge. That's my hip. Have my thing on echo, so you all are going to catch all the effects today. This is your Uncle Steve here at Uncle Steve's Lounge. It is Sunday. It is June 29th. We are right at about a month away from training camp for the Atlanta Falcons, which is probably in sports to me the most exciting time of the year once football season starts into the baseball playoffs, getting into the beginning of the NBA. Just great. It almost like the sports season starts right there. But right now we're in the lull. We're in the spot where I'm really wondering what other people are watching or going out to see. And this is what I want to put to the vote. What are you doing right now during this lull in sports? Just had NBA finals, and you're a baseball fan, maybe you're living in heaven, but for everybody else, you have to find something. So, what are you doing? What are you listening to right now as far as your favorite sports are concerned? As far as everyone else is, hey, hope everyone's having a great Sunday. We'll chop it up. We'll talk about anything sports y'all want to talk about. I'll just bring up a couple of topics. Let's see what we chat about. It's the Sunday Chill here in Uncle Steve.
You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time.
So, what's going on? How y'all doing out there? It is Sunday again here at Uncle Steve's Lounge. We're just chopping it up here on the Sunday Chill as we are taking a deep breath as we get most of us in Falcon uh, attire, Falcon gear, kind of prepping for the 2025 season. Heard all the hype, all the OTAs, gone through the draft, gone through free agency. So now we just sit back and kind of wait on what's going on. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. What, as far as you're concerned, as far as sports in general, there is no question that football is America's sport, contrary to baseball folks tell you otherwise. Football stirs the pot, whether it be college, whether it be pro, whether it be high school. I think it. I think we would be kidding ourselves if we don't acknowledge football as the you know the big time sport here in the United States. And while we've had off season since February, football has done a great job of kind of spreading things out. Start with free agency, go into the draft, start covering the OTAs, where we're literally trying to figure out if somebody throws. We start keeping stats on the training camp throw. I saw saw the cap, and I know everybody's all interested in Shedeur Sanders, but I saw something where it's like 10 out of 12 for 155 yards and 3 touchdowns, and I'm saying to myself, "Okay, I've been to training camp before, and you're throwing to folks who don't even have full uniforms on sometimes, and it's hard to take it uber serious." But nevertheless, we get through that, and now we're at that point where NBA finals are over. Uh, they have a little break for football until late July. So, what are you actually watching right now if you're a sports fan? I many respect to baseball fans because I know you're out there, and I'm a big Braves fan. Don't get me wrong. I know they came up a little short today, which is the case most this year, 2-1 against the Phillies. I think they're actually playing a little bit better now, but we'll see. This first month or so of July is going to, uh, beginning of July to the end, is going to pretty much determine what the Braves are going to be like. But again, what are you watching? I'm not a 9 inning baseball. I love it when the Braves make it to the playoffs, which they usually do, and they, for the most part, compete pretty well. But 162 days is hard. It's hard to do it. I can't do baseball like that. Unless I'm just completely bored. It's impossible for me to sit in front of TV for 9 innings and pretend that I am engaged in most pitches. I'm not saying I don't like baseball. I'm saying it's hard for me. Are you watching golf? I've found myself, the older I'm getting, paying attention to golf more. I was into golf a little bit, of course, with the explosion of Tiger Woods and trying to follow his exploits and things of that nature. But it's hard, y'all. It's hard to get into that for a whole, 4 days in the event. I can't. Uh, I am a WNBA fan. Shout out to the Dream that they, did their thing and won today against the defending champ, New York Liberty. They should have beat them last, but whole other story. They're one of the best teams in the league this year. So I look forward to a little bit of that. I know the Caitlin Clark explosion has brought more attention, but I've kind of kept up with what they're doing. And in the Dream, I'm telling y'all right now, if they don't get hurt, don't be surprised. The Dream are going to be there, I think. Don't be shocked if that's the case. Um, do you like NASCAR? We just had a NASCAR event here in the Atlanta area, a little further south from me, down in Hampton, called Echo Park now. Uh, hey, we can get into that if that's what you like to do. So I really want to hear what you're watching. I was watching flag football yesterday on the NFL Network. They were showing some 707 stuff. It's kind of exciting a little bit. You can get into stuff like that. But what are you watching? What are you all watching? What are you doing? And then, of course, for my normal question, which is my musical question, what artist? And I'm gonna tell you who brought me to this question. Uh, I was talking to my son originally about Music Soul Child, which is not an answer to this question. But I was like, man, that's it. I guess he had a couple more albums than I thought. So his longevity, he had I say hot streak, but a consistent streak for him for about 7, 8 years, where you heard most of his cuts. He was pretty good. But then I started thinking about what artists have you listened to, and stay with me on this, that came out of the box hot, and then all of a sudden just faded away very quickly. Not saying they still don't make music, but they aren't as hot as they are right now. I don't really know how to verbalize that anyway. But hot, then not. It's not a one-hit wonder, but an artist that was hot and now is not real quick. My example was Paula Abdul. That was the first man. Right around the time when I first joined the Army, and I know Paula was doing the choreography stuff with the Lakers and all this and all that. But then all of a sudden, Straight Up came. And when Straight Up came out, then came The Way That You Love Me. Then came Wholehearted. Then came Forever Your Girl. Then came Rush Rush. She had like 5 number one songs in like 2 years. And then all of a sudden, nothing. Now, granted, she went on American Idol and became a, staple on that show for a long time. But what artist do you know had a hot 1 to 2 album streak and then kinda cooled way down? I put Katy Perry in that same situation. Ironically, it went to Idol after she was done. Katy Perry had the 1 or 2 albums that were great, and then all of a sudden fell off. So that's what we're looking at. What are you watching right now? And of course, any Falcon questions y'all want to ask, any sports questions from Atlanta sports you want to ask, I am here. We are going to try our best to entertain you. Let me get in here and see what's going on. My brother John Brooks is in the house. What is going on, my friend? Good to see you out here. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all being here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. RF Falcon, I appreciate you, man. Said watching film, trying to figure out how Jeff Ulbrich can help this Falcon team in third down defense. Also, red zone defense. Under Jimmy, this Falcon team took a massive dip close to last in both. Jimmy Pond, I got what you said. My bad. That is my buddy Berto trying to do his thing out there. I appreciate you, brother. Y'all make sure y'all check out my brother Berto on 95 North. He is doing his thing, man. I know on Wednesdays he has a show with Bro Talk. They do their thing on Wednesday evenings. Make sure you check them out. Listen, man, I think having faster linebackers, Berto, is going to help this team. I think the difference between last year or last couple of years and this year is that we have legitimate talent at the linebacker position. Yes, some of it is young in Walker, but I do feel like having that talent is going to make a bigger difference. I no shade to Nate Landman, no shade to Troy Anderson. To those guys, they were great. They had moments and things like that. But from a talented standpoint of being able to play the linebacker position, I think we have a better group this year. And I think that's going to make a big difference, especially in third down. Now, we need to make sure we get a linebacker that can check some of these tight ends coming out the backfield or possibly the slot receiver coming across. I do believe that. I think Ulbrich can do it. And I think Ulbrich is going to run a defense that's going to be attacking. I know we hear those buzzwords all the time, but I do feel like we're equipped more to do those things this year because our talent has upgraded from what we've had in last. Georgia, Texas boy in the house. What's going on, brother? That was on Uncle Steve and Falcon family. The new era is here. The Atlanta Falcons will rise in 2025. Less than 3 weeks still training. I can't wait. Again, y'all make sure y'all tell me what you're doing right now, what you're watching on TV and our sports. What are you going out to do? Are you doing a honey-do list this summer? I know mine has grown strong since my retirement, but we we do what we do. Shout out to Aunt Kira doing her thing. Love her to death. But yeah, sometimes those are things that take over during this time that kind of calm before the storm because I do know there's going to be times that during the football season I'm not going to be able to do things. I better check out some of that stuff now. Georgia, Texas boy also said, "Now I always get to watch. I always got to watch the rivalry game." And also says, right now for him, it's NASCAR and pro bass fishing. You know, it's funny. I used to see that on ESPN all the time. I don't see it nearly as much as I used to, but I'm sure it's still out. Like early Saturday morning, they showed that. Uh, Georgia Texas boy said now he's listening to Bryson Gray. Yeah, Bryson actually pretty good. well. Carlos, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Talking about Field Mob. It's as his group that I it, you know who else I thought about, and now this might be a little bit older school. Uh, and I know a lot of y'all aren't old school, so I got. Do y'all remember the Fine Young Cannibals? Remember that song? He drives me crazy. Ooh, ooh. They came out the box, couple of number one songs all over the place, and then you didn't hear anything from 'em. Just like disappeared. I want to bring it to even now, and keep in mind, I'm not saying they aren't making music now, but they came out so hot and then cooled down. My boy, what's his name? Roddy Rich. Remember when the box came out and everybody was on that? He was the next guy. He was getting ready to be the next dude. Everybody was playing that. Number one song for that song was number one for almost a month or so. And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he hasn't come out with music. I'm not saying he isn't, featuring on a lot of stuff and things of that nature. But quite honestly, I mean, what has he truly done? Did he capitalize on that early momentum? I don't think he did. But I could be wrong. Let me know. Let me know if y'all think the same thing. I appreciate y'all joining me here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Again, we're here on the Sunday Chill, talking anything you want to. I'm probably gonna open up this, put this link in the chat, see if you guys, gals, want to talk about anything Falcon related, anything that you uh, want to discuss. We'll put it out here today. Another thing, as far as Berto was talking about the linebacker core and everything, I feel very good about what, and as far as the offensive line room. Are you all excited about the wide receiver room for the Atlanta Falcons? Are we really excited about it this year? I have all the confidence in the world in Drake London, and I will say with Darnell Mooney. But after that, are you really excited about the wide receiver room? Or are we doing that thing again where we hope everybody kind of steps up and does their thing, move up? I mean, I'm really, I won't say concerned, but if something were to happen to Drake, or if something happened to Darnell, which did last year, and it kind of hurt us a little bit. No disrespect to Daryl Hodge and Chris Blair and those guys that stepped in and whatever. But I'm telling you, if those guys get hurt, that's a big difference in the level of wide receiver that we have going up. Like, all teams can't have like balling wide receivers for the first 4 or 5. Are you all feeling confident about? I am. I really don't. I'm kind of up in the air about that. Carlos says working on projects, planning out the next few months and work. Yeah, hey, that, I hear you, brother. That's what I'm saying. That's what this time is for. Absolutely. He also say Ray balled out, and we got Nick Nash and 2 good tight ends. Now, I Ray, you're absolutely right, Carlo. I will say this. Ray got to hold on to that ball a little bit. He scared me with some of it. When Ray got the ball and he got in space, bruh, he was a pinball machine and hard to get down. And I agree with that. He is absolutely, when he gets the ball when he gets the ball and can move like he moves, he's solid. But he needs to hold on to the ball. I understand we did the undrafted free agent and we got Nick Nash, and I am very excited. My son about jumped out the roof when he found out that we had signed him. I like the guy we got from South Carolina at the tight end position. The question mark of Kyle Pitts is, and we've gone over it hundreds and hundreds of times, no matter what uh, podcaster you listen to in the Atlanta content creator space. We just don't know what we're gonna get out of him. Warner, his job is secure. He's a blocking tight end. But are we confident? I like Ray Ray, but are we confident if Drake and or Darnell went down, we'd be in a good spot? He said, honest, to be honest, I don't think Nick Nash makes the final 6, 7 wide receivers. Normally when you have splash guys, when I say splash guys, I mean Nick Nash didn't get drafted. Let's keep that real first. I know people were talking about the same thing with Kobe Bryant, the cornerback, and we got to remember, y'all, these guys have to fight to make that team. Y'all honestly think the Falcons are going to keep 4 undrafted free agents? I I don't think so. Now, granted, we got the practice squad where you can stash a couple of guys on there, but even on the practice squad, those guys can get poached. But I'm not the doom and gloom on the wide receiver position, but man, I really want us to have some quality guys that we can lean on in case the big boys get hurt. Uh, Georgia Tech sports said, one thing Zach said about the offense continuity, so I really see Casey Washington taking a step up. Now, listen, I Casey Washington in the preseason last year gave me a couple of flashes where I said, okay, he might be pretty decent. Now, I know, look, you got to get out there on the field to get your reps and everything like that. I hope Casey Washington does step up a little bit. I would love to see him uh, be like number 4. I got a feeling they're gonna probably stick Agnew in there and let him do some things. And though I'm pretty sure primarily he'll be on special teams, but Agnew does have an opportunity to uh, get in the rotation because of our wide receiver. So again, as y'all coming in, asking you about this wide receiver core. Don't also forget, I'm also asking, what are you doing right now? What are you watching on TV? What are you doing in this 4 to 5 week lull until training camp starts? And then also that musician, that artist that came out hitting hard and then faded away. My example was someone like Paula Abdul. Came out the box just scorching. And then you don't hear anything from him. Terrence Trent D'Arby, remember? It's me well, well, it's been well. Remember that? Came out hard. Next Michael Jackson. Next Prince. Then next thing you know, he was gone. So tell me what y'all like about that. Again, as y'all coming in, make sure you hit the like button. It's on YouTube and Facebook and all those watching us on Twitter. We say hey to y'all. We've been coming back on Twitter here for the last couple of weeks. We appreciate everyone joining us. We're trying to lather you up and get you ready for the 2025 Atlanta Falcons season, where we will be on here a plethora of times during the year, but we just want to make sure that you know we're here at Uncle Steve's Lounge. Hit the like button for me on all of those platforms if you can. Get the video out there. You can go ahead and share it if you like. We'll be here for the 2025 season. I think it's going to be kind of special. I've been talking to my buddy Biglow. I'm trying to decide about training camp. I went and got tickets for it, and I will say this. And I'm being honest, and I love football. I'm trying to figure out, am I a training camp fan? Uh, the times I've been up there, and I used to go a long time ago when it was in Swanee, which was a much different situation. I like the training camp situation, but I think I'm probably closer to being a preseason guy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'll fight those demons, and if I have to go up there to see what's going on, that's fine. But man, it's gonna be some interesting sledding. And I'm telling you, if y'all have never been to Flowery Branch before, And if this is going to be your first time going, I know they were closed last year. Make sure you get yourself ready because that hill is no joke, especially if it's hot. And then if it start raining and people start running for cover, whew, it gets ugly. It gets ugly. Henry, what's going on, brother? Happy Sunday, Uncle Steve and Falcons family. Have a blessed one. Brother, you too, man. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us again. One of our older school folks on here. We love having you on here. We appreciate you joining us. Georgia Tech guys say our skills for Daniel mimics what Penix had in Washington, just better talent. And I'm telling you, again, for those of you who didn't watch Penix and don't have faith in what you think he's going to do, I'm telling you, y'all in for a treat. If he's gotten to know these receivers as he should this offseason, it's going to be a fun year at Mercedes-Benz. It should be fun. I am looking forward to seeing what we got going on up here. Dondre comes in the house. What's up, Dondre? Good to see you, my friend. What's going on with you again? As y'all coming in here, make sure you like the video. Make sure you guys uh, check us out and do your thing. I'm gonna throw the link in here if anybody is wanted to talk about some of the questions on air. I am talking about 3 different things today. We're talking about what are you doing during this, I say, off season until the next 4 weeks until training camp? Uh, who is the artist that you said, hey, they started off pretty quick, then kind of disappeared just as quick? And then just overall, any other questions that you all want to talk about here with your Uncle Steve on a Sunday chill. ATL Skate Man in the house. What is going on, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. I'll tell you another thing I'm interested too. When I was talking about the wide receiver group, that's another question. The questions are going to keep coming. So y'all ask me. I'm going to ask you what your opinions is. I was asking about the wide receiver room and how everybody feels about it. Again, I'm not saying Drake London and Darnell Mooney aren't one of the top, I'd say top 16 wide receiver duos in the NFL. I'm talking about behind them. And Casey Washington was mentioned. Nick Nash, even though he hasn't officially made the team, is mentioned. I am interested to see after a summer with Michael Penix, see how that works out. Are you all concerned about the wide receiver room? I'm a little concerned about it. I think that, hey, if there are some cuts that happen down the line or some folks that are casualties or something like that, I wouldn't be surprised if the Falcons go out and try to find some help in that situation. Talked to Berto earlier when he was talking about the uh, linebacker room. Is Ulbrich ready to take this defense to the next level? I know we all got excited a couple of years ago when Ryan Nielsen was in here and kind of took a kind of a mixed bag of a defense and did not bad. It didn't do bad, but uh, had us stacking a little bit, had us playing like a decent defense, and then we kind of took the step back with Jimmy Lake last year. Can Ulbrich do whatever he can to bring the Falcons back up to a level? I know a lot of people say, I don't need top 10 defense. Just give me top half. Give me top 16 defense. Give me a consistent defense that isn't just giving away yards and first downs like water every game. That's all I need. Dondre says, what about the tight end room at the Pitts? It looks kind of bland. That's, again, you're right. I mean, and you say after Pitts, but it depends on what Pitts we get. Tight end room is going to be very interesting. I mean, I like I said, I like the young man out of South Carolina. Warner is a great blocking back. Now, if it comes to depending on him to catch the ball, I don't know. But that's going to be something to look at. And is Pitts going to be here? I think he is, but there's a slight chance. There's a slight chance somebody might come in at the last second. Remember, he's not playing under a new contract right now. I think they've gone to the point. Anytime you're going into the year and they haven't signed you in today's sport, whether it be football, basketball, baseball, however you want to play it. If you're going into the final year of your contract and you're not signed next year, it's kind of like the writing on the wall that you're not a part of their future plan. And when you're not, somebody with hit potential, if the right team needs them, and Lord forbid, we don't want injuries for any team, but Lord forbid a starting tight end goes down for a team, and a team is saying, "Uh-oh, panic time," and Pitts is out there, and somebody wants to dangle a third-round pick, I'll jump on that in a heartbeat. It's not like you missing anything from production-wise. He hadn't been producing the last couple of years. Again, not to beat up on Kyle Pitts' show, but I'm just being realistic about that. That was with any quarterback you throw out there. That was with Mariota. That was with Ritter. That's with Kirk. Now he did a little bit with Kirk and a little bit with Penix, but not as much. Not the ball out factor. You're the number 4 pick overall. You should be at least averaging 8 touchdowns a year. That hasn't happened. So yeah, we need to look. George Texas boy said tight end room kind of deep, just no big names behind Pitt. Said Mr. Warner, Simon, QT, and Frank. I keep forgetting about my buddy Felipe is still out here, even though I think Felipe is special teams. He actually plays some good special teams for Carolina. Kind of surprised that they let him go. But again, as a special teams guy, you can always kind of pick up where you pick up. But I really do feel like that is that area, that tight end area. That's something to look at. I really don't have any issue with the offensive line. Defensive line is kind of interesting. I'm not sure. Surprised we keeping David on Yamada. Totally surprised. We got rid of Grady. Obviously, we weren't going to play 20 million, but we're paying David 16. Hope he comes in here and balls out. Hope so. Is that in this scheme, Pitt have a typical tight end production? Yeah. Well, what's typical to you in your opinion for what Pitt should be giving us? And I understand what you're saying because yeah, in certain offense, like in Arthur Smith's offense, which is crazy because Fairview still put up numbers last year for Pittsburgh. In the offenses that we've run the last couple of years, does Kyle Pitts give you that extra, you know, that extra receiver out there? And okay, you got something down here. I see what you're saying. 3 wide receiver scheme, 6 to 800 yards, 5 touchdowns. Okay. I can take that. So I just pull up real quick. So he gave us last 2024. Kyle Pitts gave us 47 catches, 600 yards, 4 touchdowns. And he played all 17 games. I mean, here's my only problem with that. As a and it's fair criticism. And it's done is done. I know it sounds like you're crying over spilled. I'm crying over spilled milk, but I am. You drafted this guy as the 4th player overall in an NFL draft. I can't get the average, brother. I can't get the average. I got to get more than that. He is the highest tight end pick ever in the draft. In draft history, he is the highest pick tight end ever. I can't have 600 to 800 yards. I should have him up there with what Drake gave me last year. I'm sorry. I gotta get more. Arthur Smith's scheme was high on double tight ends, not a McVay Robinson scheme. Well, you know what? Then maybe they needed to trade him. And I hear what you're saying. It's not a disagreement about the scheme. That you're absolutely right. But again, even in Arthur Smith's offense, I know, and of course the excuse not yours, but the excuse will be, oh well, he was hurt most of that year. I'm sorry. I gotta see some production from that position. I haven't the Falcons have not gotten return on that investment. Lord knows I didn't come on here to talk about Kyle overall. But Kyle Pitts, uh, I gotta share it because I like the guy, Kyle Pitts. I like the guy, but I gotta get more. Kyle Pitts last year, 47 catches, 600 pro football reference is what we use. 47 catches, 602 yards, 4 touchdowns. In his career, 196 catches, 2,651 yards, 10 touchdowns since 2021. I'm sorry, again, as a number 4 overall pick. And if you remember, y'all, he was the first non-quarterback pick in that draft. I want him to succeed. Shoot, I need him to succeed. In order for us to do what we need to do as Falcons, I need him to succeed. There is no hate at all towards Mr. Pitts. I want him to ball out. I want those 10 touchdowns to be matched this year total. But I also I don't know. You know how sometimes when you hear whispers about you hear whispers. I don't judge a man's heart. I don't do the heart thing. Or the effort you can kind of see sometimes, but I don't go into the heart because I don't know what's on a man's heart. But in 4 years, you got tight ends that put up half of this in 1 year. You got the Kittles and the Kelseys and the folks in their prime put up 10 touchdowns a year, 1,000 to 1,200 yards for a tight end. I just got to get more from him. He said, I agree. I bet Terry agree as well because KP hasn't gotten a new contract after accepting the 5th-year option, like Lindstrom and AJ, and now Drake. I'm telling you. I mean that respectfully to him. Look, they gave him the 5th-year option. So the 5th-year option, hey, be glad that you got that. But if you look overall, how can you not? I mean, I've got to be this. I'm just disappointed in him. I'm disappointed that he hasn't. Uh, and who knows? Maybe it could be. Maybe Penix can unlock it. I don't know. But so far, I'm very disappointed at what he's brought up. And then let's talk about that part that nobody's discussing, but it's going to decide 3 to 4 games this year. Our place kicker situation. Was that an anomaly that Younghoe Koo couldn't get the ball through the uprights on a consistent basis last year? Yes, I understand he's hurt, but Does Younghoe Koo get the same excuse that Kirk Cousins does? Dude, if you're hurt, you need to tell somebody. If your hip is hurting, you gotta tell somebody before game 12 or 13. We didn't bring the other guy in till the end of the year. And I know we wanna be tough guys, I get it. That's your job. You wanna do it, and you think as with other things, you can kinda stomach through. It's almost the same thing with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins said, "Listen, I'm a veteran. I'm getting paid this money." And I know for all the crap we give Kirk, and a lot of it deserved, I will say that he didn't tap out. It's not like he, called on the sideline, "Hey, y'all come on and get me." I'll say for Kirk, at least he tried to gut it out. The problem was the gutting out hurting the team or helping the team? And in this case, it hurt the team. Mindset, great. You want to try to get through it. I need you to think about the team. So that's why I say the place kicker situation, folks, don't underestimate how important that is. The NFL is a much closer league than we think. And when we start looking at especially the NFC, I think it's Philadelphia and everybody else. What other NFL team? What other NFC team other than Philadelphia? And you got to respect Philadelphia and what they're doing, and you know the young team, the young guys that they have on the team. Other than Philadelphia, what other NFC team do you look at and say, "Oh, we're going, we ain't gonna have a chance against them"? I would have said Detroit for a quick second last year, but I think Detroit can be had. I don't think their defense is as great as people say. I think their offense is spectacular. Their offense doesn't get half the credit. Jeff Goff, uh, Jared Goff, Jeff Goff. Jared Goff has, I mean, pretty much revitalized his career in Detroit. I think the difference between the number 2 and the number 16 team in the NFC are very short. And that's why, from a kicking standpoint, we got to have that guy. Let's take a look. Yes, and now he has competition. Henry says Washington is another hungry. They are. They are hungry. And so that's what I'm trying to say. So again, perfect example, Henry. So Washington was a hungry team last year. Washington won 12 games. We took Washington to overtime. Shouldn't have been in overtime, but we took them to overtime. What made the difference? A field goal kicker. If we had a field goal kicker at that time, we won the game. And Riley tried, but it was a reason why Riley was available that game. There's a reason why he's not on the NFL team. That was a big hit that he missed. So, Younghoe, I'm gonna need you to step your game up. Or my brother, what's his name? Lenny Craig, the guy we signed from Germany. He's gonna take that job. Really need him to step up. He said, "No, Detroit might decline. Both lost both corner." I forgot about that. Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are out of there. I completely forgot about that. You're absolutely right. Their offense, though, now it could. We saw it happen here. We had the 8th most prolific offense in NFL history, with pretty much. I'm trying to think in 2016 when we went into the next year, we basically kept everybody, right? Didn't we keep everybody on offense? Matt was there. Freeman was there. Kevin was there. Julio, Sanu, Hooper. We had all the pieces still there. and we changed coordinators, and then all of a sudden couldn't even score a touchdown. So it does make a difference. Carlos said Atlanta got snubbed by the front office blunders last season. All the chips on the table this time around, so the focus from everyone is a lot more intense. And Carlos, let me tell you something. It's not personal. I tell y'all right now, I really like Raheem Morris. I know a lot of people don't, but I do like Raheem. But I will tell you something, Raheem. If this team doesn't make the playoffs this year, brother, you are gonna be gone. And not in a negative, it's not about being negative. It's like, yeah, this franchise is not in a position to take another losing season. We're starting to creep up into that teams that haven't made the playoffs in a long time list. I'm trying to go back. I'm looking at trying to go to the league. Right, I'm trying to see. Buffalo, obviously they've made. Let's go to the NFC first. I know Carolina hasn't made the playoffs in a long time. New Orleans has made it since the Falcons. Seattle has made it. Arizona has made it. Frisco has made it. Rams has made it. Chicago has made it. Green Bay has made it. Minnesota has made it. Detroit, Giants have made it. Dallas have made it. So in the NFC, only Carolina has a longer non-playoff streak than the Falcons. And if memory serves me correct, I think that was their last year was 2016 as well. Now going to the AFC, I'm looking at AFC. Kansas City, they've made it. Chargers made it. Denver made it last year. Denver had a long streak before last year. The Raiders made it, if y'all remember, a couple of years ago, 9-7, snuck in. Tennessee has made it since the Falcons. Jacksonville has made it since the Falcons. Indy has made it since the Falcons. Houston has made it since the Falcons. Cleveland made it a couple of years with Baker Mayfield. Cincinnati has made it. Pittsburgh's made it. Baltimore's made it. New England's made it. I think the Jets and Carolina, if I and somebody correct me if not, the Jets and Carolina are the only two teams that have a longer playoff out streak than everybody else. And that's it. Hey Diaz, what's going on, brother? How you doing out there, man? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Hope everything's going well. Georgia Texas boy says, except Hankerson, Gabriel, Aldrich, Robinson. Now, did Gabriel leave the next year? Or did he leave the next year? Or was he still here in 17? Did he leave? You might, you're putting it out there, so you might be right. All right. All right. Here it said the Buccaneers are still going to be consistent and a constant threat as well, but I expect the Falcons to take a huge progressive leap. Yeah, on paper they should. On paper they should. But again, until you put them on the field, until you see what's going to happen, that's where it's coming. Georgia Texas boy said, I like the direction this team is headed. We got a young team, head coach, GM, and possibly owner in Josh Blank. Wouldn't that be a trip if Arthur kind of stepped down and kind of let his son start doing the day-to-day stuff going? That'd be crazy, right? I was just saying, we beat the Bucs twice with Kirk. For the last 3 years, we could have won the division. Absolutely. Even with a subpar team. He says Houston. Are you talking about Houston for one of the playoff teams? Now, Houston made the playoffs a couple of years. If that's what you're talking about, I'm trying to see if that's. I'm looking over here in the chat. I just saw Poke his head in here. I see our brother Wolf is in the house. What's going on, Wolf? How you doing, my friend?
What's going on, Uncle Steve? How's everybody doing, man?
And we are doing fine, brother. Just chatting it up on a Sunday, man. Nothing. Again, this is that time of the year. I was telling everybody else. for me being a huge football fan, and I love my sports, but
Uh-huh.
football reigns supreme over everything.
Sure.
Uh, but I was asking the question,
Mhm.
what are you watching? And
I just did some UFC yesterday. I just did
oh,
UFC.
I-
I'm a big UFC fan. Everybody knows. I even put the challenge out there, Uncle Steve, with my video yesterday because I was watching UFC yesterday. I said, you know what would be a good idea if Atlanta Falcon content creators would do a boxing charity so we can raise some money so we could pay back some of the victims that got scammed, the Kansas City Chief fans that got scammed. So I put the video out yesterday because I was watching
wow.
UFC, Uncle Steve. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, I put that video up yesterday. So I'm into the UFC, and UFC kind of keeps me busy almost every week. It keeps me
I,
busy almost every week. I'm into the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the tournaments and stuff like that. I've actually been practicing Jiu-Jitsu for about 3 years. So I kind of keep busy with non sports that are very, very popular per se. Um, I don't really pay attention to OTAs
yeah.
or any of that stuff. That's never been my bag. Um, I think that the NFL is probably going to move into showing the psych test in the future because I think that that's the most important part for people to realize how these players think and how they answer some of these questions. Because again, in Atlanta, you don't want somebody that's going to be wild, right? You don't want that in Atlanta. You don't want that in New York. It's the reason why Green Bay has been so successful in picking their quarterbacks for the past 20 years, right? Even for the past 30 years, they've been real successful. I think that Atlanta did Brett Favre a favor for sending them to Green Bay,
No doubt. No
right?
doubt.
Right. So, and even though, probably there's some controversy with Brett Favre now and this, that, and the third, but he probably would have died in Atlanta if he would have stayed in Atlanta. So,
If you think about it, Wolf, the Green Bay has done with their quarterback what Pittsburgh has done with their head coach. If you talk
sure,
about the consistency from to
sure.
go from
Yeah,
Chuck Noll to Bill Cowher to Mike
sure,
Tomlin, and what Green Bay has done from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers and now Jordan
sure,
Love, who's
sure.
still in his infancy, but he
Yeah,
is somebody that I feel like is
yeah. So I kind of stay busy, Uncle Steve, with the UFC. I know that there's a lot of people that watch it, but I kind of stay busy with the UFC, to be honest with you, Uncle Steve, just because I never been that type of guy. I never been the type of guy to, and the reason why is because we've been bad for so long. So my interest starts September 7th. That's when my interest really
okay.
starts.
I
You
got you.
know, I
That's great.
if we were Super Bowl champions, I would also look forward to training camp, right? And even let's say even to get motivated to buy a plane ticket to go to the OTAs. But when you live out of town and stuff, I mean, what am I motivated because Mr. Walker beat somebody off the line that he was supposed to beat, right? Am I excited that Michael Penix knows how to throw a ball? I mean, do
Just
we do we not know that he knows how to do? Is it surprising that Drake London could catch the ball? Uncle Steve. I'm just
You haven't heard me defend anything. You haven't heard me disagree with anything you
right.
said because again. I go back. I don't know if you
Mhm.
remember this, Wolf.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I want to say it was about 4 years ago. The great Mike Davis that we got from Carolina,
Sure.
and we brought him in here after 1 year, and I
Yep.
never forget this. In OTAs, there was a picture of him in
Hmm.
these shorts.
Hmm.
And everybody was like, "Oh my god, look
Right.
at those big thighs.
Right.
He's gonna run over everybody." And
Right.
I never and I took that and I that was my mantra for the year. I'm
Sure.
not gonna judge a guy on
Yeah.
t-shirts and shorts in
Sure.
the season. I love the atmosphere. of
Sure.
going to see the
Sure.
guys, but
Sure.
I'm not making a long range projection based
Right.
on those T-shirts and shorts.
Well, because Uncle Steve, there's no trust. You know, the Falcons' brand credibility, the brand credibility is what people forget. You know, people forget about brand credibility and what it means. And they haven't their brand credibility is in the toilet. It just is. Now, if you go to the games maybe more than I do, Uncle Steve, right?
Mhm.
And when I went to the Kansas City game, what a disrespect those Kansas City fans showed
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They came and took
at
over.
the stadium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the reason why it's like I'm looking around and I'm like what's going on? So for me, just for me, I'm like, well, do I stay true to myself, or do I just shoot content just to be shooting content, right? And just say, hey, this is, and I'll respond to certain people, but I like to think outside the box. I love to be able to get that one person that says, you know what, let me think about that, right? Let me think about that part, and that is where I love, because that one person, you can have a 2-3 hour meaningful conversation. And that's what I like to do. That's what I've always said. Hey, listen, I always like to do something different. And so the Falcons, for me, have not gained my trust, and they've lost a lot of respect for me being a diehard fan. I've lost a lot of respect because of the and I go back to the Arthur Smith, right? You're cheerleaders because you got 2 yards. And if that's the only thing that he got right, was that like, that is the bar that you said, that you got 2 yards and we're cheerleading? That's the bar that we're setting now?
That's you're absolutely right. I'm gonna address that with you. I'm gonna read a couple of comments right quick, and
Yeah,
then I'm gonna come right back to you. Jay says, when you think about us beating Philly and going toe to toe with Washington, it shows that we can compete. We just gotta be consistent. I agree with that. I had an opportunity to go to that uh, Philly game, and that was like one of the greatest moments of my post Super Bowl
Mm.
travels, to see those Philly fans kind of crawl up into a ball and uh, pretty much
Yeah,
kind of send them home crying when you
yeah.
think about that. Then Henry says, I'm also hyped for our young pass rushers Walker and Pierce to do some damage. I see Price finally playing after his injury. Watts to help out Bates and Terrell again, and not just young guys, young,
Mhm.
talented guys. Been a while since we've been able to say young, talented defense, because we haven't been drafting high
Sure.
for the defense. We've been drafting all offensive players. Georgia Texas boy says, when you look at the transition of the quarterback era from Vic to Matt to Penix, we went through 3 to 4 quarterbacks in between each era. Matt
Mhm.
first year playoffs, man, the same thing could happen with Michael Penix. And then Henry says, I wonder, can Drake London get a 300-yard game or close to it like Julio had years ago? That would be off the hook. I think Drake London is a guy that um, he's not an elite NFL receiver right now, but he's a really good receiver right now. Again,
No problem.
I was telling everybody it's only 4 receivers this year that had 100 catches, 1,200 yards, and 8
Mhm.
touchdowns. He was one of the 4.
Mhm.
Wolf, if I can circle back with you, I was
Mhm.
talking about, speaking of Drake, London.
Mhm.
How are you feeling about the wide receivers? And again, we're not talking about OTAs and whatever, just from the depth that you've seen so far, the depth chart of what you
Mhm.
see. I see Drake London, Darnell
Mhm.
Mooney, Ray McLeod, Casey Washington, Aldrich, uh, uh, Hodge, uh,
Mhm.
Chris Blair. How do you feel about the depth on the wide receivers? I'm a little concerned about that after
Um,
after
Yeah.
London.
I mean, I guess barring injury, right, Uncle Steve? I guess
Yeah,
barring
barring
injury,
injury. Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So, like, when you look at the receiver core, you're like, okay, but then here's the thing, right? Here's where the Michael Penix hype train is gonna get his question answered because Matt Ryan got people paid,
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
no name people.
Yeah, he did. Yes,
Okay,
he did.
Tom got wide receivers paid, no name wide receivers. That's how you know your leader knows. Okay, you can't separate like that. Let's see what we can do. This is what leaders do. So where do you want the ball? You know, what type of routes are your strength? What are his weaknesses? This is the type of stuff that Michael Penix would have to communicate with Zach Robinson and stuff like that. So barring injury, I'm okay. Now, if there's an injury to the core, then I would want to. I'm still going to say, okay, if Ray McLeod got 600-700 yards, then that should be no problem for anybody, right? He should have no issues getting the ball to anybody. Like I said, though, it's knowing your wide receivers' weaknesses, is being in tune with the number 4 guy, just like you're in tune with the number 1 guy. So it's being in tune with who's on the practice squad. So I'm not as concerned, but barring injury, you know, we then you'll see where his leadership skills are, Uncle Steve. And let me say this before you move on, Uncle Steve.
No, go ahead.
Bryce Young gave Kansas City all they wanted.
Yep.
So us beating Philadelphia in the regular season and stuff like that, it does good for moral victories. But that's not what we want around here. Because on any given Sunday, the 0-15 team, it doesn't care about the 15-0 team. If everybody here remembers Matt Ryan's speech, right? We didn't care that those guys were 15-0. None of us were scared to go down there. That's what Matt said. So yeah, it's great, those victories and stuff like that, but that's not the bar we want to set around here. We don't care about what we're doing in the regular season. We want to be able to win the division. But we haven't even hosted a playoff game in the Bend since it's been built. And Uncle Steve could educate you on the older stadium that was the Georgia Dome. And probably the Fulton County Stadium.
I was about to say, I go back to Fulton.
Right? So we haven't had that. And this is why they Uncle Steve, this is why they don't like me, because what they want to do is they want to fly so high. And the wolf is like, stop it.
If you remember a couple of years ago, real quick, let me get Kelvin. Kelvin's one of our regular guys in here. What's going on, Kelvin? I'm curious to see what Simeon Barrow from Michigan State. Yeah, I know he's on the squad, undrafted free agent, and also talking about Nick Nash, maybe a pleasant surprise. I listen again, and I want to make it clear before I do that, because I'm kind of going mini wolf on y'all. To say, I don't want us to get so excited about these undrafted free agents, because it's a reason they were undrafted free agents. And I listen, if we get one and they turn out great, Nash, Kobe Bryant, cornerback, and stuff like that, that's great. But if you think for a minute that Nick Nash, I'm not saying you're saying this, Kelvin, if you think Nick Nash is going to be the third receiver on this team this year, I just have to see that. I think you're going to see Nick Nash catching catches from Easton Stick in the preseason game, which is great.
Sure.
But I think we have to look a little bit beyond. I do hope he is as good as advertised.
Sure.
I was circling back real quick to you, Wolf, when you were talking about the fans and expectations, things of that.
Mhm.
A couple of years ago, and it's probably, I'm not even gonna lie to you, it's probably one of the things that people kinda connected with me
Mhm.
when I was very critical of Desmond Ritter. And
Sure.
I'm bringing that around because I think we as fans get so hungry
Sure.
for any speck of
Sure.
something new and say, "Oh, well, that's gonna be the next guy." It's almost
Mhm.
that it's the Eddie Murphy. You remember Raw, right? You remember the
Sure.
Raw.
Sure.
Okay, remember the part when Eddie Murphy was talking about if you hungry and somebody gave you a cracker and if
Mhm.
they gave you a saltine cracker instead of a
Mhm.
townhouse cracker, you'll be eating that cracker if you haven't had none in a while. Say, "Oh
Sure.
man, that's the best cracker I ever had," or whatever.
Sure.
So for the
Sure.
Falcons, because we had been so miserable with the
Sure.
Mariota era and
Sure.
the last part of Matt Ryan, we were trying to make Desmond Ritter this fictitious savior of the
Mhm.
quarterback position, though we saw
Sure.
he didn't even get drafted until the 3rd round.
Sure.
Fast
Sure.
forward to the summer of 2025.
Mhm.
I think Falcon fans are ready to explode. We're ready for a winner, Wolf. I just right before you came
Yeah.
on, there
Yeah.
are only 2 teams that
Yeah.
have a longer drought in the playoffs, and that's
Mhm.
Carolina and Carolina and other AFC.
The Jets.
Jets. Jets.
Yeah.
Jets. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know why I know that the Jets? Because I
Because
live in
you
the
up
town,
there. I'm about to say you
right? Listen, look, this is
right.
Uncle Steve. Listen, look, those college kids or those college kids that make it to the NFL, they already they accomplished a goal, getting from one spot to the next, right? Even to get your name called in round 7 is an accomplishment, Uncle Steve.
Absolutely.
Nobody said that that Desmond Ritter was a loser.
No.
The
No.
problem is that you're putting them in expectations where you have to say, wait a minute, hold on a minute, wait, hold on. So when I speak of Michael Penix, I'm not. What I'm saying is, let's not crown anybody until we know, okay, we don't have to worry about that position. See, I stopped worrying about Matt's position year 1. I said, "Oh no, that guy's, let's just build a team." I wasn't worried about Matt going. Listen, I told somebody else, Steve, another content creator, Uncle Steve. I told him, I said, when Matt Ryan played, and I would go to a stadium, I didn't care if we lost. I knew we had a shot.
Right. Right. Right.
I knew we had a shot when number 2 was back there. I knew I had a shot to say, "Yo, you know what? Okay, cool." Like, it wasn't the biggest deal when we lost 28-2. See, people take that 28-3. I
Yeah.
was here
Yeah.
28 to
Yeah.
2.
28-2
Right?
was yeah. Hold on. And we had a 2-zip lead.
2 lead. And it was cold as hell. I was at the stadium, Uncle Steve. Like, I can literally
Yeah.
walk to Giant Stadium, right? So, like, when you can, I didn't worry about Matt. I never worried about Matt the whole 13 years. I didn't even worry about Matt after the fact. I just knew that, Uncle Steve, like, just real quick, I don't want to be long winded, but
No, you good, bro.
when I spar, I don't spar like how I spar when I was 20. I spar the 20-year-olds, right? Now the 20-year-olds, as soon as they see me walk into the gym, they in their head they think, well, he's a tough guy because of the way he looks. I'm far from tough. But because of the way I look, they say, "Oh, I wanna hit Wolf with everything I got. I want to hit him with everything. I want to, I want to be the one." And sometimes when you get hit, Uncle Steve, at my age, I gotta step back. That
Yeah.
Super Bowl, nobody stepped back. When you get hit like that and you get knocked out like that, you have to step back. And Dan Quinn was not the coach that's going to rally those guys back. I'm sorry. They got hit. They didn't step back. The game plan was, Let's just see what we have and retool. You got knocked out. And when you get knocked out like that, you have to retool. Uncle Steve, it's been 3 months. Sometimes I don't go to the gym. Why? Because I took a good shot.
Right.
And when you take a good shot like that, you got to step back and say, okay, this kid, he likes to do this. This kid, it's all about the game plan. Not to mention, Matt Ryan has been through so many offensive coordinators. I don't think nobody could be successful the way Matt was.
Matt had some. Matt definitely had a lot of.
So Uncle Steve, that being said, I'm sorry, but Michael Penix, for me, you gotta earn my respect. Whatever you did, you retired, Uncle Steve, right?
Yeah.
Nobody that did your job can come to you and say, Uncle Steve, do it like this. Bro, I didn't retire from that already. You don't respect somebody else, a generic person, to what Uncle Steve did for 50 odd years. You can't just crown him. I'm sorry, Uncle Steve. That's just BS to me. I'm sorry.
You stopping yourself. I wouldn't stop.
No. I'm just, because like people be like, well, Wolf, why you show this? Why you only show up when it's negative? No, I show up because I'm trying to tell you the truth. Listen, you don't crown Michael Penix this year until you see 17 plus games. Not to mention the motivation that the head coaches have, right? Well, the coaching staff. Let's just say that, right, Uncle Steve?
Right.
The coaching staff. Zach Robinson is one step away, maybe 2 years away from maybe being a head coach. That's a lot of money.
Yep.
It's a lot of money that Ben Johnson just signed. A lot of money. Cliff Kingsbury, he has another season the way he had with Jaden Daniels. He will be a head coach. Nick Slowick, he has another season with C.J. Stroud. By the way, Uncle Steve, C.J. Stroud had a down year, still threw for 27 touchdowns in a down year, right?
He's gonna be back. He'll be
right.
fine.
Nick Slowick will have a job. And guess who else is going to be in line to get a job? Zach Robinson.
Especially if he does anything.
And Uncle Steve, they asked me, they said, Wolf, who's the one person that you think is so critical this season? It's Zach Robinson. Because Jeff Ulbrich been here.
Yeah.
He been here already. Okay. For those that don't know, Jeff Ulbrich got fired for doing his job with the Jets.
That's true.
The Jets defense was good. Their offense wasn't.
And I'll say this. I'm gonna jump in.
Go ahead.
I want to go back to Michael Penix. There is nothing I disagree with you about the hype train. You're absolutely right. When you are a desolate franchise, and as much as I love my Falcons, the reality check is we haven't been to the playoffs in 7 years. But the one small blink of hope that I see, Wolf, and I'm not trying to make you change your tune at all.
Go ahead.
At least we drafted a top talented quarterback for this position.
Sure.
There were a lot of people, Wolf, that had Michael Penix as the number 2 thrower in the draft. Now, remember, he had the injury history from the University of Indiana before he transferred to Washington. So a lot of people were scared of that. But y'all forgot the young man just went to the national championship.
Sure.
You know what I mean? To a buzzsaw, but he went there. So I just wanna not take away from what you're saying, because you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, Michael Penix has not done anything. And if anybody wants to make the parallel, this is no different than our buddy Desmond the year before.
Right.
He had a couple of games, and what was a lot of the Falcons fan base saying? Ooh, we got one. Oh man. He beat Tom Brady. He's gonna do his thing.
Yeah.
We all drunk the I say we. I didn't drink it. I had it on the side waiting. But
No.
Most of the Falcon fan base drank
Sure.
the Kool-Aid. The
Yeah.
difference is,
Yeah.
I will say, can you at least, without disagreeing with you standing on what you stand on,
Right.
would you say Michael Penix since Matt Ryan is the most talented quarterback physically that we've had on this team since Matt Ryan has been drafted?
Uncle Steve, I said it, and I'm gonna say it again. The kid has the ability to be the number 2 all-time Falcon quarterback all time. I said that. I won't retract from that. I said that myself. Without even him proving it, he has that ability to do that. It's almost night and day. It's almost like you got a mixture of Matt Ryan and a little bit of Vic.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So like there's certain franchises that don't even get one, Uncle Steve.
That's true. That's true. That's
Listen to Uncle Steve. Look, and people say, Wolf, you crazy. That's not true.
Mm.
I'm like, listen,
Cleveland, the Jets.
Bernie Kosar just took a picture with the great Taylor Swift. Did I not say that, Uncle Steve? Okay, he is still. If you listen, I listened to about 32 different team content creators, right? 32 different that I'm subscribed to. And I listen to also the locked in services because that's kind of gives me a
Yeah,
broad
I see that.
expectation to what's going on. So in Cleveland right now, they have their rosary beads out, they have their prayer mats out, they have their candles lit up because they have maybe a 4-way competition that's happening in Cleveland. Now, by the way, I really thought that Baker was probably the one. I just think that there was a lot of problematic problems with Baker when he was in Cleveland, and you're kind of seeing the best of Baker. But they haven't had a quarterback in since the 80s that has been viable. So for us to have Michael Penix on a team, even with 3 games, I go through all the content creators, all 31 teams. They all know me, by the way. And I say, listen, I'm willing to put up your quarterback's numbers to the 3 games I've seen this kid play. And if I lose my money, it's fine. Out of the 31 teams, I can probably take money even from the Kansas City Patrick Mahomes as far as passing the ball, because there's no way that Patrick passes the ball like this kid down the field. There's just no way. Because Patrick, when you see him, it's kind of like almost like a Hail Mary kind of throw. There's no Tyreek there anymore, so I don't know if the other guy that they drafted last week, Xavier Worthy, is that type of receiver. But when you see Michael throw the deep ball, it's like that's where it's gonna go. It's a flick. It's like a Joe Burrow. It's a flick, Uncle Steve. It's just like, you know what? We need 30, no problem. And it's there. And I'm like, yo, this kid is, So as far as yardage goes, Uncle Steve, you're right, man. We are blessed that we got this kid where we got him. But here's the problem, Uncle Steve, right? And I hate to be problematic. I would want to be 3-2 the first 5 games than 2-3. I would rather get that extra win, because if we're 2-3, you'll start hearing the voices of the voiceless for Kirk Cousins. And then that can you know why I say that? Because it's always a thing where Uncle Steve, when you retired, you probably didn't want to go. When you wanted to go, somebody probably was on your heels doing the job. Not saying that they were respected like you, but they were probably on your heels. And you say to yourself, oh, okay, young man, you can't do what I do. You haven't done what I did, but that young man wants the job, Uncle Steve. He wants it. And when he takes the job, let's say something happens to you, Uncle Steve, and he takes your job. Well, the old man still got some gas in the tank. The
Yeah.
old man feels a certain way. The old man says, I can do that too. And then you get the quarterback room. And how cold is the quarterback room, Uncle Steve? How cold is it?
Ice,
It
ice,
could be cold in there.
ice, ice cold, ice
it
cold.
could be
Absolutely,
ice cold in there, Uncle Steve. So
absolutely.
I would rather get that extra game coming like maybe, and they gave us a stupid bye week, to be honest with you, in my opinion. It just did. But I would rather be going to Buffalo 2-2.
Well, Buffalo's coming here.
Oh, okay, all right. Buffalo coming. I would rather be 2-2 going into that Buffalo game, because then you'll start hearing the chants, depending on how we play against Buffalo. And I think we could beat Buffalo. To be honest with you, I think we could beat Buffalo. People say I'm crazy, but listen. I think we could beat Buffalo, especially with the linebackers that we have now. I think we could beat them. I don't think Josh has seen that type of speed like that. But I would rather be 3-2, to be honest with you. I just don't want to start hearing put Kirk Cousins in, because we heard that last year. Put Penix in, and then we have another quarterback controversy on our hands, and I just don't want that, Uncle Steve. I don't know how you feel about that, but
I'm kind of the same way. You know, I think it's gonna take a lot to get
okay.
to Kirk Cousins' return. If we even remember last year, uh, when we were in the feel goods, we had beat
Mhm.
Dallas here in Atlanta, and
Mhm.
then we were at 6-3. We went to New Orleans. That was the game we're finding out now that Kirk got hurt.
Sure.
And even with those first couple of games, I think we were still Falcon fans where we were like,
Sure.
well, you know what? I'll give them a game. I'll give them another game. But I don't think people really started calling for Kirk for Penix, I should say. I
Okay.
don't think people really started calling for Penix until after that Chargers. You remember
I
the
thought it was
Chargers
the
game?
Raiders. I thought it was the
Well,
Raiders.
well, they were already calling for him
Okay.
because I was
Okay.
at the Raiders game. I actually
Okay.
went to the
Okay.
Raiders game.
Okay.
Before the Raiders game,
Okay.
we played the Chargers. And if you
Okay.
remember, the
Yes. Yes.
Chargers game, I think it
Yes.
was like 16 to find out in a second. I think it was like 16 to 13 or something like that. And Younghoe Koo couldn't kick a field
Sure.
goal.
Sure.
And Kirk Cousins threw 3 of the most ridiculous interceptions of all time. Now, I'm not saying that Raiders game wasn't the Raiders game was obviously when they made the decision, but we lost that game to the Chargers 17-13. Well,
Yeah.
and if you go back and look at that game, we had every opportunity. We actually shut Herbert down. That was the game that he threw
Yeah.
5-yard slants to Lad McConkey like
Cocky.
12
Yep. Yep.
times
Yep. Yep. I
during the
remember that.
game,
Yep. I
but
remember
who
that.
couldn't kick the ball and all that. But yeah, that's kind of where that was. I want to get to the chat real quick because I don't want
No,
anybody
go ahead,
else
Uncle Steve.
in
Go
here.
ahead, man.
Debo vibes. That's my buddy in here, man. What is going on? Y'all make sure y'all check out Debo vibes. Not only talks great sport, but he also does a lot of music stuff on
Yeah.
there, which I love to watch and love it. His music acumen is on point. So y'all make sure y'all check out Debo vibes. I know he has a show with T Will that comes on a couple of times. So Henry says he agrees with you, Wolf. He said,
Steve,
I
let me
agree,
go get
Wolf.
something to drink. I'll be
Penix,
right back.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. He said, I agree, Wolf. Penix has yet to prove himself that he has potential. My fear is that he is a repeat Desmond Ritter, but I'm hopeful still. Again, I'm looking at I just don't think his talent level is the same. Ritter was a scrappy dude. He did well in college, there's no doubt. But I just can't I there's no way that I think I'm gonna compare the talent level of Michael Penix to Desmond Ritter. I think it's different. And Desmond Ritter being picked I mean, we went crazy over a third round pick. I understand why from the Falcons standpoint. We had just gone through a whole year of Mariota. We were looking for anything, any spark. I get it, but we were actually taking a chance. Henry also says Matty Ice kind of reminds me of Tim Duncan of the NFL, not flashy, but most consistent Falcon in history. There's an argument for that as well. He said, I don't care if the Falcons start slow. What matters is strong. You know, I was gonna say that, and I'll probably say it again to Wolf when he comes back when he was talking about getting the schedule. Yes, it is gonna be a little challenging at the beginning, but if you notice most of the really good teams get it together at the end and then make the run. I think if you are a team in the NFL or in any sport, if you're talking basketball, if you're talking baseball, look at basketball. Indiana, once they kind of got it rolling in the second half, they rolled that momentum to a game 7 in the NBA Finals. If you think about last year, Washington started off. They weren't exactly like juggernauts at the beginning, but they were a little consistent, and they kind of rolled that in. If you remember how hot they were blowing teams out going into the playoffs last year. So I would look at how you finish as well. The Falcons got off to that 6-3 start, and that's all good, but the times you want to really kind of go in is November, December, and then now we got the 1 or 2 weeks that sometimes we have in January. I'm a big believer that when I saw what Buffalo was doing, and Buffalo just can't beat Kansas City, unfortunately. I think that's what we're talking
it's
about.
the curse, Uncle Steve.
Yeah,
It's the curse.
they can't beat them. They can't, and it's kind of tough from that standpoint. But I was telling. Oh, I'll get back. But
Yeah, Uncle Steve, I hear-
okay, when you were talking about the schedule and Henry was talking about finishing strong. Now, don't get me wrong. 1-4 is not ideal in any season to start off. None.
Uncle Steve, I don't
None.
want to get beat by field goals. Game 1.
This is true. Oh, bruh, I'm right there with you. That Pittsburgh game was embarrassing.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. But again, that's also a product of not being prepared as
Mhm.
well. You had Justin Fields. Justin Fields beat us last year.
Sure.
Justin Fields is, and let's see what
Uncle
happens
Steve,
with the Jets.
Uncle Steve, you always want the dark side. Look. You want the dark side. That's why I love coming and listening to you, Uncle Steve, because you bring a dark side out of me, which sometimes I don't even know is there. Right? And here's the thing, right? We are the team that makes every other team when they play us viable. And when I say that, nobody was talking about Bo Nix Rookie of the Year till he played us.
Nope.
And
Not at all.
afterwards, nobody talked about Bo Nix being Rookie of the Year except when he played us. The year before that, when we went to Chicago and played Justin Fields, we made him viable.
Yes, we did.
So
we kept Josh Dobbs a job for about a couple of weeks.
Right. And that's the thing, Uncle Steve, is that when people say you're Wolf, like, what do you like? I'm like, listen, like, you like, look, you've checked off all the boxes as a franchise. You have checked off all the boxes. Historic teams, check. Check. Changing the culture of the NFL, check. Check. Divisional championships, check. NFC title, check. Hall of Fame players, MVP, check. You've checked all the boxes. I apologize to everybody because we haven't been anything, and I'm gonna be happy if we're 9-8. Let me tell you something. 9-8 does not scare everybody. It's one game over 500. It doesn't scare anybody. Nobody in the playoffs. When the Giants won their Super Bowl being the number 6 seed, nobody even knew that the Giants had that in it.
Right.
I'm just telling you, it's not 9-8 does nothing. When people tell me 9-8, it kind of ticks me off because I'm like, it's one game over 500. I would rather you say 11-6. Okay, I would rather you say that. Give me 10-7 than 9-8. I hate 9-8. And by the way, has anybody even looked at our schedule? Because the Rams almost beat Philadelphia last year in Philly. They were the
Good.
only team that gave Philadelphia that work last
Good.
year.
Very reminiscent of
Uncle
the
Steve,
Falcons.
when do we play the Rams?
Yeah. At the end of the year.
And
Second
so
last game.
if we're 8-7, right?
Yeah.
Going into a Rams game, and they're already, 1 or 2, because I believe they're probably going to be 1 or 2.
They're going to be good.
They're going to be good. I'm trying to tell people they're going to be good. They're going to be good. So if we're like 8-7, and then we're going into a Rams game, and then after that we're playing a divisional rival at the end, which, by the way, nobody's going to sit out. Nobody's going to want to sit out that game neither, Uncle Steve. You know how important that game is now?
Super.
Do you guys in the chat know how important that week 16 game is against the Rams is? My God. My God.
You just
Go ahead, Steve, because I know you searching.
you had you know what I'm doing. I'm looking.
Mhm. I know
I'm
you
looking.
searching.
I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up the schedule as you're talking about, and
Mhm.
but you're absolutely right. I don't want us as a fan base to just be satisfied with the winning season.
Mhm.
The 9 now there's also I and I know you want to say, oh, you're talking off both sides. I'm not. I'm trying to I challenge myself that when I hear something that I disagree with,
Mhm.
I want to see how you're coming to that part.
Right.
So even with you pretty much believing like I am,
Yeah.
I don't you don't pom poms and confetti shouldn't be thrown out for 9-8.
Yeah. Yeah.
But playing the other side
Yeah.
in football lore, in football years, I would say an era is 5 years. So we're
Sure.
going through our second era
Yes.
of Atlanta,
Sure.
and we haven't made the playoffs.
Mhm.
So am I going to say if we're 9-8 and are the number 7 seed in the playoffs, am I going to say this is a failure? No, not
No.
for a team that hasn't been to the playoffs
Sure.
in 7 years.
Sure.
On the other hand,
Sure.
I look at teams like what Washington did last year.
Mhm.
Not a soul had the Washington Commanders getting to the playoffs, all, let alone making it to the NFC Championship game.
Sure. Sure.
So you can get on a hot streak, see the New York Giants 2 out of 4 years
Yeah.
against the Patriots.
Yeah.
Get on a hot streak and ride that all the way to the championship.
Sure.
I think from the Falcons standpoint, I think that's pretty much. I don't think we're going to be a team that's a number 1 seed, home field all the way, whatever. I think we have to be that Washington team where
Yep.
you're going. When they went on the road against Detroit, they went on
Detroit.
the road against
Detroit.
Philly,
Yep.
and don't get me wrong, Philly is the Super Bowl champs for a reason,
Yeah.
but it wasn't like, they
No, well,
they
I
were
think they beat Tampa, Uncle Steve, first. They beat
right.
they
They beat
Tampa
Tampa, but they
Right.
beat Tampa as the. That's right. They had to go
at
on the road
home.
to Tampa
Yeah,
too.
they went on the
Right?
road, beat Tampa
So-
with Detroit. Yeah.
So they went on the road 3 times with
Yeah.
probably the hottest young quarterback in the
Sure.
league,
Sure.
and did that. So from my standpoint, I just want to make sure that people realize sometimes playing, and that goes back to my part about playing good ball at the end.
Sure.
Washington played great ball at the end, and they rolled that almost
Sure.
almost to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
So yeah, ideally, I'd love to be 3-2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ideally, I'd love to be 4-1 or
Right.
something like that. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I do feel like,
Yeah.
hey, if you get in there and you're playing great ball at the end, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take
Uncle Steve, I'm not, and that's the thing. People think that because I say that I won't be hyped for a playoff appearance. No. But what I'm saying is that, like, listen, man, for you to be 9-8, you gotta catch fire for at least a good 5 games. 4 games, I think it is.
Yep. Absolutely.
18, 19, 20, 21, right? 21.
Right.
So, you know, that's very tough to do. And look, I've been to Kansas City, been to Texas, I've been to New England, I've been to Philly, I've been to Baltimore. These places in December, January, Falcons, you know, going to LA, they might have to go to Philly. They might have to see Tampa Bay for a 3rd time this year. I don't know. I'm just spitballing out there. These are not easy wins. You're not just giving these wins. And this is what I'm saying, to where it's like, me personally, the era, like you said, Uncle Steve, if it started this year, I'll give that to you, Uncle Steve. It starts this year, right? Can we be a playoff team for the next 5 years? Because there's contracts that are going to be coming up, Uncle Steve, that we haven't even gotten to that part yet. And I don't want to get there, Uncle Steve, but going back to the point that I made about Michael Penix and Matt Ryan getting people paid, can he uplift the value of a Kyle Pitts if Kyle Pitts isn't going to be here? Can he uplift it, right? In order to get back in the that first round, end of the first round, bottom of the second again, because then that's worth it, right? They were saying 3rd round pick, Uncle Steve. So, I mean, that's where I'm at, though.
Oh no, I said it again. We preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
I was looking at that stretch that you were talking about.
Okay.
Obviously,
Yeah.
obviously, if we're talking about Tampa Bay is still Tampa Bay. I don't want anybody to get fooled and say, "Oh, we beat them twice last year." That doesn't mean anything. It's a whole new year. We got to beat them. I'm extremely without knowing anything about Minnesota. We never do well in Minnesota. That's a Sunday night game at Minnesota. I'm not saying we don't have a chance to win, but we don't have great luck in Minnesota. Carolina, we go to Carolina. I mean, division game on the road. I'd give you that.
Okay.
Now we do have the Commanders game here. So to your point, I hear what you're saying about the 2-2, and then we had the bye week. I'm gonna circle back what you were talking about the bye. We getting the bye early this year because the last 2 years, both of our buys have been after week.
Yeah.
So I said to myself, we're gonna have an early bye this year,
Right.
because we kind of skated by and missed that. After the Buffalo and San Francisco game, so I look at us just if we could just play competitive ball, Miami, New England, Indianapolis, yes, in Germany, Carolina, Saints, Jets, that stretch right there of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, that could determine how we're going to play in the rest of the game at the end.
Right. So now, just real quick, just spitballing, Uncle Steve, right? Just spitballing.
Go ahead.
We always play the Jets close.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Always play the Jets close. Aaron Glenn is a pretty good head coach from what I've seen defensively. I don't think they're going to lose a step defensively. Offensively, they could have some problems. I'm not gonna lie, but then when we play them, everybody should be gelling. Everybody should be gelling. I don't know what Miami is right now. Not sure how to call Miami, Uncle Steve. I'm not sure. I know they got track stars. I know that. Defensively, they're a little weak. I don't know how to call that game neither because Tyreek could go for 200 yards. You know, like I said, it doesn't. I'm not exuding confidence like other people. Other people are exuding confidence here after the San Francisco game, right? They're like, okay, this is like a 7-8 win streak, and I'm like, okay, but woo,
Don't put the money on FanDuel. Is that what you're
no, no,
saying?
right? So I'm like, Uncle Steve, I just don't know. I just don't know, Uncle Steve. When they say, "Yo, what's your prediction?" I don't know, Uncle Steve. And it's because, and I don't want to. You did say a couple of positive things when I was listening about Raheem Morris, and I'm gonna keep it positive. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep it positive. But I listen, man. I like Raheem Morris. I like him as a person.
Yeah.
Do, man. I like him as a person, man. I do. I don't want to say anything. I like him as a person, Uncle Steve. I just don't. He just hasn't gained my trust. I'm not saying that he hasn't gained my respect because if you could be in the league for as long as he has and has waited as long as he has to get a shot to be the head coach, and he got the job over some pretty good competition. He's gained my respect as far as that goes, but the trust, I just don't know if he gonna stay out of people business when it's time to handle business. I just don't know that. I think he's a pretty good guy. I think I like him. I do, but I don't want to speak negatively. I just don't trust him, Uncle Steve. I just don't trust him.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah.
I said the same exact thing. I
Yeah.
like him as a person,
Yeah.
but I also said, look, if he doesn't make the playoffs this year, listen to me.
Yeah.
He came in the great salesman.
Yeah.
He came in. I don't know. I guess he must interview well.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. He must. He is the couple of things we can say about Raheem Morris without anything.
Mm-hmm.
He is infectious.
Mm-hmm.
There are very few players that
Mhm.
you have heard
Yeah.
talk bad about Raheem Morris.
Yep.
All of them.
All of them.
They all say
Love him.
Raheem is a very good coach. So
Love him, Uncle Steve. Love him.
Oh,
Love
absolutely.
him.
He's
Love
in
him.
that players coach
Yes.
conversation.
Yes.
The
Love him.
one thing about player coaches, though,
Mhm.
when it start going bad, see Dan Quinn, you got to be able to be more than just that. You have to be that, for
Yeah.
lack of better terms,
Yeah.
behind like Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
As
Well,
much negativity as
mhm.
we threw to Kyle Shanahan,
Mhm.
I've never heard anybody
Anybody.
on this team or in San Francisco team say he's a player's coach.
Now, question for you, because I had this conversation last week, Uncle Steve. Do you feel like the old guard coaches are getting pushed out? Like, so like McVay wants to start his own tree.
Of course.
Shanahan wants to start his own tree.
Yeah.
And the old guard is getting pushed out, like the Andy Reid, once he goes, he's gone.
Not to be Mike Tomlin.
Right. Like, so these coaches are starting to push the old guard out. Do you feel like that's happening right now, Uncle Steve?
I do, because I think today's athletes and today's players, that's really all sports.
Sure.
If you look at it, they relate better to the younger coaches. I
Sure.
really feel like
Sure.
they want the folks close to them. I'm switching
Yeah.
the type of thing. I like the fact that if you look at what McVay was when he first got to the Rams, he was a young guy. He could adjust to the players. He was able to
Mhm.
to know what they're going through and
Mhm.
things of that nature. So he was a very good coach for them.
Right.
Dan Quinn, when he first got here, Dan
Sure.
Quinn wasn't an old coach. He
Right.
he came in, he could relate to the players.
Right.
That's why Raheem, when he got hired at Tampa Bay,
Oh, sure.
he the same thing. So
Sure.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Andy Reid would not be in the league if he wasn't winning Super Bowls.
Right.
He would
So
have been gone 3-4 years ago.
like, and this is what I said. I said the old guard is getting pushed out, and then like Raheem wants to start his own coaching tree.
Of course.
Right.
Of
And
course.
then you have
That tree ain't got no roots though.
Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve, stop it. Stop. Be nice. Be nice. How come I'm telling Uncle Steve on his show to be
Hey
nice?
man, I'm just keeping it honest, man. Come on, man. Oh, Jimmy Lake?
That's very late. No. The guy from Miami, what's his name? The guy with the glasses?
McDaniel.
Right. He wants to start his coaching tree.
Of course.
McDonald, McVay, like I said, Cliff Kingsbury is going to get another shot. He's going to get another shot. DeMarco Ryans is doing a phenomenal job
yeah.
with the Houston Texans. So, who's the other guy that I like? The guy from the Cardinals, the head coach from the Cardinals that was in the Philly staff.
The defense coordinator.
That right.
I can't think of his name.
I forgot his name, Uncle Steve, but I like. He interviewed well. Supposedly, he interviewed well. He. I think the Cardinals.
Yeah, Gatsboy says Grisham.
Okay,
Grisham.
he's.
Thank you, George.
I think that it's probably going to be the Cardinals for what I've been listening and with their defense, young. Their offense is pretty good. I think that they're probably going to make some noise down here from what I've been hearing. But anyway, that being said, these guys they want their own coaching tree. So I want Raheem to be successful, not only for the fact that it took him 20 years to get another head coaching position, but for the black head coach, these positions don't come up that often. Now they say, "Wolf, why do you always?" Because it's factual. It's a factual thing, right? Lovie Smith is the only guy that the Chicago Bears had him that took him to the Super Bowl. Lovie Smith can't even get interviews anywhere. Can't get interviews anywhere. Brian Leftwich is the only offensive coordinator that Tom Brady got that didn't get a head coaching job. But nobody wants to talk about that, Uncle Steve, right? Okay.
Hey.
It's not racial, but it's so important that these black head coaches, when they get a shot to be successful, if only that part, and they have so immense pressure on them. So yes, I am rooting for Raheem Morris. I want him to be successful. Uncle Steve wants him to be successful. Even people that don't like Raheem Morris want him to be successful. They can talk all the crap they want. They want Raheem to be successful. So once he starts gaining our trust me, the fan base will fall in line. But he has to gain our respect. He has to gain our trust. Some of us, we said it, we respect him. Just don't trust him. Can we build that trust this year? Can it happen? Because Uncle Steve, I don't want my head coach looking up, chewing bubble gum, and looking at the scoreboard.
In his pulled up jogger with no socks on.
Oh God!
Listen, Georgia Texas boy corrected it. He said Jonathan Gannon, not Grisham. He said Grisham is just what he's talking about.
Okay.
So basically, what you're telling me, Wolf, is trust equals win.
Yeah.
So we're putting deodorant on stinky stuff.
Right.
Because really what you're saying is trust means, can you win? Can you prove to the fan base, can you win? Nobody's telling you you're not a great guy.
No.
Nobody's telling you that you don't sound well. Nobody's telling you that you don't hype things up. I
Right.
get that. All of that is beautiful.
Right.
All of that is great. It's all
Yeah.
window dressing. What we want to see are the wins.
Yes.
There is a point. And listen, Mike Tomlin
Sure.
inherited a really good situation,
Mhm.
and he squeezed his Super Bowl championship out of it early.
Sure. Sure.
Mike Tomlin, you can say what you want.
Yeah.
He hasn't won a playoff game since the Falcons went to the playoffs.
Sure.
And while we're sitting here, and again, I know Pittsburgh fan, whoa, we won 6 Super Bowls, blah, blah, blah. I get all that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But there's going to come a time
Mhm.
when the Pittsburgh brass might say, you know what? Maybe we need a different voice. Maybe
Right.
we need something different. And we saw Marty. I know you remember. Marty
Mhm.
Schottenheimer went 13-3,
Yes.
and they fired him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's we. All I'm
Talk,
saying is,
Uncle Steve, because the consensus is, well, Kellen Moore come from that cloth of offensive geniuses, right? Okay, allegedly, okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Well, New Orleans can't win 6 games. When you look at the schedule, Uncle Steve, their schedule. If he's that good of an offensive coach, he could pull 2 games out of each of those quarterbacks he got over.
He should.
He
Yeah.
should.
He should. Now,
So now you're telling me this. This is why everybody in the chat, there's a lie being told in the NFC South. Because if the Bucks haven't fallen off, the Falcons are aiming at the Bucks. This is supposed to be Bryce Young's big year. And you're telling me New Orleans is going to win 6 games. Boy,
well,
this
I
is a
think-
lot of lies being told, Uncle Steve.
I think there are a lot of big lies because I do not think New Orleans. Look, there are none of those quarterbacks in New Orleans right now that I think. Look, the young man from Louisville.
Yeah.
I hope he goes to church and I hope he prays because he got
Yeah.
a blessing bigger than anything in the world when they drafted him this year. Because think about his competition. He's going
Sure.
against Spencer Rattler
That's right.
and the little guy who had the little
I forgot his name. I hear
little
you.
football
Yeah.
pose, the
Yeah.
little guy.
I forgot his name. Uncle
But
Steve.
anyway,
I did.
yeah, you're in a situation where you were put up against 2, all due respect to the UFL, 2 UFL type
Sure.
talent.
Sure.
And remember, what's his name is gone, the little thorn in our side guy.
Jason right.
Taysom
Hill.
Hill, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
Hill.
gone. Thank
He's
God.
gone.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Hold on. Henry says, to answer you, he says, even Belichick's accolades wasn't good enough to get him an opportunity after New
Sure.
England. The old guard is being
Yeah.
put out the pasture.
Yeah.
Georgia Texas boy say right because what has Bill done after Brady? He's
Mhm.
right. He also says then with Kellen Moore, which offense are you getting? Dallas offense and the Philly offense. I think with Kellen Moore, they have some talented wide receivers.
Sure.
If Olave,
Olave.
we
Yep.
got to be real.
Yep.
Hopefully he doesn't get hit in the head.
Yep.
He's kind of that's a serious thing.
Yep.
And then he got Sheed, who's a speed guy.
Speed guy.
Yeah.
Speed. Yep.
But you gotta have somebody to throw the ball to him.
Uncle Steve, and this is where Uncle Steve, this is where my mind goes, right? This is where my mind goes. Who's better at their job? Bryce Young or Kellen Moore? You see where my mind goes, Uncle Steve?
Yeah.
You see where my mind goes? Hold on.
Yeah.
You don't gotta answer right away, Uncle Steve.
Yeah.
Is Bryce Young better at his job, or is Kellen Moore going to be better at his job Because if you're telling me New Orleans is getting 6 games, it's almost like one apiece in the division, is what you're saying. So does Bryce win another 2 games?
I think that Bryce Young, and I've been listening to the whispers of everybody
Sure,
talking about this is
sure.
the breakout year. This is
Sure.
the whatever.
Sure.
I think Bryce Young, if you remember the situation Bryce Young was put in, Bryce
Right.
Young this offseason, he's a Andy Dalton injury away from being
Sure.
cut by the
Sure.
Carolina Panthers.
Sure.
Because remember,
Mhm.
Andy Dalton wasn't going anywhere.
Sure.
He was still running the team, and then he got in the car accident.
Sure.
And they
Well,
gave it back to Bryce. He had a nice run,
Right.
but Bryce Young is gonna have to. He kind of reminds me of what's the kid from Arizona,
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray.
Right.
There are games that Kyler Murray looks like, how do you stop him?
Yep.
He is an awesome. What a great talent. And then there are
Sure.
some games that
Sure.
you say, how is he in the NFL?
Yeah. Right.
And because of that inconsistency, that's why Arizona can't emerge as one of
Right.
those
But you see how I prefaced it, right?
Oh, I
said,
heard you. I heard
Rodgers
you
puts it-
clearly.
Because now you say to yourself, wait a minute, you telling me if Bryce get 2 more extra games, it's a 3-way tie, Uncle Steve.
Absolutely.
If
Absolutely.
he gets 2 more games, it's a 3-way tie. There's no way that we can have 8-9, 8-9, 8-9. It's just no way. That's impossible that we have that once again. It's no way, Uncle Steve. I'm telling you, at that point, I don't know what I would do, to be honest with you, because you're telling me so between the 3 teams, we win in 24 games? Between 3 teams, Uncle Steve?
So let me tell you, I don't think New Orleans I think New Orleans is gonna max out at 4.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
think that's too much.
I
They didn't
I
know
believe that. I
Derek
believe that.
Carr was
Four.
gonna be
Four.
out
Four.
until
Four.
was it May?
Yeah.
May.
Yeah.
So they didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it had to be April because it was right
No,
before.
I thought it was the first week.
It was right before. Wasn't it? But right before the draft, it was right. It was like the week before the draft.
You know what? You're
Yeah.
probably right, Uncle Steve.
Yeah.
You're probably
It was
right.
like the
You're probably
week
right.
before
Yes. Yes.
when they
You're
found
probably
out
right.
he
I'm
was
sorry
gonna
about
be
that.
out.
That was my fault. Yes.
So
Yes.
you're not gonna tell me that this guy
Yeah.
is going to. He doesn't know the receiver. They don't let you hit the folks.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to learn how to be an NFL player first.
Sure.
Now
Sure.
you're telling me he's going to be enough. That's why I think we put way too much stock in these rookie quarterbacks coming right off the rip and doing this stuff. Listen,
Okay. I can see that.
Matt Ryan
Mm-hmm. I can see that.
is one of those guys that you have to absolutely give credit.
Sure.
If you think about the era that he did, Wolf,
Mm-hmm.
we put our all-star, all-dynamic quarterback. He went to jail
Yeah.
in 2007.
Yep.
We had to start from scratch. Do
Yep.
you realize how hard it was for Matt Ryan to come into a situation, new
Yep.
running back,
Right.
new coaching staff, do everything, and he went. Was it 10-6 or 11-5?
It was 11-5, I
It
think.
was 11-5 the first.
Yeah,
the first
11-5. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Rookie of the year.
yes,
Rookie of the year.
yes, don't get me wrong. I mean, Michael Turner being on the team was great, but
Yeah.
he went 11-5 as a rookie,
Sure.
and he followed that up with 9-7. Didn't make the playoffs, but 9-7 on a franchise that never had back-to-back winning seasons. Followed that up with 13-3. Followed that up with 10-6. Followed that up with 13-3. We know about the Super Bowl in 16. I'm just giving my PSA to Matt Ryan for those people about starting as a rookie in the NFL. So let's digress.
Yeah,
There's
because
nobody on that New Orleans team that I think
No, there's no.
Live.
So that's that. This is why there's so many lies being told because when I listen, listen, Uncle Steve. I listen. It's mathematics, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you have 3 teams that win 8 games apiece, that's 24 games. That doesn't happen often. Not even when Dallas was going 13-3 a couple years back. By the way, they went 13. So I think somebody did. They won 39 games in the past 3 years, other than this year that happened. Right? They won almost 39 games. Uncle C, that doesn't happen like that. That does not happen. I just want people in the chat to understand that that divisions don't. They're not won like that. They're not won like that. So when you look at the Bucks, well, last year was just we gifted them that, right? And then we still had a team that led the division that was under 500. I need people to understand that they were under 500, which means that they didn't even reach their goal of a 9-8. They didn't even reach that. So you got to understand, like so is it a Kellen Moore thing? Is it a Bryce Young thing? Because to me, even when you look at Baker's numbers, you say to yourself, well, wait a minute, how the hell did Baker have 4,000 yards, Uncle Steve?
Mike Evans. I give them credit.
Yeah.
What my man, and he's gone to Jackson. That's something people got to realize too. They got a
Yeah.
new coordinator in
Yeah.
Tampa. 'Cause,
And by the way, Uncle Steve, I
Liam.
told somebody else this, and I'm going to tell you this. I listened to the Locked In guys from Dallas,
Absolutely.
and Joe Milton is on Dak Prescott's heels.
Really?
Supposedly, Joe Milton, and this is why they traded for Joe, because they were like, listen, if it starts shaky for Dak, supposedly Joe's out there is tuning things up. I never seen the kid play college, Uncle Steve. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, he was a beast.
Okay.
He was
You
a
can
beast.
educate me. You can
Yes, sir.
educate me now if you want. You can educate me now because
was a
they
beast.
said that the kid is very athletic, is mobile, is moving, hitting a CD Lamb. But again, like you said a little while ago, shorts and no pads is something else though. So you can educate me if you want, Uncle Steve. I'm just throwing that out there.
He is really good, and the only thing that I mean, he had a really good, really good career at
Okay.
Tennessee,
Okay.
and he was all that. Now, I also preface that by saying he got hurt,
Okay.
so that's probably the reason why he didn't go.
Probably
high.
why he's because they said that they drafted him. I think he got drafted last year with Drake May. If I'm not wrong on that, did he get
Yeah,
drafted?
they did.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So you
the
see
young-
how the wolf paying attention in the
Hey
chat.
man, so you're right. You're
We
right.
pay
Hey,
attention to. I pay attention to all 31 other teams because whoever play the Falcons, I need to know what is happening. And look, when San Francisco has one of the softest schedules, people will start paying attention. They have one of the softest schedules around the league. I don't know what the Brock Purdy hype is real. This, that, and third. Blah, blah, blah. $275 million. Blah, blah, blah. But if you get Michael Penix, to everybody who's in the chat, real reason why Tennessee stopped recruiting, and okay, I didn't even okay.
right,
Ooh.
right.
So like I was saying, Uncle Steve, I pay attention because I want to know what's going on with these teams, what they doing, what's the vibe like and stuff like that. And the other teams that scout the Falcons, the number one thing that they say, Uncle Steve, is if this offense gets clicking, it's not too many defenses that's going to stop. They're scared of the offense, Uncle Steve. They are petrified of the offense right now. If it gets clicking, that's the consensus.
there is a look. You said it earlier, and I'm not gonna and I'm not you. I don't. You look at our running back, our starting wide receiver, and I'm gonna tell you something. We have one of the top 5 best offensive lines in the game. Our offensive line is more solid than McGarry gonna let them sneak through on some good guys every now and then. But for the most part, ask people around the league. Our offensive line is no joke.
No joke.
But
No
we
joke.
have to be realistic. Michael Penix is going to play his when he steps on the field against Tampa. That's only going to be his 4th start in the NFL. And no reason am I trying to throw the Desmond Ritter vibes on him. There's no comparison. But I just want to let people know he's still going to have some oopsie daisies, some uh-ohs, some moments. Even the best have. Last year, if you remember, Patrick Mahomes, every game Kansas City played last year, just about. They didn't blow anybody out last year.
Nobody.
The game you went to, Wolf.
Yes.
We should have beat them.
Yeah.
In that game.
Yeah. Nobody. Kansas City, I think the margin was like in the 10, 12s, I think they said.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Well, you watched the game. You were there. We should have beat Kansas City in our play.
We should have beat them. We had them. We had them. Carolina had them, Uncle Steve.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, listen, Uncle Steve, it just, look, me personally, when I get to September 7th, my whole vibe going to change.
Oh, yeah.
September 7th, my whole vibe going to change. And I think that he knows that. Listen, this kid is I've seen him. I've put together tapes on the kid. I've had other people send me stuff. This kid, I'm telling you, Uncle Steve, man, his passes, and people don't even pay attention. Raheem Morris goes up to Seattle with Zach Robinson before the draft, comes back. Then Zach Robinson goes up there by himself. They work the kid. And from there,
in the rain.
And I said to myself, they're going to take this kid. If he's there, they're going to take him. And he said, look, man, he made every NFL throw like wasn't even a bother. Because the out route, Uncle Steve, a lot of quarterbacks can't throw that. I don't know if people know that. That 20-yard post out. A lot of NFL quarterbacks can't make that throw. And they said that this kid was it was like, the confidence. The Michigan game, Uncle Steve, the kid was getting beat up. I mean, and Uncle Steve,
they brought the fight.
And he dusted himself. That's what you want in a leader. That's what you want in a person. You want that person to say, "Oh man, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's get this going." And I think that Matt had that same quality. You know what I'm saying? I'm going off of us, not somebody else, right? I'm going off of what I see with Matt. Listen, don't even worry about it. Let's go. Let's shake that play off. That didn't work. Okay, let's get to it. That is what makes me more intrigued with the kid. Only thing I'm saying is this kid, don't throw the development word out the door. And I would rather see him make a mistake in the first quarter than in the fourth quarter. If anybody understands that, I'm just saying.
Saw that think about the Washington game, Wolf.
Sure.
Think about the Washington game last year.
Sure.
You went into enemy territory.
Right.
You threw an awful interception
in
the first quarter.
Sure.
Nobody was there, found out the guy ran the wrong route.
Right.
Nobody was there. And you said, uh-oh.
Right.
We playing the hottest team in the NFL on the road, Sunday night. Penix doesn't have a chance.
Yep.
and then we see him throw one of the best balls through the receiver and hoped and prayed. Let's be honest. We all hoped and prayed Kyle hang on to it.
Yeah.
But he threw that ball. So I remember that. And then I also remember the game against Carolina. Yes, disappointing, whatever. But what I saw from Michael Penix in that game,
Right.
pinpoint throws down the field,
Down the
good
field.
decision making,
Yes.
things that I didn't see in the prior couple of quarterbacks, minus, Matt Ryan's prime,
Mhm.
but we didn't see that. So
Yep.
I am optimistic because I saw the talent, not the intangibles. I saw
Mhm.
the talent. A
Mhm.
quarterback that can throw the ball. First prerequisite of a quarterback, can he throw the ball?
Yep.
And I saw him in person, 2 games, Giants and Carolina. He can throw the ball.
Yes.
Now
Sure.
that he's had a summer
Mhm.
to get acclimated to the guys,
Mhm.
kind of what Kirk was supposed to do last year. And give Kirk credit. He had 500-yard game, NFL,
Yep.
NFC Player of the Week 2 times.
Yep.
No diss to Kirk.
Swag surfing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Let's see if that translates. And
Yep.
I'll even throw it another way. You just said something about the new era coming.
Mhm.
It's also a new era of quarterback. The
Mhm.
Tom Brady, the Matt
Mhm.
Ryan, the Eli Manning.
Mhm.
Only one left is Aaron Rodgers.
Mhm.
All the rest of the quarterbacks right now, well, I guess Flacco, but all the rest of the guys, these are these new school kids, man.
Yeah.
These are the young guys. Now the Grizzly vets are Mahomes, Allen, those,
Sure.
Dak Prescott. Those are the Grizzly vets.
And that's
Now,
why I said, Uncle
yeah,
Steve, you get this
yeah,
is what I'm saying. If
yeah.
Michael
Stafford,
Penix, yeah,
You're right. You're right.
right.
Georgia
If
State.
Michael Penix is who you guys say he is, then the NFC parts for the Falcons.
Mm.
Because when you look at the NFC quarterbacks, there's not a lot. There's
Well,
there's probably
I'm gonna disagree with you. I'm
okay,
gonna put it
okay,
this way. So I want this debate for me and you.
okay.
So let's go through the NFC
Let's
quarterbacks
go.
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think the NFC is much closer than people think.
Okay,
Let's throw the quarterbacks out
okay,
right now.
okay,
NFC South, we got Penix.
okay.
Tampa Bay has Baker. I'm not
Mhm.
sure, but I think, yeah, just from a second year standpoint, yeah, I think Penix got stuff to learn. Is he
Okay,
that much worse than what Baker is? I don't know. The
right.
Rams have Matt Stafford. He's a little
Cool.
older. Kyler Murray for Arizona. Brock Purdy, San Francisco. Caleb Murray. I'm sorry, Caleb Murray. Caleb Williams,
Caleb Williams.
Chicago. Jordan Love, Green Bay.
Hmm.
Dak Prescott, Dallas. Jalen Hurts, Washington. I'm sorry, Philadelphia. Uh, Jalen Daniels
Mm-hmm.
with the Commanders. The majority of those that I said are young quarterbacks. Yeah, I actually will throw Sam Darnold in there as well, even though you know what, Georgia Tech, boy, I want to see him do it with a less talented group of
Offense.
receivers. You talk
Right.
about Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Bruh, Desmond Ritter well, I don't want to go that far, but Desmond Ritter could probably throw for
Yeah.
3,500 yards if you got Justin Jefferson, Addison,
Addison.
and
Yeah.
what's my buddy's name they got from Detroit? Hawkins.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hawkinson.
That might be
Yeah.
the best 1, 2, 3
Yeah.
in the league. So, okay, going back. The NFC situation with quarterbacks is very close.
Okay.
So that's why I say I think when you talk about like last year was Washington's year.
Mhm.
I think any team with one of those young quarterbacks I just mentioned have an
Mhm.
opportunity to do the same thing, and that includes the Falcons.
Okay. So
Go ahead.
I look at it from a perspective of what is Michael Penix? A pocket passer,
Very
right?
much a pocket pass.
Very
Very
much pocket passer. So when you look at the pocket passes in the NFC,
got it.
there's only maybe one or two that really stand out. Pocket passes. Stafford is the first guy that stands out for me.
If he stays healthy. Yep.
Okay. I don't think Jaden Daniels is really a pocket passer.
No, not quite.
Not at all. I don't believe Caleb is neither. I give you golf. I give you golf. I would give you golf as a pocket passer.
Okay.
So I would give you Stafford golf, no problem.
Okay.
Baker, not really a pocket passer, neither.
Okay.
Brock Purdy, system guy,
Just very much.
very much a system guy, not a pocket passer. Dak Prescott, pocket passer, not as good as Stafford or Goff.
I can agree with that. But
Sam
healthily
Darnold.
paid.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Sam Darnold, Kyler, not really too worried about it if we see him in the playoffs. I'm just not as good as Goff, not as good as Stafford, just in my opinion.
Yeah.
So when you look at Michael Penix, and I look at Michael Penix as a pocket passer, and you look at it and you say to yourself, well, he might be the boogeyman, like Joe Burrow is the boogeyman in the AFC, where you know what you like. Joe is very, very much a boogeyman. He's very, very much a guy that Patrick and them don't want to see. Josh doesn't want to see. Lamar don't want to see. He's very much a boogeyman. And I think that Michael Penix for the NFC could be very much that, because when you look at the pocket passes and the pure pocket passes, and if Michael Penix has one of those years where it's like 4,000 yards, let's be nice, Uncle Steve. Let's not be mean. 25 touchdowns.
25. Okay. I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's
25
not going.
touchdowns. And let's not be.
Because Bijan is on the team, bro. He's going.
Right.
Bijan's
Right.
going to get his 10
Sure.
to 15.
So let's say 25 to be on the nice. Let's also be fair. Let's say 12 interceptions.
I go up a little higher.
Okay.
I say about 15. I say about 15. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you got a guy that's 25 and 15 with about 4,000 yards, Uncle Steve, I think that guy might be a boogeyman.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I think he might be a
Absolutely.
boogeyman. I think because again, you nailed it on the head, Uncle Steve. We have Bijan.
Yeah.
And and Bijan, let's be nice. 1,300 yards.
I'll take that. That's about right.
All purpose 18.
I think he has the potential to put up a 2,000 spot, bro.
Okay, so
I think he has the potential to put that up.
Okay, so over the 2G mark.
Yeah, I really do. I think.
Okay, so let's be fair and give him 700 yards reception.
Okay, that sounds legit.
Okay, let's give Kyle a G, just to be nice. We're gonna give him a G.
You tested my niceness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 800. 800.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna give Drake a G.
I gave Drake 12.5.
Okay.
12.50.
Are we giving Mooney a G?
Yes, this year.
Okay.
Yes, he was on point.
Yeah.
He was on
Okay.
track to do that because he's gonna be an 18 yards to catch guy.
Okay, so that's almost 2,700 yards of receiving.
Okay.
So far.
So far,
We giving Ray what, another 6?
I give about 6. 5 or 6. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So now we over the 3,000 mark.
Yep.
Let's say 32.
Okay.
32, let's just say. Now let's say the other guy, I forgot his name. What's the other guy after Ray Ray?
You got the guy that burned up Tampa Bay.
Yeah, yeah.
Hodge.
Hodge, and let's say Blair, if
Blair,
he's on the team.
maybe. Yep.
Let's even be nice and give the rookies maybe 200.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll do that.
Okay, so you're talking about 3,800 yards, probably balanced, maybe give or take, with a 1,200 rusher, and let's give Tyler another 600 to be nice.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's a scary scenario, Uncle Steve. Not for I'm just saying we're being nice because we're
Friday
following
the
we're being
13th
nice.
scary. Friday the 13th scary. Absolutely.
Okay, so you figure that's a scary, scary offense. Not to mention the rookie tight end that we got last year that I think it's becoming a good blocker. I think that's why they're probably moving on from Pitts probably next year.
Yep.
That's a boogeyman, Uncle Steve. In my opinion, that's a boogie guy to where I only mentioned about 3 pocket passes, 2 of them which are very, very good.
Yep.
They're very good, which is Stafford and Goff.
Yeah.
Goff can't win the big one. Stafford is getting very, very old.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more he has left.
Go ahead.
You know, Jalen has a more complete team. I'll give you that, Uncle Steve. They have a very, very complete team.
Oh, wait a minute. Who are you talking about? Philly? Jalen?
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Washington.
No.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts. They have a complete team. I'll give
complete.
them that, Uncle Steve. But other than that, in the NFC, if you look now, hold up, Uncle Steve. Hold on. Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Okay.
I don't know what you're gonna get out of JJ McCarthy. Don't know.
I know you got the best wide receiver type for in the NFL.
He's
again, gonna fall into 3,500 yards.
Okay, so that's what you're probably gonna get out of JJ, as you say, about 3,500.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you think that Michael is a better passer than JJ?
Yes.
Okay. So then the 3,800 is probably on par.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So that's a boogeyman, Uncle Steve. In my opinion, that's a boogeyman. I'm just saying, like, when you got a guy like that, Uncle Steve, like a Joe Burrow type, they don't want to play Joe. They do not want to play Joe. Joe went to Buffalo and beat Josh in Buffalo in Buffalo in the snow.
Yep.
Joe damn near took Kansas City's hearts a couple years back.
Yep. He did 3 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago. Lamar can't beat Joe.
Lamar can't beat Joe. Lamar can't beat all of them. Lamar has only won 2 playoff games, right?
So when you look at it, it's like, look, like I watched that Super Bowl again. If it wasn't for Aaron Donald,
oh yeah,
I mean that Super Bowl would have probably been sold up. So I'm just saying, I think Michael Penix is like a Joe Burrow, where he could become a very, very boogeyman to where it's, oh no, we play the Falcons too. Oh no, we're playing the Falcons. And the tone is different.
Yeah.
Oh, like, what did he say? Will have a better than CJ Sharp. Boy.
If he does that, brother, if he does that, then we talking second or third round. I mean, sorry, second or third seed.
See, that's NFC Championship.
Yeah. Oh, it might be. What's up, Matt Town? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Matt Town, what's going on, brother?
You in here with me and Wolf chopping it up. Wolf, I'm glad you put that. You mentioned that,
right?
Because I think we're kind of in a great situation too, Wolf. You keep mentioning Joe Burrow, which I'm glad you alluded to.
Right.
Look, all we need is an opportunity.
Sure.
The easiest path right now for a young quarterback like Penix is the NFC.
Yes.
Can we agree
Yes.
that the gauntlet
Yes.
of Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen,
Yes.
Lamar Jackson,
Yes.
Joe Burrow,
Yes.
Justin Herbert
Yes.
is just a whole different conversation in the
But
AFC?
it's
So
also a gauntlet of coaches that are on the cusp
that's true.
that are still
That's
very good, but are also going to get pushed out very, very soon. So Harbaugh is still viable, sure, but this might be his last NFL coaching job.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sean Payton, very, very good coach, might be his last coaching job. You know, these coaches are making. Sean is making 70 million up there with Denver. 70. Harbaugh got 100. These guys are not pressed to go back to the NFL if it doesn't fail. So again, you have a gauntlet of quarterbacks. You got Harbaugh, Reed, Peyton, and I'm forgetting one guy, Uncle Steve. Help me out.
Which one? For
And,
coach
the Raiders head coach.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
In one division, right? So like this might be all four of them the last head coaching positions that they have. It's a gauntlet up there. Michael P, I'm telling you, Uncle Steve, if let's say Gap Boy, Texas, let's just say he's correct and we're gonna have a CJ Stroud year, I'm putting my feet up on it. I'm putting my feet up. If he has a CJ Stroud year, Uncle Steve, I'm putting my feet up and I'm smoking my cigars. Smoke my cigars, and I'm putting my feet up, and I'm saying to myself, let's go have some fun, boys. Let's go have some fun.
Let's see you in the last week of January in the
Yes.
NFC Championship game.
Right.
We got us a question in here.
Yeah.
George, he said, question. So does Baker, Lamar, Allen, Mahomes, Burrow have what it takes to be the top tier quarterback? Or can these young quarterbacks 3 years or less come out and take an elite spot? I'm gonna let you answer it first, then I'm gonna follow.
Okay, so basically, Baker, he's good. He's not elite.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start there.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna start there. Lamar's.
I'm not even. I one quick thing. He says top tier, and I know you just putting the people out there. Georgia Tech support. I don't even think Baker deserves to be on that.
Yeah, Baker definitely does deserve to be there.
He does. No, he just qualified.
Okay. Yeah.
He's saying those are the old guys.
So
I got you, brother.
Lamar is definitely Lamar. Listen, for Lamar, it's who you beat, and Lamar hasn't beat anybody. He's very, very talented, though. Very talented. A lot of people don't give him credit for what he did last year. And a lot of people blame him. They should blame All-Pro Mark Andrews for that drop. They don't talk about that, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's who you beat, and it's where you beat him at. I think, GA, Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow are going to be fighting for the next 5 years.
Yep.
They're going to be fighting for the next 5 years.
Yep.
And if Mahomes can pull out another 2, I think you can start talking about GOAT, but he's got to pull out another 2. At least another 2 to make it a conversation. He's got to pull out another 2. Joe is an elite quarterback. He plays for the most poorest franchise in the NFL. The Cincinnati Bengals are Baltic Avenue on Monopoly. They are the poorest franchise. And I don't think people knew that, Uncle Steve, right? So when it comes to finance, the Brown family is the most poorest owners in the NFL. And I don't know if people knew that. So they actually sold a piece of their stadium for advertisement in order to pay Joe Burrow. I don't think people realize that. They sold a part of the stadium advertisement to pay Joe Burrow. They are the most poorest franchise in the league. If Joe Burrow was on another team like the New York Jets or another franchise team that had a very, very rich owner, Joe would probably already have 1 or 2 Super Bowls already. Joe is very, very good. He is very good. He's actually my favorite quarterback to watch. He is how do you say that, Uncle Steve? box office.
Oh, absolutely.
He is box
And
office.
how
So
many people, Wolf, do you think were hoping and praying they didn't slip in the playoffs that
yes,
last week?
yeah,
Remember they they
yeah,
they went on like a 5-game
yes,
winning
five
streak,
game,
and
right?
and they almost
Almost.
got in there. And if they
Yes,
had got in the playoffs, to
yes,
your point,
yep,
and with your very
yep,
apt word of boogeyman,
yep,
Patrick Mahomes would have been
yes,
having nightmares.
yes,
Josh Allen would have
yes.
nightmares because Joe
Yep.
Burrow ain't scared of none of 'em.
Listen, I think he's the only quarterback that I think that they have put without a Super Bowl that they have put so immense respect on, Uncle Steve, in my opinion. So those three quarterbacks the next 5 years are probably competing against each other. I think that there are some young quarterbacks that are very, very good. I think CJ Stroud is very good. The problem with CJ is his offensive line is not
They
as
did
good as
not
people want,
protect him
right?
last
I think Jaden Daniels is very good, but Uncle Steve and everybody in the chat, go look at their games again. They were gifted about 3 or 4 games last year. It had nothing to do with Jaden Daniels.
year. Their
So
defense is porous, bro. They
exactly.
went they're not as great.
Right. So they were gifted about 4 or 5 games, Uncle Steve. I want people to realize what they're watching when they're watching it, because Jaden is very good, but those 4 or 5 games that they were gifted, one of them was the Hail Mary that had to do with Jaden. Other than that, there was nothing that Jaden did to win those other games. I just want people to understand that. But
Okay.
he's very good. Let's go down the list. Let's say Caleb, don't know. I don't know what Caleb
Yep.
is.
Yep.
I
Undecided.
couldn't tell you. Right. I think Bryce is under immense pressure because of CJ. I think he's tied to CJ forever.
Right.
And I think that CJ is just so much better than him. Brock Purdy, 275. I don't think so. It's just not what I would do.
But
Kyler,
it's the go. But in
it's
in
the
his
going rate.
defense, if it's the going rate, Wolf, and
It's the going rate.
and the one thing you can say about it, say what you want to say about Brock
Yeah,
Purdy.
yeah.
2 Super Bowls, 1
Sure.
uh
Sure.
NFC. I mean,
Yeah, sure. Uncle Steve, I agree
his
with you.
agent is going in with ammunition.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean to interrupt.
yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I totally agree with you, Uncle Steve. I think Stafford's. I think this is going to be but again, Stafford is older. He should be who you put in there other than Baker. I think that Stafford he's so underrated, man. Yeah, people don't give him enough credit. He's so underrated. Golf, same thing. You can't win the big one. I don't think he's going to be around much longer. We get to our boy MP, and like I said, if he is what you guys say he is, that nobody's going to want to see that boogie. Listen. I have Uncle Steve. I have paid these boys from Fiverr to cut me hour clips of Michael Penix. I have paid countless amounts of money to get Fiverr clips. For any clips that you could get of me and Michael Penix, I damn near pay for it. And I sit there and I watch it. I think I have like almost 2-3 hours of MP tape from people. Even got me some high school stuff from him, if you could believe it. So
Oh,
he is what, if he is what I think he is, then again, he is going to be the Joe Burrow, because you're not going to want to play him. You're not going to want to see him. You're not going to want to see the Falcons in the playoffs. You're not going to want to see the Falcons at the crib. You're not going to want to see the Falcons nowhere near your vicinity, especially if you're pairing them up with Drake. You're pairing them up with Bijan for the next 4 to 5 years. And I say Drake and Bijan because I don't think that they're going anywhere. Everybody else could go, but Drake and Bijan, no. I think everybody else could go, but not Drake and Bijan. So that's my thoughts, Uncle Steve.
let's slip somebody else in here, man.
Yeah,
George
yeah, yeah.
Boy
Yeah,
has been
Texas
in
boy,
the
what's
chat
up, man?
like kicking off stuff, and he knows me a lot of times when I'm in here. I like to make sure I'm giving a lot of love to
Whoa.
our chat in
Yeah.
here, just like I'm about to give love to Big Low Country Sports in the house, watching us online as well. Talk to me, brother, because you were putting in some great things in there, but I want you to expound on it now that you're in here with us.
Going on? First of all, what's going on there about how
Man,
everybody's
what's going
Sunday?
on with you? What's going on with
But yeah, no, I wasn't saying like those quarterbacks in particular. I was just saying like the old guard of quarterbacks. Like all those quarterbacks our name are 8 years plus. So those are the Brady, the Ryans, the Mannings, the Flaccos, the Rivers, the Staffords of this era
Yeah.
of football. So as I'm saying, like I feel like out of all those quarterbacks, Baker, Lamar, Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Hurts, I only feel like it's a handful of those quarterbacks that can even match the play of the old guard. That's why my question was, can some of these 3 years, Love, Stroud, Nix, Daniels, can these quarterbacks come in and say, okay, I'm coming in a mile running. I'm not finna just wait in place. I'm gonna come in and I feel like Kyler Murray is the Matthew Stafford of this area because he's going to be stuck in Arizona until down the line a team going to need a quarterback the same way the Rams traded for Stafford from the Lions. He's going to be stuck in Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Baker, right now for the last, you could say 4 or 5 years, Baker Mayfield, that's the Phillip Rivers. I'll get you to the first round. I'll get you to the second round of the playoffs, but don't expect the Super Bowl.
I 100% agree with you on the whole lineup you just threw down. Let me throw this to you, and I want you to answer back with me as soon as I put this at you. Those 3-year quarterbacks that you're talking about in the NFC, because I'm not trying to put Bryce in that position, but I'm just throwing him out because he's a three-year class quarterback in what you were trying to say. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, even J.J. McCarthy, if he can get it together. I think those guys have a better chance because the gauntlet in the NFC, to me, is not as strong.
Okay.
If you're talking about any of those 3.5-year quarterbacks, like Stroud had got it tough. Because Stroud's got to pass Allen. He's got to pass Lamar. He's got to pass Burrow. He's got to pass what's my boy with Chargers? Justin Herbert. And he's got to pass Mahomes. The gauntlet is much tougher in the AFC than it is the NFC. Now, we saw last year, Jaden Daniels was a heartbeat away from going to the Super Bowl last year. Because I truly think that the NFC, as I was saying earlier, and I think you were in here when I was saying that, I think the NFC is just a much easier path.
But see, but when it comes to that, I feel like this is what folks fail to realize. Washington was just like us. Washington was a quarterback away. They went through the Sam Howell. They went through a bad quarterback play with a good team.
Right. But
the whole thing with Washington this past season, Washington got new ownership. So the new ownership was all in on changing the trajectory of the Washington Commanders. Like, I feel like, yes, part of it was Dan Quinn. Yes, Dan Quinn learned from his mistakes in Atlanta, but I feel like the new owners of Washington had more to do with the energy and the trajectory of the team this past season because everything was brand new. They was trying to get the fans involved. They was trying to think about it. They're even thinking about going back to the Washington Redskins.
Bro,
just to
nothing to do with Daniel.
And like so like for me, when it comes to the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFC, I gotta go with, in no order, but I feel like these are the top 5 quarterbacks.
Okay.
Hurts, Goff, Baker, Stafford, and I gotta say Dak, because those 5 guys right there, you got proven production.
Okay.
Now, I would say Dak would be the odd man out because he just had a major injury. Stafford, I can see the Rams allowing Stafford to walk off in the sunset unless there's another injury just like last year. but I don't see Stafford going nowhere until he say, I'm ready to hang it up. But at Baker, I feel like he's shown that I can be a veteran quarterback. But I feel like, do we really feel like Kyler Murray could come in and be a top quarterback in the NFC right now over Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Michael Penix, even Bryce Young, the young quarterbacks in the NFC?
I agree with you about Kyler Murray because I think Kyler Murray is, and again, I don't know whether you were watching earlier. Kyler Murray is one of those guys that I feel like he can have a stretch of 2 games where he looks like the most out there, like a Michael Vick duplicate. And then the next 4 games look like he's playing Northern Illinois and throwing the most ridiculous passes in the world. So I agree with you when it comes to that. Let me bounce this off. You made some very good points. So I want to make sure that you understand because I'm respecting what you're saying about that. What you said, those 5 quarterbacks you said are the top. Do you think there are any of those quarterbacks that I don't want to say can't be beat because anybody can beat on any day? Do you think any of those quarterbacks are so great that they can't be beat in the playoffs as a quarterback? Jalen Hurts.
No, and that goes back to what you and Wolf was saying earlier about the AFC. The AFC, I give them that. They got the quarterbacks. They got the pocket passers. I feel like when it comes to the NFC, we got more dual threat quarterbacks. So it's not more of, are you scared of the quarterback or are you scared of the quarterback and the extra stuff he's going to do as a quarterback? Because like Jaden Daniels, if you take away the running, is he the same quarterback? Kyler Murray, you take away the running, is he the same quarterback? Like,
well, the preparation, right, GA? Look
right.
at the preparation that's happening, right?
Right.
So let's just take, for example, the Bills, right? Bills got Josh, right? The AFCE says we can't beat him on. He get into the outside faster. So what did the Jets do? They drafted a linebacker that can Mosley, that can meet him. Greenlaw, people like that. That's gonna meet Josh.
Right.
Karlatis from the Chiefs is preparation. What did the Falcons just do? They grabbed 2 of the most dude, right? So why did they do that? Because of what Jaden Daniels can do, because of what the rolling court Jalen Hurts. So you start prepping. You start saying, okay, you're gonna counter with this. I'm gonna counter with this, right? So again, GA, there. If Raheem gets another, if Terry gets another shot, the draft board for them for next year, it's already set in stone, kind of. It's already set. They already probably laid out their plan for the next season already because they have to counteract what happens throughout the season. What they want to do is, like me and Uncle Steve was saying, 9 games is probably their goal. Their goal is probably 9 games, but 9 games with the division. That's probably what the goal is. So if you get 10 games, 11 games, it's a bonus. That gives you enough breathing room where you're not worried about this, GA. You're going to worry about what do you think we're going to worry about next year's draft, GA? Just quick. What do you think?
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle, that's a good one. But we need a big boy in the middle. We need one of the big run block stoppers in the middle too. So again, that's good. Offensive tackle is good too. GA, I'm not saying that, but they're already thinking that. Their plan is already laid out. Uncle Steve planned for the year. As far as the games, Uncle Steve could say, okay, I got 17 games. I'm gonna go to these 4 over here. I'm a 3. I got baby girl with me. I got my tickets. His plan is already laid out for the year. The popcorn, the avocados, the guacamole dip. He's laid everything out, just like all of us. So my 17 game plan is already laid out, GA. It's already laid out. God willing, I'm here to see the games, right? That's what I'm saying, GA. They already planning for stuff. So what did they do? The pass rushing. Okay, what had our problem were last year, GA? We couldn't get off third downs. Couldn't get off the field. We got to be able to at least beat that 50% of the time, GA. So I know that you're a little bit better with the numbers. We don't got to go into it, but I know 50% of the time we wasn't getting off the field. And what we have to do on third downs, I think we had one of the worst percentages on third downs, Uncle Steve. I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you were.
But that was what they wanted to do, GA. They got to get off the field. They got to give that boy a chance. More if you give Michael Penix more opportunity with the ball, I think it'll be better for him. Don't you agree, or do you disagree?
I agree, and I feel like that's why in this draft we went after young, proven, experience. We didn't go after no diamond in the rough type players. We went after players.
Were you
top of the
surprised,
SEC.
surprised that they came back up the draft?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I wasn't. I don't know. You were.
I knew they was going to be aggressive. I didn't know they was going to be that type of aggressive, but I love the move. Like JPJ was in my top 3. Like that was my whole pick of the draft. If we didn't get a Georgia Bulldog, I definitely knew we was going to try to go after JPJ because I wasn't a fan of Mike Green.
I'm gonna sneak in 2 guys that we have in here. William Avey came in. Appreciate you coming in, Will. Coming in, and then of course the greatest background singer in the history of Atlanta Falcons podcast creators, Big Low Country Sport, as John doing the well. Somebody has echo that I don't know whether that's low or whether that's William. That might be. All right, what's going on? What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Man, what's going on? You doing all right, brother?
Man, I'm doing fine, brother. How you doing? I got the guys on here, man. Taking care
What's
of
up,
business
Country?
on here.
Good.
And William, I'm gonna try to see if I can keep you on if that echo doesn't come in, man. Tell me what you were thinking about our conversation. We're talking about really a great question that Georgia Texas boy brought up about whether the new school quarterback, that 3 years and under quarterback, has any opportunity to kind of penetrate the old guard, the Mahomes, the Lamars, the Josh Allen. Do they have an opportunity to do that? Where are you in this conversation?
Man, the sky's the limit for Michael Penix, man. Like Big Low said earlier, I ain't never seen a dude who had so much velocity on the air ball. It's just the only thing he had to work on this offseason was working, getting throwing the ball in the middle. Because I know he struggled. He overthrows some receivers against the Commanders games, man. This is a 11-win team right now on paper. I ain't trying to jump the gun early, but we need to just execute and improve every week. But I feel like Michael Penix Jr. is a star. He a diamond in the rough. He's a leader, bro. You could tell how he comes to the team huddle up. They ready to win with Michael Penix, and I'm excited for him because the jersey sold out. So that tells you the team believing in him.
Hey man, I got let's not act like they didn't get Desmond Ritter jerseys when he got here too. So let's
they or y'all, because I know if I go back 2 years, I know I see a Desmond Ritter jersey sitting up in there.
Listen, I buy every jersey of every starting quarterback we've had since probably, I think the only one I missed, I got Jeff George, I got Chris Chandler. I want to say the only year I didn't was the Harrington Leftwich that I didn't get the jersey of our starting. So other than that, I need I have a little faith
But that speak volumes though, cause like I try to go online and get the white ones. They sold out everywhere. On my size, it's like it's out of stock. I was saying, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
I jumped on it. I jumped on it early, man. I got Penix last year as soon as they drafted him. So I try to get them even if they don't end up working out. I got a Mariota jersey. I don't think I even pulled out like
Oh, you need to throw that in the trash. That go in
man,
the
I
trash.
know, but I bought it because I was figuring he was gonna be our quarterback. So I gave him love on there. Low, look, man, you've been hopefully you've been hearing a little bit of what we've been talking about. I think it started somewhere along the way of just I think a conversation you and I have had about the NFC being more vulnerable than the AFC side as far as quarterback gets in. So Georgia Tech boy threw up a great question to say, what are the chances of quarterback in the ilk of Michael Penix, a 2 to 3 year Thundercats, as you would say?
Okay.
What are their chances of breaking in and upsetting the upper echelon of the guys who've already been?
Are we talking about just in the NFC, or are we talking
No,
about
overall?
overall? I mean, I think it's a good chance. I mean, if you look back through the history of the NFL and just take the whole Tom Brady time period out of it, but if you go back and just look through the history of the NFL, there are many guys who come in like their first 3 or 4 years, like they start to shake things up, right? William Amy, he made a bunch of good points. I think one thing everybody's forgetting about Michael Penix is that yes, he has this crazy arm talent. Like yes, he led Washington to this Cinderella run. Mind you, Caleb DeBoer won wherever he was at, but bro, I had the pleasure of meeting the young man a couple of times, and whenever I tell you he's a legit like cool as a cucumber quarterback, I'm not lying. He's the guy that he walks up to the other group of guys and says, "What's up, fellas?" And everybody says, "Yes, what's up? What's up, Mike?" He's one of those guys. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, whenever you consider all the weapons he has at his disposal, it seems like the team is trying to put forth a legitimate effort, because that's one thing everyone forgets. It's a team effort. Let's remember, it's not just about the quarterback. It's also about your defense. It's about your run game, your offensive line. It's about, are the coaches capable? It seems like everybody around them is trying to do what they could do to, put them in the best situation to successfully succeed. So I think, if anybody could do it, I think it would be him.
I think he has a great.
I agree with it. I mean, I do. It's just, for me, it's just the trust, right, Uncle Steve? And we go back. Listen, you don't have to respect the wolf. You don't gotta respect me, but you ain't gonna disrespect me. See, that's where the trust. You don't gotta respect me, bro. Right? But you ain't gonna cross that line. That's what I'm looking for. Because I know what number 2 put on that jersey. I don't care where I went. I could have went to Australia. I could have went to Peru, Puerto Rico, Morocco. I could have went anywhere, and I knew I had a chance with number 2, because number 2 had that respect. Everybody had that respect for number 2.
Yes.
I'm just not going to crown number 9 right now.
And I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
But you got to remember what Uncle Steve's question was. Well,
yeah.
Is it a situation? Because we're not saying that, are we crowning Michael Penix? We're not saying that. Like, there's no need to bring out no swords and tell him to take a knee. We ain't doing all that.
Right.
The question is, do we think he'll have a chance to overtake?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lo. I had to answer that question. I'm sorry.
No.
Back over what you said.
No, you good. You good.
But and this my whole thing. I think that, to be honest with you, he could be the boogeyman of the NFC, Michael Penix.
I can see
Joe
that.
Burrow, right? Patrick don't want to see Joe. There was interviews that, this is documented. Patrick said that guy gives me nightmares.
Go.
There's interviews of this, Uncle Steve, Low, Gab. You can look it up. they asked Patrick Mahomes, "Hey, who's the quarterback?" And it was Josh, but then it was an interview before where people brought it up, and it kind of exposed him. Kind of was like, "Yo, Joe Burrow," because they had been in the playoffs, I think, 2 years in a row against Cincinnati, and Joe went up to Buffalo. Remember, it was the big Buffalo Kansas City matchup till Joe goes up to Buffalo and says, "Oh, y'all bought tickets? Yeah, no, we're over there, right?" And then Joe beats them. So for me, I think Michael Penix could be the boogeyman of the NFC because of what Country said, the weapons, the coaching, the situation that you put this kid in. And then it's, again, Country, I don't know if you caught it. It goes from, oh, we're playing the Falcons to, oh, we're playing the Falcons?
And that's what you want. That's
Exactly.
what you want.
That's perfect. I'm gonna read a couple of comments real quick, right quick, Wolf, before you roll up in here. Let me get a couple of guys. I got cousin James up here. What's going on, brother T. Terry? Always checking us out on here. Our brother Rusty Moore is in the house, and he is answering the original question, which I'm gonna go back and ask Lowe and Georgia Texas boy when we get back in here. Rusty says, "What's up, fellas? Just joined, so I don't know the topic, but I seen the title. He said he's a huge UFC fan, kind of like Wolf. And he said one thing I like about it is there's no off season. Talk about UFC. That's what carries me from January
There's no
to
off
September.
season.
So the question before wait a minute, let me get T. Terry in here. He said Penix got his own street named yesterday in his hometown. I saw that in Dade County. That's pretty awesome. You got your own street. So I'm gonna go to the guys who just came in, Lowe and Georgia Texas boys. So the question originally, 2 questions. The first one was, what sport are you watching before NFL training camp? Me and Lowe's talked about this a lot, where this is that dead, absolute dead period right now, and kind of have to expand your horizons. The Georgia Texas boy, what are you watching / maybe doing during this kind of 4 to 5 week lull where we don't have a lot of football to talk about?
Right now, I'm just fishing anytime I can fish, and I'm watching NASCAR whenever it come on. Boxing from time to time, but like real boxing. I can't watch the Jake Paul boxing.
Man,
That's
I'm glad.
I'm talking about real, and like I'm trying to get into the MMA, but it's like I used to watch the old MMA with the Nick Diaz, the BJ Penns, the George St. Pierre. So it's like I really ain't been into UFC like that. But other than that, man, I like to go fishing, man. Like, see, out here, I live in Arizona now, so like I got to go fishing early in the morning or late at night.
Yes.
And we think we hot here. What are those temperatures topping off out there?
Right now, it was 111.
Good grief.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? We be complaining about 95 and 97.
Oh no, because like you'll have some nights, man. It'll be so hot, it'll still be 100 degrees at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh no.
Hey, Uncle Steve, can I say something about that? Can I say something before Lowe goes? The UFC has more international fans now because all the champions are international. And John Jones was the last USA champion, and he actually retired. But if you go through the list of champions in the UFC, there's no American champions in the UFC at this moment. There's none. So you have a Mexican champion, you have Brazilian champions, you have Khabib in them that are smashing out. So America needs to start getting busy and start learning how to fight because we getting smashed in the UFC, to be honest with you. If it wasn't for John Jones doing what he did and everybody's on John Jones right now, we wouldn't even have a U.S. champion as long as John's been champion, to be honest.
Shout out to John Jones. Happy
Yes.
Wolf, I am going to, because I see a couple of folks that have been waiting on here. I'm going to slide you out and slide the other guys in.
Yeah, let me get out of here.
Tell everybody where you're at real quick.
Listen, man, everybody, man, please come subscribe. Wolf Respectfully, we're almost at 100 subscribers. Find me on TikTok, at Wolf Solidified, on Twitter, still Wolf Solidified. But Wolf Respectfully, we're almost back to 100 subscribers. I appreciate everybody. I put out a video yesterday just in good fun. Let me know what you guys think about the video too, because I think
I'm gonna
that
check
we
it out.
should. Huh?
He said,
He
I
trying to
said,
get
yeah, I'm
us
gonna
to
check
fight.
that out.
He trying to
Yeah,
get us
yeah,
to fight.
please,
Low.
please,
Low.
please.
He trying to get us. Did you notice how violent he was with you when you came on?
Oh,
When he was talking about, did you notice that?
Well, what happened?
Yeah, you didn't notice that.
No,
You go
what
rewind
happened?
this video,
Uh-huh.
and Wolf will try to start fighting you. So
Oh
we
no!
gonna-
No,
Oh, Wolf, what
don't
the
say
world?
that. Please don't say that. No,
Wolf,
I don't want
hey,
this.
you try to
Uncle
I,
Steve.
I got some opponents for Wolf, but
Dang,
I might get in
no,
trouble.
No,
I might get in
Wolf
trouble
try to
for
beat me up.
who I tried to say.
Goodness gracious, Wolf.
Please,
Oh, come on,
No,
I thought we
no,
were homies. You ain't trying to beat the old man
no,
up, is you?
no, don't. Uncle
Man,
Steve, please
boy,
don't
I
get
tell
me
you,
banned. I don't want to get
dang,
banned.
go.
Please, I don't want to get banned again,
but
please.
much
Dang,
love to
go.
you, Wolf, man. We gonna take it down the line, my friend. You the man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much for having me on. Country, it's good to see you.
Good to see you,
G.A.
bro.
Gabbo, Uncle Steve. Blessings to everybody in the chat, and blessings everybody enjoy their summer. And hopefully, man, we can win this division. Hopefully, we can win this division, and we can win the South for a lot of years to come with this kid, MP9. So I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
man.
Man,
Take
we
it
gonna
easy.
see you later on, brother. I know you
All
gonna
right.
keep it a
Stay
space.
safe.
Stay safe, man. I appreciate you coming in real quick before we go any further. Let me wish a happy birthday to my man Ray Bud 3000. He said, "What's up, Steve? Just joined and was hoping the crew would wish me a happy birthday. Here's the 45 times around the sun. Congratulations, brother. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Man, boy.
It-
Shouts out to you,
we
Ray.
appreciate you, and the chat is all in it. They're gonna wish you a happy birthday as well. Speaking of special people and folks that we respect down the line, and oh my bad, I'm sorry, it's just T Will. I'm sorry, we just gonna bring T Will. Oh my bad, I apologize. I thought it was somebody. I thought it was somebody else.
Dang, T. Will.
Oh wow!
Dang,
Oh wow!
go.
He set me up on that one. He set me up on that one. Gentlemen, how's everybody doing?
Man, we doing
What's
good,
going on,
T.
my
Will.
What's going
friend?
on, T. Will?
Hey
Going
man,
on,
Georgia,
good.
Texas boy, Uncle Steve, thank you for having me. Big love, you know how I feel about you, man.
Hey,
Good
man.
to see everybody this Sunday, man. How y'all doing? We talking Falcons. What we talking about, Unc? What we
Bro,
talking?
we talking Falcons, T Will, but I'm putting something else to y'all too, because I know this is kind of the crowd for it as well. Because y'all know the Sunday Chill, I kind of expand a little bit too. I wanted to ask, and George Texas, boy, I need you in on this too. I see you in there, Chris. What's going on? A1 for Elvis Sports. How you doing,
Yeah.
brother? Good to see
A1.
you, man. Jump on in if you want. I had a discussion with my son the other day, and we were talking about musical artists who kind of jump on the scene super hot and then disappear. My example that I threw out there, a little bit older school, but Paula Abdul. Y'all remember Paula came out, "Hey, that and all that, and Forever Your Girl and all that. She had like a great two-year run, and then next thing you didn't hear nothing from her
Yeah.
for the next couple of decades. And yeah, nobody's saying not on tour or nothing, but not relevant anymore.
So you're saying like a little run or like a one-hit wonder?
Like, no, not a one-hit wonder, and I'm glad you
Okay.
said that. Not a one-hit wonder, but a run. I'm gonna give you another example. Y'all remember Terrence Trent D'Arby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of a wishing well, and it's sign your name across my. So had a little bit of a run,
Yeah.
but then kind of disappeared. The equivalent to that for the younger folk, I brought out Roddy Ricch. Y'all remember when the box came out and everybody and their mama was jumping on it? And I'm not saying he's not relevant anymore, but he sure ain't hitting like he was.
Man, it's
hitting
hard to
Yeah.
follow
when
that
on
up
that.
on. It's
What's
hard to
that?
follow that up.
Well,
Man.
I'm younger than you guys, so I can say like from my area, it'd be like Bryson Tiller. Like you
Ooh,
heard
yeah.
Bryson Tiller in the beginning, but now you really don't hear much from him now.
My wife can't
Funny.
stand him. My wife can't
It-
stand Bryson Tiller.
It's funny because Bryson had a nice couple of songs there for a quick second, and then to your point, he kind of just. I see him on a couple of features every now and then. Matter of fact, I think he was on the Tyler Creator last album as a feature. But to your point, he hadn't done anything since,
Man,
and it's just crazy to me.
hold on. I'm sorry. Can I say something before we proceed?
Of course.
Shouts out to for mentioning Paula Abdul, Bryson Tiller, Tyler the Creator, and everybody else. Yeah, now this man love him some music, y'all. This man just dropped Tyler the Creator, Paula.
Hey, man.
Well,
Hey man, I don't play when it comes to my music, bro. I try to stay. And again, remember, I got teenagers, and I got
it's
teenagers.
true. It's true.
So I have to stay relevant and know what some of these jokers be talking about on this air. Lo, while you salivating over getting ready to tell me your list, he will. I know in that gigantic Jeopardy mind of yours that you have somebody on the list as well.
Oh wow. I don't. So, let me ask you a question about the criteria.
Sure.
Is it that they no longer make music, or that they no longer make good music?
They no longer have hits. They
Okay.
no longer are relevant as far as the chart. I'm going to give you a real good example. Katy Perry
Yeah,
still makes songs.
right.
True.
Nobody
They
cares.
just don't play them anymore.
Right. No, nobody
But
cares.
for
Okay.
a quick minute, when she had was the song with California Girls,
Yeah. Roar.
she had like 4 or
Friday
5
night.
straight.
Last
Yeah.
Friday night. Yeah.
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 She had a good. Didn't she kiss a girl or something?
Yeah.
She liked it.
kiss
Yeah,
a
she
girl,
liked
something.
it.
You kissed a
Something
girl
like-
and she liked it, or
Yeah, she
something.
liked
like
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Eye of the Tiger. Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. So she had a hit. Oh, I forgot about that song. Yeah, I forgot about it. So she had a nice string, but then kind of just fell off.
So you talk about somebody who was like at the tippy top of the game.
For
Because
a
Katy
quick
Perry
second.
was like at the tippy
For
top.
like a quick second, yeah,
Ooh,
and then they just fell off.
Katy
So
Perry, yeah, Katy, yeah.
for me, I might say Chloe X or Halle or whatever her name is.
Oh,
Maybe
Chloe and Halle.
maybe
Yeah.
Trey Songz.
Some would argue that Hot might not have been. Yeah, they came out with stuff, but were they really?
I mean, yeah. Hey, I'm look. You covered. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe Trey Songz. Maybe Music Soul Child. Like Music was it when he came out, and
Was it? Music
do
was like the
we
face of
even-
Neo
do we-
Soul.
do we even know the last album he had?
Now let me tell you this:
Uh-oh.
that Music Soul Child was somebody I thought about, but if you really think about his, okay, if he's relevant for more than 5 years, I think we got to disqualify because I
Okay.
think he was truly relevant. The first 2 albums were fire.
Yes.
Then he came out a couple of years after that with the one Teach Me How to Love. That one was like 5 or 6 years after the first 2. So I'm tempted. Yeah, after that album maybe, but I can't put him in that category. 'Cause
Okay.
he's
That's
actually
fair.
kinda- Kelvin puts Bobby Brown. Now the only problem with Bobby Brown is Bobby. You can't ignore the New Edition.
You
stuff.
can't know. That's what I'm just saying. Like you can't. Come on now. That's
Yeah, it's hard.
That's-
And even as a solo person, he was. Now, don't be cruel. He stretched out about 2 years.
that's what I'm saying. Like
That was
that
an
lasted.
excellent
Like that. I mean, that's one of the greatest R&B albums in history. If you sit down and listen to it.
I got a question for you, Unc. Are we, because not all, and I'm going to be very careful, but some of the folks you mentioned are studio artists.
Okay.
Talk about Uncle Steve is.
So-
Uncle
Hey,
Steve,
hey.
he a studio.
I'm not talking about Uncle Steve. Yo, you
Okay,
know
I
who
mean,
I'm talking about.
hey.
You know who I'm talking about, Lo.
It
Don't-
did seem
I-
like
I
it
just-
did
don't
seem
do
like you
that.
were trying to point me. It did seem like you were trying to throw some shade on me.
No,
Hey, I mean, hit dogs holler. That's
Okay.
all
I'm
you
just
do.
trying to say.
No,
Hit dogs
Why,
holler. I'm
why
just
you
saying.
coming on here?
I
Look,
would
just because
never
you got
throw
gray on your beard don't mean we got to be friends.
Uncle
Don't
Steve,
you
I
coming
would
in here.
never do. Oh my God. Why you stirring it up, Lo?
My bad.
See, George,
I'm talking
George said-
about
But see, now you see what they do when they come in here on the platform, bro, and they disrespect.
I just, man, I'm just,
You see how they-
I just
see how
Shots
they
knew
treat
where
you,
you were
bro.
going to.
Shots
My bad.
fired.
I just thought I knew where you were going. My bad.
T
I thought it
went
was
through the
what it was
alley of
just,
Big
man.
Low Duncan.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
noticed
God,
that, right?
no,
You noticed that,
Big
right?
Low ran me over with a bus.
He
My
threw it up
Backed
against
it
the
up.
backboard, low
bad. I
slamming
Oh
it.
my
I
God.
didn't mean it like that.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
so
T-Will. My bad.
That right there was a T
I'm
Mac
talking
Vince
about
Carter dunk contest alley.
Right. He will waited all year to come. He waited all this time. We've been on for a few hours. He
Oh.
come in. He's like, "Hold on, he write down stuff. This is disrespect.
Oh my God. I
Won't be
did not. You gonna have these people hate me, man. I
okay."
did not. So hey, I'm talking about artists like Paula Abdul, Al B. Sure. Some
I'll be sure might be a really good. That
might be a real
could
good
be
one.
a good one. Because
a real
if
good
you
one.
think about it, of course, nothing's gonna be in effect mode. That was
right.
that's a classic album. He followed up with the album with Misunderstanding on it. That was the next album. I don't know what the name of the album was. That's actually a really good one. Album. Sure.
So what
You
happened?
gotta put an asterisk by I'll be sure because of Diddy.
The word on the street is, because when Al went on tour, that stopped. Like, that's what I mean when I say studio artist.
Exactly,
right?
because it didn't hit the same.
Right. And no disrespect to Paula, studio artist. Now, I know Bobby did start with New Edition, and I'm not going to call Bobby a studio artist, but I would not call him a vocalist. Let's put it that way. I would not call Bobby a vocalist, right? So in regards to that, a lot of times the first album will be great, and then folk go on tour and people really hear it and they're like, and you can tell by the time the second album comes out because it doesn't do as well.
That's actually a very I hear what you're saying about studio, that's actually
one last point. One last point. I've seen you and Low perform live. I would never call you a studio artist. I would never call either one of you a studio artist. You guys are number one. You guys are my favorite people when it comes to singing and podcasting.
Literally in my mind, I've already written a hate song about
Oh wow!
I'm about to get ready to put on. I'm already in my mind. I'm already. I'm almost to the bridge.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! He's already written the diss track. Come on, Low. You're killing me now.
I thought.
Oh my God!
Then I'm gonna really hurt you because I'm gonna put Jack Spade on the bridge and make it.
Oh no! He's gonna be like, "Chat is live. Chat is lit. Let's go." Oh my God! It's going down in a major way.
Before I get the Lowe's cast on that, let me see what the chat got. A couple of our brother Armani came in here and said Trey Songz could be in that category. Had a couple of albums, kind of, left like that. Wolf, we appreciate you, man. Wolf says like the video. Hey, brother, we appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being in here for us. Chris Tip comes in and says Paul Thomas. That actually might be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Paul Thomas, remember he hit hard with the album. It was emotional, right?
Yeah. So
Yep. Summer Rain.
Yes.
And really after that, didn't have anything on Darnell Jones. We've had many discussions about Darnell.
I like Darnell. I like Darnell Jones.
Tip, me and Tip, we'll have to talk because Darnell Jones is one of the greatest R&B artists in history. So Tip, we're gonna have to.
I like Darnell Jones.
Darnell Jones perfectly fit this question
when it came to. So Tip,
this is actually
you muted. You muted. We can't hear you. I can't hear. My bad.
Okay.
My bad. I can't hear nothing.
I bet Low don't get a diss track though. I bet he don't get a diss track.
I'll be right back.
I bet that.
Hey, that was a good.
Listen, Darnell Jones had one of the greatest soul albums of all time. He followed that up with the album with what's the song we always say?
I'm so sincere with it. Wait a minute, Dr. Jones.
So that's
There
2
we go.
albums. Since then, he's been pretty bad. I mean, not pretty bad. He hasn't been heard of, right?
Yeah, he did kind of fall off, but dude,
I mean, if that's the criteria, then you might as well add Case, Jaheim, Life Jennings.
Who y'all talking about?
Now, here's what I want to do though. I want to be fair. Kate, which I love, Touch Me Tease. That's still one. That's got one of the best
That's a freaky
intros
song.
in ever. That Touch Me Tease.
That's a freaky song. You still here?
Oh,
Okay.
Before these gray hairs now, these were on top. I used to have the hot top. Come on.
I like the beat. That beat was hard though. That beat was hard. Yeah, that beat was hard. Yeah.
But is Case, did he hit those heights? So I want to say, and I know I'm throwing different criteria now, but Case was B tier at best. Can we agree with that?
Yeah, we could agree. Even though Happily Ever After was such a beautiful song.
Yeah, it was. But
was,
he's
B
B tier.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to just the answer, but I'm talking about somebody who really Carl Thomas. That was actually because he was on Bad Boy too, right?
Yeah. He was on Bad Boy.
Might be some of it too. Got ran out of.
Hey, I mean,
so
did he?
So he
Carlo says D'Angelo. Happy birthday, by the way, Carlo.
I listened to. I always listen to document about. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm getting ready to.
I'm sorry. I was just say I listen to documentaries about like singers and groups while I'm washing dishes all the time, and I listened to one about D'Angelo today, and it was like it was telling the story. Did y'all know like D'Angelo? So apparently D'Angelo was like me. He was a chubby guy before he did the whole Untitled thing. I didn't realize that. But then he came out with the album, and he said all he did was smoke weed and lift weights and write the album, and he lost all this weight, right? so his manager was like, "Hey man, with this newfound physique that you got, we want to capitalize on it." So that's why he did the whole, how does it feel, naked thing, right? So did y'all know that he had like so many body issues after that? Like he would like hold concerts off for like 45 minutes because he felt like he didn't look the way he did in the video. He'll do crunches and push-ups until he got a pump and all kinds of like.
Is that called dysmorphia? Is that called,
yes?
Is that condition called dysmorphia?
Yeah. So yeah, but I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm glad. No, you put all of that in there, but I would to Carlo's point. I can't add D'Angelo because Brown Sugar was a classic.
It was.
Yeah.
Voodoo was a classic.
Voodoo was crazy.
And then he took a whole sabbatical and came back 10 years later. And that Black Messiah, when he came in and won the Grammys for best soul album, that I can't put him in there. I gotta D'Angelo gets a pass.
He was around for a while.
But what I was gonna say about D'Angelo too. Go back and watch. D'Angelo co-wrote what was the song from Jason's lyric? You will know. And
all Black Men United or something like that.
D'Angelo,
he co-wrote that. Yeah,
I did not know
and
that.
if you go look at the video, go back and look at the video, you'll see a brief snippet of him in that video. Yeah, he co-wrote that. See, just when y'all always think low be knowing more on music. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
What?
No. Y'all be coming in here.
Low at least get a disc.
He will.
You know what I mean?
He will. Bring your little facts to Low and see if he can come up with stuff like that. Do you want to?
Well, since we dropping this,
he can look. Cause I was saying, I get this all the time. See, y'all be thinking, y'all be coming in here with that little second grade stuff.
We dropping facts. I do
want to let y'all know. Professor in this stuff, it's kind of.
Look, hold on. I do want to let y'all know that Raphael Sadiq did write Brown Sugar and Black Messiah. I do want to let y'all know that now. You know,
I did know. Okay,
since we dropping
I
facts.
did know that.
I learned that today,
did
though.
know
I
that.
learned that today.
Oh, what?
Somebody was just talking to me a couple of seconds ago, and they said they didn't like this disrespect that I was getting to. So he's coming in here to help me. Tip said, if y'all see Uncle with this disrespect one more time, I'm gonna come on this stream and defend my Uncle.
And here I am.
Wow.
He said, y'all got one more time.
Y'all got one more game. Y'all got one
I'm
more
talking
game.
about, boy. I don't know. Well, how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling?
What's up, Tip?
What's going
What's
on,
up,
brother?
Well, how y'all feeling, man? What's good? What's good? It's Sunday. How y'all feeling?
Uncle Steve in here moving the goalpost. He asked
No,
us to
man.
he moving the goalpost. You know.
I'm trying to get everybody a chance. I'm getting ready to ask you. T. Terry said Maxwell is one.
That's a good question.
He'd have been around for a long
I'm
time, though.
not sure because I'm gonna longevity means I if you got a little stretch of longevity, because what would y'all something was really the was that the what was the song that came before something?
Oh man. The first one was
the first one was, it was a little upbeat.
Yeah, it was
what was that first?
Because people forget like the whole hippie Maxwell. There you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. If you don't know, then I can. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name. Yeah, don't ever want it, baby.
Ascension. That was the name of that song.
Ascension. That's what it was.
So if you start from Ascension and stretch that out to Pretty Wings, which Pretty Wings was 10 years past that, right?
Yeah.
So I can't put him in that category. So I'm talking about people that left off the face of the earth.
How about Eric Benet?
Man, Eric Benet's still here though, bro. Like Eric Benet's still dropping, bro.
Kind of relevant.
Like if he dropped tomorrow, people gonna listen. People gonna listen.
I'm not saying
so how do y'all feel about Lenny Kravitz?
Man, Lenny Kravitz. The thing about him is like he's like the definition of a rock star. Like,
yeah.
Wasn't he on that album with one of the Migos, on a song with one of the Migos the other year or whatever, Fly?
Yeah, that's
which basically his old hit Fly Away, but they redid it as
that was terrible.
I think I can't put Lenny Kravitz on there. That's a good thought, but yeah, Lenny's had about 20 years.
Yeah, he's been around. He's been doing it for a minute. So I got a couple that I want to run by you on.
Okay, go ahead.
Now during this time period, I was like super young.
Hold on, one quick second. Doing it with CJ says Cap. He said Lenny is weak too. Now here's the problem with that, CJ. I'm not telling you Lenny Kravitz is in my top 10, but Lenny Kravitz got a big following. Lenny Kravitz is still well, he weak to us, but Lenny Kravitz will sell out State Farm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
And if you're in sell out State Farm status, no matter what we think about him,
you're doing
still
something.
Relevant. And I apologize, though.
Uncle Stevie's like Seal. Like you can think what you want to about Seal.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
He's got a following. He's got a following.
He does.
He'll just come and sing that one song and leave, and they'll pay for it.
And the ladies love him. I can't figure it out, but they love him.
All right, so I'm about to throw a female name out here.
Okay.
Keisha Cole.
I was just finna say that one. Because she was like at the top of the game for like 2 years, and then she just disappeared. I was just finna say that now. We on the same page with that one too.
I'm just saying.
Do you think the reality shows hurt her? Or kind of
I think they do hurt them. I think they do be hurting people. Like I feel like it hurt Musiq Soulchild.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, Keisha Cole. And Keisha Cole, I'm telling you, she tried to be new school Mary J. Blige with the always scorn, always. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Like
I
somebody
know.
did me
Yeah.
wrong.
And I want to be honest. That's why I don't really rock with Mary J. Blige. Y'all can be mad at me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, but every time I listen to her, she be depressing. I be want to take a Xanax by the time I get finished listening to her. I'm just saying.
You not gonna cry, Lo?
Every
You not
time.
gonna cry?
Monday, friend came. Like,
Come on, Lo.
Now,
Oh man,
Lo,
not Mary, bro.
now, Lo, we can speak on this, and we can too. If we walking in the house and the wife playing "Not Gonna Cry," it's something wrong.
It's a
something
problem.
wrong.
It's
Something wrong. Something
Something
wrong.
I'm
Oh,
going
yeah.
out to make sure to see what I didn't do.
Yeah.
Did I not take out the trash? Did I not do an
Yeah.
errand?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's-
That's the one where she was like, I was working at the company for 11
Oh yeah.
years or something
man.
like that.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, that was on Waiting to Exhale soundtrack, right?
And
That's one.
exactly.
It's a problem. It's a problem. You're
It's
right.
a problem.
That
There's some
whole
issues.
album. So let me before Lo and Lo, you so patient with me, brother.
Oh, nah, I have a great time.
Let me clarify something for CJ. And CJ, I know you DJ, so I do aware of that. Here's what I'm not telling you what people are playing in the club. Because wherever you playing, they don't play Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz is not a get requested on the floor type dude. But Lenny Kravitz, go to a place that's more rock oriented or something like that, bro. Lenny Kravitz is a
more
Dude,
diverse crowd. Yeah.
I was in Seattle when he first came out with "Let Love Rule" and "It Ain't Over Till It's Over."
I bet it
And
was
then
crazy
later
in
on
Seattle.
did "Fly Away."
Mhm.
Went on and did "American Woman." For those who you do that again, is not about what your choice of genre is. We talking about relevance.
Right.
And Lenny
That
Kravitz,
American Woman was a hit. That's a hit too.
yeah,
Right.
bro.
Fly Away was played on the '98 Falcons.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, man.
It was played during that game. That's Fox.
Just because it's not boots on the ground or they let you slide and not get requested like that, that doesn't mean he's not relevant. So don't get me wrong. I think if you're just talking about being played in the club, that's different. That's totally so. He said, "No, sir, DJ Plus." But again, Lenny. Okay, so I'll say this: do you get requests for Michael Bublé? And the question is no, and the answer is no. Michael Bublé has sold like 20 to 30 million songs, 30 million albums. Do you get requests for Barbara Streisand? No. But so my point is, they're not. You gotta, that these guys had hits, and yes, these guys were hits. Maybe not when you. I'm trying to see how old you are. I gotta see how old you are. But yeah, we'll go to that. I gotta get back to Lo is like about to just disown me because he had like a couple of them. Go ahead, Lo.
Oh no, you good. Like I said, man, I'm enjoying the conversation. I got one that I don't know if it would necessarily count or not, because during this time period, it was like I was just starting to. I just had realization. You know how people say you spawn one day. You know, whenever you actually get a memory. But MC Hammer. How long was MC Hammer around?
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. That's a really good one. He had like 2 years, and
like it was like a 2-year run, right?
Well,
yeah,
it wasn't 2 years, but it was 2 major albums. I'm not gonna put the first out because the one that the underground one that kind of got him started was the one with was the very first one that he did with Oaktown 357. When he doing that.
Is it Let's Get It Start Way?
Let's get it.
Was that
yeah.
it? Was that it?
The news. Here's the news. That album. I'm not gonna put that in the category because that's the one that got him
Right.
started underground. Albums that I am gonna put is Please Don't Hurt 'Em Hammer, which is a huge album. That was the one with Can't Touch This, Pray, all the other stuff. And then the second one where he was Too Legit to Quit.
Too Legit to Quit.
Yeah.
Now, after that,
You know, you have Pumps and the Bumps, and you know.
yeah, and Pumps and the Bumps was tough.
Yeah, I liked that song.
But it wasn't, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't to
Once I was
the
on the
level
list.
of the first two.
Yeah.
But for MC Hammer though, I gotta give Hammer his props because I say that run was probably at least 4 to 5.
Okay, so it was like 4 to 5. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. So I didn't
got
realize.
it. Yeah, and
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you what. But from the time he came out with Here Comes the News to all the way to Pumps in the Bump, yeah, he was legit. He was legit. So I'm gonna say no. by Hammer.
Okay, all right. So I got a second.
Yeah,
one.
but good thought.
Good
But,
song.
Yeah, Hammer was a bad boy.
All right,
How about we go old school? How about UTFO? I'm going way back before Chris was even thought about.
Because
I said, who UFO? Who is that?
Roxanne and Fairy Tale Lover was on the same album.
Yeah.
So I think that's legit.
Yeah.
All right.
Because they really didn't come out with anything after.
No.
What about this right here? All right. Michael Bolton.
Did he say Michael Bolton?
Michael Bolton. Y'all remember Michael Bolton was a huge deal now for like 2 years.
Michael Bolton.
When he
he has
redid
a following.
Georgia.
He has
He
a following.
redid Georgia on My Mind.
He has a following.
And then took what's my girl's name? She died. How am I supposed to live without
Laura Branigan.
Laura Branigan.
Yeah.
He took that song and took it all the way to number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
after
think
that,
you think he still sell out arenas, Uncle Steve?
Pretty much after that. What'd you say, my brother?
You think he still sell out arenas though? I mean, people love him.
Nah,
you know?
He'll sell out where Atlanta Dream play for about 3,000.
he'll sell out that little club by the BP downtown.
Oh yeah,
wow.
yeah.
He'll sell that out.
Oh wow.
And in fairness to him, I think he's a little sick the last.
Yeah, he's been sick
But
for a while.
even at I would say even in the mid 2000s, I don't think you know what Michael Bolton would sell out? He'd sell out one of those Vegas arenas for about 2,000-3,000 folks.
Yeah.
If he had a residency, he might. True story. My wife and I, 2006 or 7, drove down to Gulfport. He was playing at, I want to say the Isle of Capri when it was before pre-Katrina. His ticket in 2006 was $700.
Wow.
In 2006 and 2007. So
that's crazy.
But to answer your question, that actually might be that's definitely a candidate.
Okay.
That's
after 7.
One big album. The big album. I'm trying to think what the name of that album was. That was
In the Heat of the Moment.
Ready or Not.
Was it In the Heat of the Moment?
Yeah, what was that album? The album with all of those. Was it called Heat of the Moment?
I'm checking it now.
Okay, that album had 5 hits on it. It had Heat of the Moment.
Yes.
It had Can't Stop.
Ready or Not.
Ready or Not. It had there's another one that I'm forgetting off the tip. No pun intended.
Till you
after
do me right.
That was the next album.
That was the next album?
That was the next album.
Okay.
So those 2 albums there. And then that might have
I think it was called After 7.
It was
That,
just
that
called
had
After
the hit
Seven,
on
so
there,
it's
Ready or
self-titled.
Not. It
Okay.
had Ready or Not on it. Yeah,
Okay.
that was that one.
Okay.
I got one for you.
Talk to me, Chris. Shoot, throw it out there.
And I ain't gonna lie, my sister would be pissed off about me about this one. But what about Sade?
Oh man, boy.
Sir, on behalf of all Gen
You-
Xers,
You're gonna hurt a lot of folks' feelings with that one.
don't come for Sade. Don't do that. Don't do
I
that.
like Sade.
Don't come for Sade.
No. These are not liking them. These are realistic questions.
You know what? I can't even say because it's been so long. Like I can't even. How old is she? 66. I can't even say, man. I'm not gonna comment. I don't even know. I can't say.
I'm gonna now. She came out so hard with Smooth Operator.
Yeah.
And Sweetest Taboo was 85.
But she had a lot of albums though, right?
She had like 10.
The point of this is, were they hidden? Were they? Oh, listen, fans. We're not talking about those fans that's just gonna buy it just because
it's her, right?
Because it's her. I guess my point is that she would have never got those heights again after those first two albums. She never hit those heights after those first two albums.
All right, so how about this? Cherish the Day. Would you consider that?
I would. What year was that?
I liked it.
That was 1992.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Then you won the debate. So it started in 84, Chris.
Right.
And if that was 92, then I gotta give her credit.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not in that category.
Yeah.
How about
hey, I'm just trying to throw out some names.
No,
man.
that's good.
How about Maya?
Ooh.
I would
wait a minute. Maya had a run. Maya did have a run.
Did you really have a run?
Yeah,
bro, remember when she first came out with her own stuff? Remember she had the whole thing going on with Cisco and me.
Yeah, I remember that. It's all about me.
Remember she had the things with Jay-Z.
With the jersey dress. I remember the jersey dress. I remember
even when she debuted on Ghetto Superstar, folks was like, "Who is that light skin?"
That's true. That's true.
But what she do after that?
I forgot about it.
Huh?
What she do after that? I remember she had the
My Love Is Like Whoa.
Man, nobody cared about that, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm telling you, they did. I ain't gonna lie. Shoot, you talking about?
I know she had the case of the eggs. Yeah, after that,
that girls actually like that song too.
Yeah,
remember she had the whole video where she in the desert and all that stuff like that.
That was case of the eggs. Yeah,
that was case of the eggs.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like she
were
had
actually
that.
dating then.
He might have a point there. He might
put her in there.
Have a point.
I'll put her. I'll give her credit. I can't put her in that case. She had a little longevity.
That's what I said. She had a little run.
Karen White. What about Karen White?
Now, Karen White absolutely qualifies for this category. Karen White had 2 albums.
Okay.
First one with The Way That You Love Me and Superwoman and a couple of ones. And then the next one that had Romantic. And then that was it. The best thing she got out of that is she married Terry Lewis for a quick thing.
Wow.
Okay, so you gotta put Fantasia in that.
Georgia Texas boy just hit us with one.
I don't know about Fantasia.
Fantasia.
Oh, see, me and Georgia Texas boy, we on the same page. Fantasia, bro.
My name is.
I'm just saying. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real now. After that song, When I See You, what happened after that?
Man,
what was the song for all the baby mamas?
We
didn't care about that.
Hey,
you remember that?
She literally spelled baby mama.
She literally spelled baby mama, and then on that song, she sounded like she really was ready to rap.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Fantasia Barrino, and I'm going to be singing a medley of songs for you tonight. I mean, that's.
But that's what I'm saying, Georgia Texas boy. Free Yourself came before When I See You.
So to be fair, right? When was her first hit released?
Who?
Fantasia.
Whenever she won American Idol.
Yeah, that was like what? Yeah, she came out with like Free Yourself.
And remember, everybody was riding that.
4?
4 or 5.
Okay,
Somewhere
so
in that area.
Was Lose to Win a hit?
What is that?
She had whatever song they released from Idol was number 1. I remember that. Whatever the first song she ever had. Fantasia. I'm gonna put Fantasia in there. And this is not saying Fantasia. I wouldn't go to a concert. She could sing her butt off, but I can't put her in.
You know, somebody's
Jack Spade just put Faith
Who's
Evans in there. Did he put Mrs. Hip Hop in there? Did Jack Spade just put Biggie's baby mama in there? Shame on you, Jack Spade. But he might be right though.
I'm about to say,
Faith Evans, what do we think?
I want to make sure we circle back and y'all keep throwing this in the chat. What the topic is everybody's asking are musical artists who hit very hard when they first came out, but kind of dropped maybe about 2 or 3 years later, and we hadn't heard of them. So we're not saying that the artist can't still be doing concerts. We're saying the artist isn't as relevant.
Okay, so you just mentioned that you would go to Fantasia's concert. I would mention an artist that I would not go to their concert because I'm feeling like I'm being yelled at. No, I feel like I'm being yelled at. An artist besides Uncle Steve, Jennifer Hudson.
Oh wow!
That's interesting.
I wouldn't go to Jennifer.
Why not?
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Oh.
No, it doesn't have to be Winston. It doesn't have to be R&B.
I want you to get in trouble.
Carrie, how you doing? Carrie is joining us on
Twitter.
Carrie. She said, Falcons fans. She said 3 of the best people for the panel. She said Chris, Lowe, and Uncle Steve. Love all y'all. Appreciate it.
I love
Please X out that box to the. Please X out the box to the bottom right.
I'm gonna go to Eagles next week and then be like, we hate this guy.
Ever since you called him a studio artist.
I'm talking about from downtown.
Ever since you called him a studio artist, he will. He's like, he ain't gonna let
I did not call him a studio artist. You just keep remixing it. Why?
See, T. Will? See, I'm telling you, you stick your foot in your mouth sometimes. You gotta stop doing that, my brother.
Save my butt off, man. I did not say that. I did not say that. Jack's like, Terry, we will talk about this in the next meeting. I didn't say anything, Jack. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about Bobby Brown and Paula Abdul and Albie Shore. And of course, our brother Big Low decided to remix it a little bit and be like, oh, so you talk about Uncle Steve, which I wasn't. Okay, I was not. I'm innocent. I'm being framed. I'm being framed right now.
Lord don't come in here and be a troublemaker.
Man,
Winston, we did put Carl Thomas on that list. We did put him on.
Hey, Unc, how about Shantae Moore?
Oh,
hey, wait a minute. You going to leave? You got to back up off my cousin now. Back up.
Shantae, who y'all remember had a quick fling with well, not fling. They got married.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah.
Dwayne from A Different World.
Different World. Shantae's got a man at home.
Yeah.
Love's Taking Over.
Which
was off her first album, 1992.
I'm not sure if I can put Shantae in that category.
Okay.
Shantae's had a nice. She kind of dug in and had a nice.
Didn't she have the album with Kenny? What's his name? That might be. Yeah, she had an album with him. And they remade.
I do remember them.
Weren't they together one time?
You said what?
What, her and Kenny Lattimore together?
Yeah, they got married.
Yeah. I thought. Okay, yeah.
Album together, yeah.
Winston throws out a big one. He says Bone Crusher.
Does he get grandfathered in?
I'm kind of scared to talk about Bone Crusher.
Me too. Amen. Because he's never scared. So y'all see what I did there? Bam.
I
Okay.
noticed. That was pretty good.
All right. Just saying.
Just saying. Yeah, Bone Crusher might be in that category.
I mean,
you think about it. He had that first album with Never Scared, and I know he had that one song, "Gripping the Grain." But like after that,
that was it.
That's what I'm saying. After that, I ain't gonna lie.
He was on Nunu with Killer Mike, but that was he just did the chorus on that.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that song went in too though.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna chill.
No,
yeah, it was nice. Hey, okay.
That face says Tamia.
I think.
Well, you know when she got married to Grant Hill, it was over with.
Is low. You think Tamia?
Nah, I can't. Man, Tamia been around too long, Bo. She's been around too long.
She's been around a long time though.
You know, look, whenever you get to the point where rappers are making songs based off of your original song,
yes,
fabulous.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think not only did a rapper do it, but another guy recently did it.
Yep,
I think of his name.
Sure
but I love Into You. That's one of my favorites. Yes, I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, Unc, but I can't put Tamia on there. I don't know how you feel about it, Unc.
Then that new one, close the door. I can't get enough. Yeah, I love that.
Who did you say, T. Will?
Tamia.
I think Tamia barely slipped out of it. I think she had a little longer.
All right.
What about
I can see.
She's been around for a long time too, like Low said.
She's been around and been pretty solid.
What about Carrie Hilson?
Yeah, she getting that list, bro. And I like Carrie a lot.
They were trying to make her the new Beyonce one time. Now,
it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen.
I don't.
And that was the mistake right there.
Yep. She was not going to get the push that she needed because she had the look.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But some people were just saying she ain't had the talent, but I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna shut up.
Anytime
that's what I'm saying, bro.
Jump on and somebody comparing you to somebody, and I remember Carrie Hilson, everybody was trying to make a Beyonce comparison. I say that's not the way to jump in.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No,
Jack
you don't.
Faye says Field Mob.
My shawty done cut me loose.
Yeah.
I agree.
She messing with everybody and she messing with me too. Says she don't want no more.
Terry says, what was that noise in the background? That I can't hear the distortion that was going on. And it's hard to hear. She was, would somebody please turn that down? Would somebody please turn that noise down? It's Sunday. I'm going to miss my blessing. Somebody,
oh, my Lord.
And Lo, I bet you're not even going to give Uncle Steve a diss track behind that. I bet you're not even going to give him a diss track, right?
I can't do it. I can't do it, T-Will. I can't do it.
You won't be excluded from the panel of talented people. I bet that won't happen to you. I bet that won't happen to you. I'm just saying.
Terry, we put Albie Shore on that list. Absolutely, he's on that list.
I was framed.
Oh my goodness.
King Richie puts a good one out here, Soul for Real, because Candy Rain went all the way.
Oh man, Candy Rain still get played today.
They did not have another hit album.
No.
And they
Candy Rain still get played today. People still doing the dances on.
Still get played.
Still doing it.
I mean,
what
have
that
y'all heard from them?
Who was that group? Was it the Force MDs? Tender Love?
Well, in all fairness, a couple of them died. So they couldn't have a follow-up.
All right. Well, they died during then. They died during. Okay.
One of them died not too long after. They had two big. Well, Love at the House was on a different album, and but the first one was off of not Crush Groove. What's the name? Was it Crush Groove? Sheila E, right?
I think it was Crush Groove.
That was the Love Scene,
right? Or was it Rapping?
No. That was Blair Underwood and Sheila E.
That's Crush Groove.
That was Crush Groove, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was the Love Scene.
Okay.
They had that.
How about the Fat Boys?
I think you can put them on there. I mean, because after a while, they were just famous for being big. After that, after they started rapping,
they didn't. when Disorderlies came out,
I
they
was
had
just about to say,
basically
was you
stopped
talking about the
making
guys in Disorderlies?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Now, okay, real quick, side thing. Now, is it Disorderlies or Disorderlies?
It's Disorderlies.
Disorderlies.
Okay. All right,
They
close
were
enough.
orderlies.
Yeah.
For the guy from General Hospital.
Okay.
Tony Geary.
Jack has a good one, Arrested Development. What do you think?
Yeah. Because you didn't hear nothing from Speech after that.
Okay, so what about Sean Paul?
Man, that's nichey, bro. That's nichey.
Sean Paul gave me the light, and then it was dark.
I mean, and then he had that one with Beyonce, Baby Boy.
Oh, that was good.
And
Well,
played.
Sean Paul is a perfect example. 2 #1 hits.
Yep.
And then that was it.
Sean.
Now I ain't gonna lie, he did have. I know he had that Get Busy. Everybody loved that. Everybody loved that. You know what I'm saying?
And the second hit.
Okay. Then remember he had the one with the Jamaican chick with dancing and whining. Then remember the I'm Still in Love. Remember they had that one too.
Didn't he have a song with Idris Elba? Idris Elba was on it.
Yeah, but was it significant?
Was it?
That's what I'm saying. Just because they had released the song doesn't mean.
Oh, that song was.
I'm talking about it.
The one with Idris Elba.
On one album.
The Jamaican rap. That song was pretty decent, man.
So just like Chris said, Jack Spade says, all them songs was on one album.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's tough because you think about it when his second album came out. Because remember his second album, I think came out when he had that song Temperature. I got the right temperature to make it. You know, remember that song? Yeah. Exactly, Lo. You forgot about that one.
Now, T. Terry brings out one that's going to be controversial.
Come on, T. Terry. Come on now.
Now, here's the problem. Because Illmatic was so great. And then he really, everything else was just kind of like a parody of Illmatic, wasn't it?
Come on,
Not
man.
parody, but you know what I mean.
Come on, man.
It's almost like Lil Wayne went six versions of the Carter.
He did.
Let's say
Illmatic, Drillmatic.
Lakers at 5.
I'm just saying.
Right.
I can't let y'all put Nas Escobar on that.
Yeah, you can't. Come on, bro. I can't. Come on.
Now here, Carlos.
I can't do
Carlos,
that.
don't be coming up here, Carlos, because you know I love that. Hit me with the wide receiver.
Because I ain't gonna lie, even when I thought Nas had fell off, he came out with that song, The Thief's Theme, and brought me right back in.
Yep.
Hey, Uncle Steve, is that Double Dutch Bus? Is that Double Dutch Bus?
No, Carlos. I know Carlos
Wide
go
receiver.
back. That wide receiver, Michael Henderson that used to sing with Slave. But Michael Henderson, go listen to Wide Receiver. That was one of the funkiest songs back in the late
back in the day
80s. I was
I will tell you,
Carlos, you got to try a little harder than that, brother. That was right in my alley right there.
I tell you one thing. There was a group in the 2000s called Next. Everybody thought they were Next, but they never pulled up.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. Them boys went to the height, and I remember when they failed and went plummeting.
They had some hits, boy.
They did.
Some hits.
Yeah, they had a couple hits. So Butter Love, and then
that's what I'm saying.
What's the #1 song?
They had
Too Close.
Too Close.
Yes, sir. That's Too Close now.
And then they had what you call it too? I still love you, babe, cause without you there's no me. Like they had a couple of them now, but and everybody thought they were next, but the next never came.
How long was that run?
Greatest setup artist.
How long was that run though?
Man, maybe like 2-3 years for real.
Yeah, about 3 years though. So I think they qualify. That they didn't have that didn't last long.
It didn't. And I ain't gonna lie, they came out piping hot.
Man, boy, everybody thought they thought they were gonna be like the next.
I'm just saying, Lo, they came out piping hot. I ain't gonna lie, for real. Pause. but I just feel like I just need to do that. You know? Yeah, I just felt in my soul. I just needed to say that.
Felt the need to do it.
So,
They thought
Do it.
they thought
Yeah,
Days was
so
Days
just
True Hill, and
gonna throw that out.
because T Will, I ain't gonna lie to you, Big Uncle Steve, we had this huge knockdown drag out debate years ago because he said Cisco ain't a top 100 singer in R&B history. How could you say that? How can you say Cisco is a top 100 singer?
Cisco by himself, or
Cisco
Yes,
by
Cisco
himself?
by himself, just Cisco.
Sure, Cisco. You think about it, Cisco could go on that list on this list.
You know what? You're right. You're
Because
right.
after his first album, I ain't gonna lie, first album was banger.
Shoot, yeah.
But that Enter the Dragon, yeah. But that Return of the Dragon,
Yeah, you could have kept that dragon shouldn't have came back.
You know what made me
At
think
all.
I have no respect for Cisco? Because he was singing about thongs doing flips on the beat.
Yeah.
There's something
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
With a yellow hair, with yellow hair and a yellow beard.
He did hit like a one-handed cartwheel. didn't he?
Yeah, he lost me on that.
That man made a hit off of saying the same thing over and over legitimately.
He didn't have no verse. It was just hooks and bridges.
He was ahead of his time.
That song was
incomplete, man. Incomplete. That was
incomplete.
Yeah.
That was
I
the
mean,
jam.
Drew Hill has
Texas
songs.
boy says Mario. What y'all think about Mario?
Mario, man. The thing is, we seen Mario as a kid, and we seen him grown though. That's the thing.
That's actually, yeah, he might.
That's actual factual though.
Yeah.
Remember him with the braids, and then he cut him off.
You might have.
And shoot, he just did he was just on Chris Brown last album.
Yeah, I saw that.
You might have. I kind of. Okay, here's one big time. And even though they had a couple of the biggest songs ever, their run was only about 4 years. Black Eyed Peas.
Black Eyed Peas.
I agree.
That run, look, nobody's saying let's get it started wasn't good. Nobody's saying boom boom pow and the other one. The three what was the one right after? I got a feeling.
That one and what
they had something with Britney Spears too though.
Where's the love? That's what it was. Where's the love?
Oh yeah. Where's the love? That's right.
Yeah, where's the
depends
love?
on how long that run was. That was only like a 2-album run, right?
That was like,
it was a little longer than that.
It was a little longer than that.
They were.
I mean, because they just recently had that song "Scream and Shout" or something. Like, what's up? When did the "Scream and Shout" come out?
I ain't heard nothing about those "Scream and Shout."
If they book State Farm tomorrow, would they sell out?
I don't know.
I think they get 12,000.
I think.
Where?
I think they had a career. Like I think
hold on.
Had a couple of years before they made it.
He will.
I didn't say they would.
Chris over here trying to book some folks.
I did not say they would sell it out.
Paying money back.
I ain't say sell out. That's not a sellout though. That's not a sellout. State Farm.
I said where?
Yeah, actually, you're right. That's not a sellout. Okay.
I did not say that.
I don't think they'll get
the Lakewood Amphitheater would be in trouble.
If
The
Black Eyed
Lakewood
Peas showed up
Amphitheater.
with Fergie too.
Yeah, with Fergie. Yeah, Fergie got to come.
Do y'all think they would sell out?
State Farm?
Yeah.
Man, this is Atlanta, man. They finna sell out that Atlanta.
Yeah.
I said 12,000.
He said 12. So that's what, 2/3?
If it was New York.
What is State Farm, by 18?
I think so.
By 18,
yeah, I think 19. I think you can get 19 in State Farm.
Now, guys, I don't know if y'all noticed this. Somebody's put this group on here 3 times. Uncle Steve never even highlighted it because y'all know. If y'all don't know this, Uncle Steve is a huge Guy fan, and
best R&B out. One of the best R&B albums ever. The first.
Oh God!
And I have noticed Guy on here a few times.
You noticed Uncle Steve.
He said, I'm not even entertaining that.
As a matter of fact, Uncle Steve, you may as well say 19. They mean too much to me. I had too much fun to their music. I can't put them on the list. I don't know how you feel about it, Uncle Steve.
Now, you talking about Guy?
I'm talking about Guy. I'm talking about Here's the Sounds of Guy. I'm talking about Here Comes the New Jack Swing. New Jack City. I Like. Piece of My Love. Like that. I can't put on that.
All of those are on the same.
All right.
All of them are on the same album. And to your point, T Will, something going in and out on the volume. Can y'all hear T Will?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Now I do.
Yeah, can't hear you now.
It went out. It went out early. And
Yeah.
somebody in the chat even said it too. Go back and start your point, T Will. I want to make sure everybody heard.
So, like, and guys, I can admit I'm biased. Okay, I graduated '89. I must have played 3 or 4 albums that year, which was Guy's album with Piece of My Love, I Like, Keith Sweat, Make It Last Forever, New Edition, the one with Can You Stand the Rain on it, and another one I can't remember. But I just, that album, they were on the New Jack City album. They had an album after that. They probably do fit into the category, but I had so much fun to their music. I can't put I'm biased. I'll say I'm biased. I can't.
All right. So I need y'all to educate me then.
Okay.
Can I put Roger on that list?
Ooh, no.
Okay.
Roger Troutman, no.
Computer Love?
Right up to
No. Because didn't he have that song, My Name? Wait, no, that's Trout. No. What song was that he had? I Want to Be Your Man?
Yeah, that's all
I Want to Be Your Man.
Yeah.
Love. That's like at least
was
10
hit
years.
in the early 80s.
Yeah.
I Want to Be Your Man. Well, and let's not forget, California knows how to party.
Yeah.
All the way up to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't put him.
Yeah, Roger Troutman.
I mean, I was wondering because I know his songs have been remade. You know, so like T.I., he used the Computer Love, or not the Computer Love, the I Want to Be Your Man and stuff like that. I know, like you said, man, different people have used his stuff before. You know, I think Computer Love been used. I mean, like you were saying, California Love, we already know that. So it just okay. I was just wondering.
Low hit it on the head when he was talking about my love for Guy, and T Will just verified it. But Guy absolutely falls.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he ain't gonna speak ill on Guy, y'all. Y'all can get that up.
Hey man, hey,
never.
Winston wanted me to give a shout out to him and John. They doing their thing on the channel over there.
Shouts out to you, John.
Sure y'all give them a check out over there. And I know that y'all do the Wednesday show. Still, I'm not sure if y'all still do the Wednesday show or not, but y'all make sure y'all check them out, man. Big John doing the thing, everything. They always doing their thing out there on there. Yes, Guy makes.
That's true. That's true. Doing stuff with CJ.
Guy makes. Yeah. Roger and Zap out, man.
That's true.
Bruh.
That is true.
You want to dance and y'all want to see some old video of Low doing like the robot? Y'all go back and watch Dance Floor. Zap and some of them old songs. I tell you. James says CC Patterson. Yeah, she definitely does. Because finally, I think she had like one more album.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, she qualified.
Stacey Lattisaw. Because she had the album, then she did one with Johnny Gill. Then I think she may have had one other, and then
Love on the Two-Way Street came out. She was what?
14, somewhere in that. Okay.
I think I can't put her in because Nail It to the Wall was probably
longevity. Okay.
And that was long.
That's fair.
Look here. T-Terry, the man literally came out with an album called 10.
Matter of fact, no, he has a song with Eminem now that is banging.
The man
It's
came out with an album.
LL. No, we can't put LL
The
Cool
man
J.
has
No.
an album
Well,
called
No, we
10.
cannot.
Whenever he was walking on the beach with a 10 belt buckle, the man has an album called 10.
Cannot.
Putting
You
out
can't put
10
LL
albums.
on that list.
And
Uncle Steve, have
honestly,
you heard that new song with him and Eminem?
I have not.
Oh
What
my
is it called?
I don't know. It's fire. I just put it that way.
Check that
Similar
out.
to
Okay.
like
As the
Oreo?
young folks say, it's fire. Okay. So no, I'm
But-
not. I'm not gonna put LL.
LL just put out a freestyle maybe a few months ago
I heard that.
that
Now-
just went dumb. And
Now
he was going for like 5 minutes.
Now, and remember, just because they came out with that and it's not a hit, so that's not our criteria. But LL made a comeback back in the 90s. If
Yes.
people remember, when,
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah, that's
I've
what
been
I'm
here
saying.
for
When
years.
he came out with that, he was talking about, what is it, pink cookies, crushing buildings?
Don't forget
whatever.
Oreos, eat Cool J cookies. I'm bad. What?
So,
Man,
You ever talk about LL Cool J?
Keith Terry also mentioned
Youngin.
mint condition.
You ever do that?
What y'all think about that?
Well, I can't say
you know what?
nothing.
I like mint condition.
I can't say nothing bad about Mint Condition because Stokely follows me on TikTok, so I can't.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
So I can't
He's
say
so
nothing.
stupid.
Was that day I saw him talking about he was bored? On TV? Was
Oh
that
my goodness. So
I thought
hey,
I saw
wait,
him one day talking about he didn't have nothing to do.
when
what
was
he
that?
was?
When was their
You
first
know?
album? When was their first album? Because I think they've had at least 4 or 5 albums. They've had a lot.
Yeah, but they are actually in that category because if you think about it, the album that came out with Pretty Brown Eyes, and then, if I'm not mistaken, Swinging was on the next album, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That was
so
on the next album.
those two, and really,
What about
Did-
Forever in My Eyes? They got about 3 Forever in My Eyes.
wasn't that off the second album?
I don't know. Now you got me there. I don't
I
know.
think if Forever in My Eyes off the second album, then they definitely qualify for this as not being.
Forever in Your Eye. Okay, that was 91.
Okay.
Breaking My Heart, Pretty Brown Eyes was 91.
Yeah.
Someone to Love was 93.
Okay.
What kind of man would I be was 96 though.
Okay, I might have to. That's fine.
It's okay. I just hit Stokely up. I hit him up.
It has-
Hey, tell him I kept him off. Tell him me and Uncle Steve kept him off the list.
Hey man,
There we go.
I just put him off. I just put him off the list.
Oh, man.
I did. That's actually legit.
Oh, man.
Mm.
That's
Georgia Texas boy said a little scrappy.
Again, he goes back a long way though. Like Scrappy's been doing it for a while. You know what? I don't know. I'm out of it.
Though? Like when the last time?
I'm about to say what he dropped.
I don't know. I'm out of it. How y'all feel about
I
it?
ain't gonna lie to you, shoot, hit like that album what they did with him and Trillville did the mix album and stuff like that. That went in.
That went in.
But,
that was like 4.
I was still going to Sparkles.
Yeah, that was 4 presidents ago, right there.
He said that was 4 presidents ago. Oh my God!
He said,
I thought I was the only
That was
person
more
who
than
did
4 presidents ago.
It was more than 4.
No, more than 4.
It was 4 scores.
That's awesome. That's
What I'm
awesome.
talking about.
I thought I was the only guy who did that. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Man, heck yeah, we had the little dance thing and everything on Friday nights at Sparkles and stuff like that. Yeah, I was still doing stuff like that when that was hot.
Mm.
Speaking of just staying in that whole clique, what y'all think about Yin Yang Twins?
Yeah.
Whisper
for
song. How long was that after halftime?
I think Free was just leaving 106 and Park.
Well, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Yes, put them on the list because every time I go to New Orleans to the Superdome, that song is on there, and they went there to perform the song. So any sort of negative, list that I could put them on there. I'm just being completely transparent. You can see through me.
Let the church say amen. Yeah.
Man,
Amen.
I think you gotta put them on there.
Yeah, I'm just because I'm okay. Don't get me wrong. Again, they had the Me and My Brother. What they had, the United States of America or whatever that was. You know, that had some few hits on there. But it's just like you think about it. Yeah, yeah.
I got one. Y'all haven't thought of. Color Me Bad.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. And they came out smoking hot, man. But yeah, you're right.
Color Me Bad. Think about how hard that first album.
That first album.
I Want to Sex You. I Want to Sex You Up didn't even hit number one.
Yeah,
the number one songs for this.
That sounded kind of good.
I Know Me More. All for Love and everything.
Yeah.
And I Want to Sex You Up sold a lot, but
they had that song off of New Jack City.
Yeah, that was it. I Want to Sex
You Up. How about Groove Theory? How about Groove Theory?
So I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I only know that one song. That's the only one I know.
Tell me.
Yeah, that's the only one I know.
Yeah. So again, they gotta hit a little hard.
6ix9ine Boys.
Dang, Winston hit me in the heart when he said "Hey Marie," but he ain't lying. Dang. Because after this one thing, and that Why Do We Fall in Love?
Yeah, Fall in Love. Have y'all seen the clips of her like turning the music off at her concert and singing?
Yeah.
How do you think she sound? Like, you think she sounds bad? Cause like
she sound like she needs to turn the music back
on. I think he just called her a studio artist. I think that's what Uncle Steve just did. I think he called her a studio artist.
Well, so whenever you're singing, some words just sound bad when you're singing them. That's
Don't try and clean it up. Don't try and clean it up.
I'm just saying.
That.
I'm just saying.
No.
It's saying it's multiple times while you say. Am I wrong, Uncle Steve? Am I wrong?
Yes, you're wrong.
I think you.
Yes, you're wrong.
You know, it just sounds bad. You know, if I see it's over and over again,
try and clean it up. Don't do it.
Don't
do that. Hey, own the fact that you called her a studio artist. Own it. Own it.
Hey, B2K, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they qualify.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They did a remix. They're one of the.
In that case, you gotta throw Pretty Ricky up there too.
Wait, hold on, Chris. I gotta give him my little nugget. Hang on.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead and.
Okay. It's okay.
Hey, Chris,
my bad.
Don't feel bad, Chris. He cut me off too. He ain't got no clue.
My wife says that all. He does.
He get his haircut. Hey, Chris. Anytime you see he get his little beard taper, then you know he come in here with attitude. He come in
here feeling himself up.
He coming in here with attitude.
See, we'll be in the mirror like, oh yeah, I'm finna kill him.
I got something for him.
Boy,
in the heart with that one.
Untrimmed. They come in here with these untrimmed beards. I'm finna show them something tonight.
Have a little shaving cream.
Exactly. You got a little razor. Kim, how this look? This look straight. Kim, how it look?
And you know that's what he be doing.
How did he do it, Chris?
Kim, I just look right here. I'm edged up.
It look the same on
I'm
both
looking
sides.
good. All right.
What's up, Juan?
Better go take on the world.
I'm finna come here Silver Fox in the night, Kim.
Right. Come here, Silver Fox.
We the best them up. Yeah, for sure. They qualify.
Yeah,
qualify.
Qualify.
But didn't they come back as IMX?
Yeah, they did. And that showed you that they
come
were.
On. Exactly. Come on.
Okay, I'll just.
I'm gonna throw a vintage one on you.
I'm just saying, my very first time was a good song. But we're gonna leave it alone.
Look. The Barge.
Oh.
Think about it. Not Switch. Barge had
The Barge.
really good album.
Yes.
The Barge?
The Barge. They had the
Man.
first album, which was I think that was All This Love was the name of the album, if I'm not mistaken. And
Yep.
that had I Like It,
Mm-hmm.
All This Love, and then the next one was Love in a Special Way. They had Time Will Reveal, and that on there.
What
I
about?
think that qualifies.
I think they qualify.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think about that, because All This Love and Time Will Reveal, if I'm not mistaken, that was 80.
Are
And I
they
think-
considered R&B family royalty because of the
Oh,
cross
yeah.
pollination with the Jacksons?
Yes.
Oh
yes.
yeah. Oh,
Got to.
absolutely.
Got to.
Absolutely. And then remember they spawned off with Chico and Talk to Me, Baby.
Yep. Sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did.
What?
But as a group,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
that's go ahead.
Who
Let-
sang Secret Lovers, Uncle Steve? What's the
Who?
name of that group? Secret
Which
Lovers.
Atlantic Star.
Are
they,
they on that category?
They stretched out a little. Because Atlantic Star was way "In for me." That was like in the early 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
And
They
then-
wanted to
Ashford
get
and
out.
Simpson.
Matter of fact, the number one song when I graduated high school was "Always" by
Yeah.
by
Ashford and Simpson.
Ooh. Ooh.
I think that might qualify.
We
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Outside of Solid,
I
talk
need
to
two
me.
songs.
Outside of Solid, talk to me.
I know Solid came out in the early 80s. Find the Cure. Tell me when did Find the Cure came out, T-Will. Find the Cure by
Find a Cure came out. Oh, I gotta find that. Wow. Okay.
Find the Cure. Wait, I'm saying
So they go from 1977 all the way up to
no, it's not Find the Cure. What's the name of that song?
89.
Really?
I'm probably saying the name of the song.
Find a Cure came out 79.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't put on that.
And Solid came out what year?
84.
Yeah.
They just made it.
Yeah.
I
All
think
right.
they know.
All right.
How about
Wasn't he the pastor
That's a
in New
good
Jack
one though.
City?
That's good. That's you were close.
All for one?
Ooh.
I Swear and what was the other one?
I could love you like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that was it.
That was it.
That was it.
Wasn't,
That was it. That's that. I give him that. And I
What-
Swear was huge.
Yeah, it was huge.
That was
Heck yeah. Really, both of them
Yeah.
was.
that's on the list.
wasn't Ashford the preacher in New Jack City?
Yes.
You can have some
Yes,
too.
he was.
Yeah, sure
That was
was.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look at
Sure
T-Will
was.
pulling the neck. There you go.
T-Will
T-Will pulling the nugget.
that was T-Will setting up for his plug for my ATL movie.
That what it was?
That's
good one.
Late night nugget by T-Will. Sponsored by Royal Cream Shaving Cream.
Yo, boy.
Now George Texas boy, you got Drew Hill in the chat. In the words of somebody who you were saying R&B a long time ago.
Yeah.
Don't you ever let me hear you say that again. Drew Hill, you can't put.
Nah,
Come
we
on
can't
now.
put Drew Hill.
You can't put Drew Hill in.
I
there.
can't. I can't do that. I can't do
That
that.
was like from 1990 to 1998, 1999. Come on.
Oh,
They
man.
got a little long there.
Whew.
Winston
Yeah,
got
I
a
can't.
genie.
I can't.
That was it. He had the one song.
Right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right there.
hey, now that right
So-
there.
So quick story, guys. We went
Hey,
out.
yeah, because didn't he try to come out with the song with Tyrese?
Oh yeah, that was a nice little song.
Yeah, but like he had like a little.
Yeah.
Hey man, I think his personal life might have had messed him up a little bit too,
I
though.
think he did have some legal issues.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had some other issues too. But, you know.
So
Go ahead.
a couple months ago, we went out to St. Louis to go to the Lil Wayne concert. And thing about us is that if we take an Uber to the airport, me and Coach Ronnie, we always say we here visiting family because we don't want people to know that the house is, you know, unguarded or whatever. So, you know, I was talking to the guy. He was like, "Oh, so y'all going to St. Louis?" I was like, "Yeah, man, we heading out to St. Louis." So I started talking with a St. Louis accent, you know, just for the fun of it. So I was like, "Oh man, I didn't know they had a Chick-fil-A right there." And you know, while we were riding, Coach Ronnie was trying to keep it under control. But I was trying to see if I could make a laugh, you know. But I just wanted to throw that little.
Did he believe it? Did he
Yeah,
believe
he believed it. Yeah, he believed it. Like, we finna go get some fried rice out here in St. Louis. I'm ready to go back home, man. Y'all ain't got no good food out here.
Out here.
So, yeah.
Low acting up.
I can pull off that accent.
Shoot, I got one for you. The Saint Lunatics.
Who?
Nelly,
my point
Nelly,
is actually.
Nelly spoke.
My point is actually. Your Honor,
I don't have my counters on this one, but
Your Honor, Your Honor, I rest my case. And I just went and sat down and put my feet up on the table.
That boy got that boy can sing, ladies and gentlemen. Redneck Watson.
Somebody from the St. Lunatics is looking at this and say, "Appreciate it, Tip."
Somebody might look us up.
Yeah, bro.
Get a
stream or two.
Y'all welcome. Y'all are very welcome. But I'm telling you, after that, it's the Midwest swing.
People can look it up.
After the Midwest swing, what you got?
Man, that wasn't even really a hit, though, was it?
Ladies and gentlemen, that boy got talent.
Was that even really a hit, though?
Man, it was number one on 106 and Park. So
Hey,
at least
man.
give it that.
Hey, you got it.
Like I said, who? Who? What? Who?
Like I said, Your Honor, I rest my case.
No.
Okay.
If the criteria is 5 years, naughty by nature.
Ouch.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, you can't do that to Naughty, but I think you're right. Damn it. Oh, I hate. Let me look. Hold on.
Dude, that's like
I remember they came back.
They came back, but
did they really come back?
It wasn't.
I don't think they came all the way back. I
That's
think
my point.
They were headed here and they stopped at the Publix.
They never hit those same heights.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do y'all feel about Full Force?
I
think they qualified.
I
I think they qualified. I mean, come on. For Foresight, was it even really about music for them anyway? Like,
what you saying, Lo? They ain't your type of hype.
We got a winner.
Exactly.
They ain't your type of hype. I don't know, man. I like Full Force, but I think they qualify. I do. I think if the criteria is 5 years, 5 years is a long time in correlation to R&B and or hip hop. So, you know what? When did Temporary Love Thing come out? Was that 87? I can't hear you, Lo.
Who was Old Flames? Old Flames Never Die was like the last few thing I think I remember.
You have to wrong.
Right,
that was
I hadn't even spawned yet. I was here, but I didn't have. I was here, but I didn't have awareness. Y'all asked me the wrong way.
I think they qualify. I think they qualify.
Said Tank. I mean, I don't know, because remember he did have that run where he came back and he had the whole thing where everybody was doing the When We challenge and all that stuff like that, and Yeah, I mean, he did come back and at least had some kind of presence.
Don't forget about TGT now. Don't forget about TGT.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they did do that.
Don't
They
forget
did do
about
that.
old Genuine, had issues during the performance and everything.
That was wild, but
That
yeah.
was crazy.
Another one. Ready for the World. All the way to the top.
I think you're right.
Out,
That hurt.
Yeah.
Sheila.
Yeah.
Girl Tonight.
Those
what was the other
were
one?
the two. Tonight.
It never really mattered too much to me.
Yeah.
That you were just wait a minute.
Those were on two. They had two big albums, and then that was it.
That was it.
That was it. The
After
album with Oh Sheila was the one with Tonight. That was a big album because that was
yeah.
And that, yeah. I think.
The thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. You good? I was saying, yeah. I think they qualify. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, like, because the thing is that a lot of these musicians, like, they still making music, but it's like you said at the beginning for the criteria. Does anybody exactly?
Yeah.
Right. Like the
yeah.
You know.
Think about it. Now they came out with because Tonight came out because that hit the R&B chart, and then when Oh Sheila came out, they kind of benefited from Prince because that song sounded like something straight out of Purple Rain.
Yeah.
When that first came out.
Yeah.
And they were from Minneapolis too. So
didn't he talk with an accent like in a couple of interviews?
Oh Sheila. Oh.
Yeah.
He was just doing that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How you sound? The old time.
Oh,
Sheila.
Oh Sheila.
I
remember it. I love you, baby. Honey.
I remember.
Y'all know y'all like that.
Melvin.
He will over there.
Melvin.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I'm gonna tell you what, man. That's a pretty. That was pretty significant, fellas. That was a good rundown. I'm kind of glad we went that way. I can't. Somebody said Genuine. You can't put Genuine on.
Nah, you can't put Genuine on.
Can't do them like that.
Around for too long.
Yeah.
DJ says Orange Juice Jones. Orange, did he just pass away?
Yeah.
Not too long.
I don't know, but I know that song is a classic.
Oh, that's
like cornflake without the milk. It's hot world. You just young, girl. You ain't ready yet. I'm gonna throw you out with that crumb cake.
My brother Joe put on there. Yeah, that Digital Display came out. That was on that same album. That
it was on the same album. It was on the same album.
All of that was on the same album. So yeah, you gotta put.
Uncle Steve, I got a question for you. And Lo, when you first heard Orange Juice Jones show, did you want to be him for like 5 minutes? Like the way he came in there was cold, man.
You know why I love that song, but I think he was ripping off Morris Day.
Oh, you think so?
You think so?
Remember, Cool came out like in 80.
Was it 82? 82?
82, 81, and Orange Juice kind of took a little persona. If you look, whenever he performed, he kind of looked like a fake Morris Day.
He looked like a militant Morris Day. Like Morris always had a degree of panache.
Now, but remember when he had the part of the song where he broke it down, you like cornflake without the milk.
Right, but that was never Morris.
Like almost Morris would say.
That was like, to me, Oren was like, I'm about to school you. Like, Morris was always cool, right? Morris was always Jerome. It was always an element, like, I don't get my hands dirty. Orange Juice Jones was like, I cancel all your credit cards. I took everything away. You need to leave here with that crumb cake, you puppy fool that you left here with, that you came here with. Everything you came here is packed up and waiting for you in the guest room. I'm so upset with you, I don't know what to do. Like, nah, man, it's a different vibe.
He will act like he's saying that dialogue. I need to go back to T. Will's reunion. There's some poor girl in the cafeteria But I
Over here,
remember,
astonished.
him. He came over and he told me.
Over here,
I
astonished.
was like Fruit Loops without the peanut.
still like, I don't even know what a crumb cake is. But
Oh
I jumped when he told me
he said he came over here with a freshly shaved beard and told me
in 8th grade, he had a beard in 8th grade.
Had that trim. Boy.
His beard was freshly shaved in 8th grade.
I could still smell the aftershave after he left.
Oh wow! Oh.
And ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Steve's Lounge has just turned into the T-Wheel Roast.
Hey,
That's
man,
right,
hey,
the
Chris.
T-Wheel Roast.
Chris, he can't be coming in here with no junk, though, Chris. No prime. No prime, Chris. Why y'all relaxing from that surface? Only you make me happy.
That's
And then the number one song,
Lately?
Yeah. That's
and then after that was it.
That was it.
What about that lady who sang "Come Share My Love"?
Oh, Mickey Howard?
Yeah. Does she qualify?
She stretched it out.
She stretched it out? Okay.
Yeah, Mickey.
What about John B?
Yeah, I think you might be onto something.
That's good.
Man.
That's good. That's good. John
I hate
B.
it.
and
But
bruh,
yeah.
both of them albums were good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
That was it.
I think that third when he came out with the what you say, boo? If I ask what you say, I don't know if y'all remember
Did
that.
that hit as hard though, folks?
Man, I love that's my
Heck
favorite one.
no.
That's my favorite one. Been together
kidding.
for some time. Gotta tell you what's been on my mind. Hey, that's my favorite one. Shoot.
See, I was with the first one with Someone to Love and Pretty Girl.
Yeah,
Then he
that
had
was right.
Pop.
And then what was the one? The big one was They Don't Know.
Yeah,
They
that
don't
was
know?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know. Yeah.
That was
Are you still down for me?
Yeah. Oh, you still.
But that was
Girl,
with Pop,
it's
though.
alright, baby.
yeah, that was Pop. That was Pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Pop. I got a yeah, that
But we take 5 years. I think that would fall in that 5 years, right?
think he's
Mhm.
right in there. Because Someone to Love, what was that? 90? 91?
I think so.
No, that was a little later than that.
Yeah,
A little
okay.
later than that. 91.
Okay, well, remember Mario Winans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all that I remember
Yeah.
from Mario. That was his ad lib.
Oh, T.
Yeah.
Terry, you about to lose all your street cred, bro.
Wow. T. Terry just
Oh, bro.
they came
George
in here
Michael.
with
Not
Julia.
George Michael.
Not George.
I tell you what's interesting.
George
about-
Michael might be one of the top guys of all time.
But I tell you what's interesting about him. And I don't necessarily agree with him, but his music did change, right? Because remember, he was with Wham and he left Wham because supposedly he fell in love with the other singer or whatever, and he came out with the album Faith, which went crazy, and then Freedom, the album came out in '90, and there's a song in there where he talks about putting on a face for the boys at MTV. In other words, he wanted to be out, and they didn't want to. So his music did change, and I don't know that it sold as much. So he might be on to something. He might be.
The only reason I'll disagree is because pretty much with Wham and their first big year was '84.
Yeah.
With, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go.
Yeah.
And let's face it was him singing and them. So I'm gonna give him credit for that.
What's the guy's
Faith
name?
was
Andrew Ridgely? What was his name? Andrew Ridgely or something like that?
Andrew Wrigley.
Yeah.
Then he went 87 was the Faith album. which
yeah.
really, I take that back. It was like early '88
Yeah.
for Faith,
Yeah.
and then you stretch into Listen Without Prejudice. That's the name of the album.
Yeah.
In '90. So all alone there, that's about 5. Yeah, that's more than 5. And then not to include he did the duet with Aretha Franklin. He did the duet with Elton John. He did the duet with Queen. His longevity goes.
Didn't he remake Stevie Wonder's As?
Yes, he did with Mary J. Blige.
Yeah.
He did.
Okay, that's fair.
Look, if you want to know anything about Stevie Wonder,
I was about to say, let me try to flip Stevie back.
Yeah, you ask him.
I don't need to get on one of them computer screens to figure that out. You will. I can give you that page. Anytime you say Stevie Wonder, just close your eyes. Close your eyes and ask me a Stevie Wonder question now.
I have a question for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. I have heard this from multiple people. Is Stevie Wonder really blind?
Now, what people don't realize, Stevie Wonder isn't 100% blind.
Okay.
You know how they say he's legally blind?
Yes.
Stevie Wonder, when he was not born blind. His incubator, they put too much oxygen in his incubator. And they said that offset his sight. Stevie can see shadow. And he can see shape. And then he actually tried a procedure in the late 80s, early 90s that even has helped that a little bit. But at the same time, he isn't 100% completely blind.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's why when you hear people say, "Oh yeah, he saw this, he saw that," now he might not be seeing the name tag, or nothing like that.
Right.
And I ain't asking the brother to drive me nowhere. But for the most part, he can see shadow.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Winston did ask one sports question before he goes out, and quite honestly, probably got about 5-10 more minutes in here before my wife started knocking on the door. He said, great show, fellas, but I got to tuck it in. Quick question before I go. What's y'all stat prediction for the upcoming season for the Falcons? And we're talking about a pretty much revamped middle of the defense for the Atlanta Falcons. Enter Jeff Ulbrich, who we think is going to have a more attacking style, and also with the addition of Jalen Walker, James Pierce, Leonard Floyd, a hopefully healthy Troy Anderson, and a hopefully healthy Braylon Trice. What do y'all think as far as the stats coming in, Chris? What you thinking I'm going to go around?
I'm going to go with 39.
That makes sense. That I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm kind of in that. Not far from there. I don't want to go crazy with it, but I do think a new style is helpful. What do you think, T. Will?
I'm going to say 45.
Which is right around the Ryan Nielsen era. I think he went right over 40 with Nielsen, like a little bit. Which to me would be great compared to what we have. Low, what you think on the number of sacks projected for the Falcons?
Well, I think if this offense is going to be as good as everyone thinks it's going to be, and we have some leads, I think that'll lead in an influx of sacks. I'm going a smooth 49 sacks.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be a little conservative on the sacks because I do feel like I think we're going to put a lot more pressure on the quarterback this year. I'm not sure if that's going to end up with actual numbers. I'll take that right around Chris. I'll go with like right at 40. I'll go. Matter of fact, I'll just round it off to 40. I think we're going to put pressure, and I think the turnovers are going to go up this year.
Yeah,
I think we're going to get a lot more turnovers.
I think if we generate enough pressure, I think we can definitely get double digits as far as like the secondary. Because like last year, I think we had about 13, maybe, or something like that for interceptions. I think we can take that number up.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
I think we can. And think about it. AJ finally started getting his hands on a couple of interceptions last year. So I
Mhm.
think if you can get him, if we can get that pressure ramped up, throw a couple of ducks out there, maybe we'll get the young boys involved. Maybe we get Mr. Watts to get in there and sneak an interception in. You know, we know JB gonna get us at least 4 or 5. So I do feel like that'll. Terry just told us Falcons had 12 interceptions. That's pretty low, and I think, but Jesse had what 4?
Probably.
Yeah, about 4. I don't. Yeah,
Jesse Bates interception.
he have the one. He have the one. Pick six.
I really got a feeling, y'all. I'm just gonna tell y'all, let's enjoy Jesse Bates while we can, because I don't think
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know what? Somebody said that to me too. I don't know if Jesse is gonna want to lose again. I think if we can come out and with Michael Penix show that he's a quarterback that can get us to the next level, I think he might be willing to stay. But Jesse's price tag is going to be very interesting after next year. If I'm not mistaken, I think Jesse can opt out by y'all.
Of his, he has an opt-out clause.
I think we can get out. I think.
Let me look at it.
I think this year coming up is his last year, if I'm not mistaken. And if I've heard rumors that the Falcons tried to restructure him and extend him this offseason, but he declined. So
I don't blame him because he only because okay, he's an undrafted. He has 2 more years under his current contract.
Oh, he got 2. Okay.
He got 2 years under his current. They had an opportunity to get out of it this year. So to your point, Lo, and I'm gonna get ready real quick. To your point, look at that. They could have gotten out with a $16 million hit compared to what we're paying him. That's actually not a lot. So they're paying him $14 million plus bonus that they have. I don't blame them because they could have they could have switched that up and changed it into a how they created make a bonus.
Yeah.
And he might not see those other for that. So I don't blame him one bit. I don't blame him one bit. He could be a trade possibility next year. If we don't win, I can see him. I can definitely see him taking off.
Yeah. I think it's no coincidence that they took Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying.
Can I ask you guys a question? Our window, right? When do we have to pay Penix? Another 4 years?
After this year, 3 years. So
well, we're gonna pick up the 5th year, I'm sure.
Yeah. So is our window where we can sign other folks and have a cheap quarterback? In other words, is that our window to win a championship?
That is last year, 28. That last year before he does that, I'm pretty sure they'll. I mean, let's hope that we're in a situation where he's taking us to high heights and we have to franchise him 1 year.
Yeah.
Let's hope we're in that situation. But I think right now with the Falcons, you're looking at 25, 26.
That makes sense.
If you don't do what you need to do in these 3 years, I'm not saying rebuild. I'm not saying total dash, but I am saying it's going to be challenging.
Yeah. No, because he's going to get all the 65 million plus.
Yeah. Some numbers might be
not 70.
Who that didn't that not that didn't
I think you're right. I think it is that getting 65.
Yeah, that
Or is he getting? Is he getting sick? Wait, I'll look it up.
Yeah, he's getting
It's like 60.
million. And then I know what's his name?
Joe's getting 55.
Who is that?
Joe
Joe
Burrow.
Burrow.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. It's getting to the point where it's like the NFL needs to just create a separate salary cap for quarterbacks.
It feels that way.
That was actually brought to the owners' meeting, and they tabled it for next year. They're talking about doing it.
Yeah, they need to consider that because it's
quarterback.
crippling teams. I mean, it's literally crippling teams.
Well, and then you got to think about this. The owners are making
billions,
and dude, there is nobody feeling sorry for them. I think what's happening though, the quarterback aspect of it is really hurt. I mean, Brock Purdy just showed you just now. I'm not saying Brock Purdy didn't deserve that money. He's a winning quarterback, and he's been in the Super Bowl once or twice.
Think once.
I want to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
once.
okay.
I want to say once. Yeah.
Once, but been to the NFC Championship.
Yeah, and then the Eagles
times.
hurt his arm or something, right?
Right.
In one of them, I know. I think.
So you got to give him his prop for doing what he's doing. So,
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do about the rate that the quarterback's going. It is what it is.
The market.
The market be the market.
Market is the market, right?
You can't do
Ain't
nothing
bad.
about that.
They
You know,
just
But
re-signed.
Just wait when Michael Penix come up, especially if he do well. That's all I'm saying. Just wait. Y'all complaining about these contracts now.
Think about Jalen Hurts. They got him for a bargain now because I think he's only making $40-some million.
Mm-hmm.
Out that last contract he got, he's a two-time, been to the Super Bowl 2 times, winning 1 time, and in a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah. Yeah.
They getting over like fat.
Yeah.
So it's that's what they're doing right now, man. I'm not mad at these young men for trying to get their money. They see all this FanDuel money coming in. They see all this
more TV
owners,
deals.
Man, TV deals. And more important, Chris, think about it. TV deals ain't coming from CBS, NBC no more.
Amazon.
They coming from Amazon. They coming from Netflix. They coming from
Tubi. No, for real, because the Super Bowl was on Tubi. The Super Bowl was on Tubi.
You know Fox owns Tubi, right? I did not know.
Exactly. Fox owns Tubi.
Yeah.
So again, look, I have a sneaky suspicion on the next bargaining agreement, you're going to have to watch the Super Bowl paper.
You might.
That might be next.
Think about it.
That might be next.
Or if not pay-per-view, on a streaming platform.
On a streaming platform.
Yeah, on a certain platform. Just like how Julio and them are doing that podcast, but it's only on like Julio's platform.
There you go.
Something just like that.
And guess what? Not a soul. Had y'all ever heard of Squad app before this?
No.
Never heard.
Guess what? Now they got some folks. So if you're gonna watch the Super Bowl in 2030, don't be shocked if you have to get a subscription to Netflix. By that time, it'll be $25 a month, or Amazon Prime,
or more.
Probably 30 at that point.
You know, so look, they're playing this thing perfect. The days of Fox and they'll throw out some regular games, but the days of Fox, CBS, and ABC, them days are over. It's all about these. It's gonna be crazy. But look, speaking of crazy, y'all have been on here. I mean, y'all have helped me be on here for a long time. I appreciate it. First, I want to shout out Wolf earlier for joining us earlier on Wolf Respectfully. Y'all make sure y'all check Wolf out. My brother Georgia, Texas boy, check us out. William Amy, we appreciate you coming in. And then the fellas in here, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go around the way. Chris, y'all doing some good work over there with you and Smitty doing y'all thing over there on
Thank
the
you.
channel, man. Y'all tell us where they can find you and him, and so folks can check you out.
Hey man, well, Chris Tipmore, man, you can find me on A1 Forever Sports platform on YouTube. Please come on over, like, comment, subscribe, man. You never know what you'll find on A1 Forever Sports, but it's gonna be mostly Atlanta related. So come on over for that. Also, you can catch me on the Hawks Digest as well, man, covering the Atlanta Hawks over there. Thankful to everybody who's came over. We just crossed 2,000 subs over there. That's crazy. But yeah, man, we're doing our thing over there as well. Of course, you know what I'm saying, Twitter, A1 Forever, Instagram, A1 Forever, and TikTok, The Real A1 Forever. Hey, man, thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure to be on here with you guys. You know, very thankful. Appreciate y'all.
Chris, you are awesome, man. I just want to let you know if you go to the Falcons game and see somebody in overalls giving you a hard time and act like they, like they all that.
Coach Ronnie,
Maybe trying to put them on the big screen.
What?
Just do me a favor, just put
Jealousy
your hand in front of the
speaks.
camera and do like that.
Jealousy
And
talks.
so, just do that.
Golly,
Do that for me, Chris, because you'll be doing Atlanta a favor.
And he
If you,
still doesn't have a diss track. Isn't that amazing? He still hasn't written you a diss track. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. I'm just saying.
Wow.
Amazing. I like calling the man jealous on his own show. And still has not written you a diss track, but I get the diss track. I'm the redheaded stepchild. I'm the bald headed.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you the raggedy Ann, fam.
Look, I mean,
Chris, I'm gonna start putting on my little thing. No one's safe.
man, boy. I mean, look, I didn't call Uncle Studio artist. That's all I'm saying. Like, I didn't do that. That was
Oh, here we go.
That was
Here we go. Oh man, here we go.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. And
Thank
T
you,
Will,
appreciate
let everybody know T Will probably don't get any sleep. T Will, I swear, is probably honestly and truly the James Brown of Atlanta Falcons content creator.
Yeah.
He is the hardest working man out here. All kidding aside, I know in the morning sometimes I get up, I know nothing else good. I know T Will got something for me during the week. So we just appreciate him joining us on the platform. And y'all, T Will, tell him what you're doing and tell him where you're at, my brother.
Yes, sir. Well, first and foremost, Uncle Steve and everybody, y'all know I enjoy a podcasting with y'all. It's a good time. Every time I podcast with y'all, my stomach is sore from laughing hard. But hey, man, it's just always fun. You know what I mean? So first and foremost, thank you. You can see me at For My ATL Sports 1 on YouTube if you like sports content. We do it there, typically Thursday, Friday nights. We also do movies and TV. You can see me at For My ATL Sports 1 on YouTube or For My ATL Movies 1 on YouTube as well. And we're doing right now DC content, but when Fantastic Four comes out, we'll go back to Marvel. So also, you can find me at One Time for the Fan, where I got my start with Mr. Jack Spade. Chat is live, chat is lit. It's going down a major way. And hey, man, thank you. First of all, thank you to everybody on this panel, because at some point in my tenure, you guys have all helped me, from Uncle Steve to Big Low to Chris. I can't thank y'all enough. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Everyone in the chat, thank you. And I want to thank God. And yeah, man, it's on you, Big Low.
Before you get Big Low, I do want to say I have been so excited over the last years to see the timeline of MCU. Love when they got to the conclusion of Avengers Endgame and Infinity War and Endgame. Can't wait for Doomsday. Can't wait for the Secret Wars, because I was a big comic guy back then. But I will tell you this, unequivocally, my favorite comic of all time is Fantastic Four. And I know they've rebooted it a couple of times. One with Chris Evans, the ridiculous one with Michael B. Jordan. That was I am very excited to see. I must admit, I have not been very, from what I've seen, I'm not very. It's not turning me on, these trailers.
Right.
Maybe
Right.
I have to watch the movie to see.
Right.
Um, but I am looking forward to seeing what they do with this one. But I just hate it because I don't know. I like the one with Jessica Alba and Chris Evans. Them, it was good, but I've always felt they just haven't gotten there too, because Fantastic Four to me was
They're the
always
first family.
yeah.
They're the first family of Marvel Comics. A lot of people don't
Yeah.
realize that. They are the first family.
Right.
But
And Doom is the best villain in
Yeah.
the MCU.
Yeah.
So I'm excited that Robert Downey is donning the mask. Can't wait to see what he does with that. I'm imagining he's got to be in the post credit for Fantastic Four being their favorite character. I know they're doing this with Black, but Doom is. But anyway, I apologize. But hopefully, I can't wait. So,
hopefully it's good, Unc. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully we can talk about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I might have to sneak on there.
Well, come on. You don't have to sneak. I'll send you an invite. You ain't ever got. Hey, let me tell you something. That goes for anybody on this panel. You guys have carte blanche. Anytime y'all want to hop on, just let me know. And you know that.
Appreciate that too.
I appreciate it. Last but not least, I got my buddy, man. He got me. He has me thinking, because I ain't gonna lie to you. I've enjoyed every moment that we spend together, whether it's at Falcons games, watching something, or being involved with Big Low. He's testing me, because we're trying to think about going to this training camp, and y'all know I just retired. So he talking about getting up in the morning at about 5. Now, I will say, I love me some Big Low. I do. He know it ain't too many people that I'm gonna do some stuff with.
That's true.
But boy, I'm fighting it. I'm trying to think how much of a training camp guy I am that I'm gonna get up that early and sacrifice these. But I'm fighting it, and I'm gonna see. So we go. Other than that, one of the coolest folks ever, man, and I mean that. If I bounce something off an idea, y'all know it's me talking to he's the Yoda to me. So I appreciate everything he has done in this content creator space, man. But Big Low, tell him where you are, man. Tell him.
Hey, man. Look, first of all, y'all don't know, man. I love till now, Uncle Steve, man. That's my people right there, boy. Me and Uncle Steve, boy, we be having a good time, boy.
Great time.
Good time, man.
Great.
And look, if it's a situation, because I know you just retired. If you want to sleep in, man, sleep in.
Look, I told Kira the other day, I said, but no, the draw is you being there.
Oh, yeah.
The anti is 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, look, I'm used, because I've always got up early, so I'm used to it. So that's just what it is to me, man. But look here, Mo, we're getting close to, everybody's tweeting about we're 10 weeks away from kickoff Sunday, so it's getting to that point, y'all, where it's going to get to ramping up, and everybody that's watching any of these guys that's on this screen. And I mean, look, y'all check out all the content creators. Everybody's going to be putting out a whole lot of great content for you to consume. So look, we're going to have a good time, and hopefully, since for the first time, where me and Uncle Steve and Tip and T Will, hopefully the first time since we've been content creators, we have a winning season. so hopefully it's one of those situations where we're not just going to have a good time because we enjoy each other's company, but we're going to have a good time because we get some dubs. So y'all can find us at Big Low Country Sports on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere. And we look, we're gonna do it big. And And Uncle, I hit you up. We'll get together to write that diss track for T. Will.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Hey,
You know we hit him up.
Will.
You know we hit him.
Of course he will.
I locked him up in the.
They're not like us.
I had to
They're
get
not
to T.
like
Will.
us.
I had
They're
to get
not like us. Wow. Wow. Who knew? Me and Drake. Damn. Me and Drake. Damn.
I don't know. I don't know, T. Will. They may go KRS-One on you, hit you with the South Bronx.
You know what?
Oh
Now, you
man.
know what? Now, Chris, you wrong for that. You really.
No, I was.
Because that's his guy.
No, I
really
KRS-One is his
But,
guy.
and I was just, wait, my bad.
Yes. You really wrong for that.
Chris, I'll go there.
You know I love me some KRS-One, damn it. And I don't care what y'all say. He's in my top 5. That's right. And I didn't include Biggie in there, and I don't feel bad about it. And I don't care what you guys say. Okay?
Look,
Biggie's number 6 to me.
I
Okay?
agree.
Damn it, Chris.
I agree.
Eric Parker, wherever you are. I know I'm gonna hear your shit. Fine. I'm sorry, Uncle Steve, for cursing. Chris, I can't believe Chris, you're supposed to be my boy. I can't believe you did that.
I am your boy. That's why I remember.
Chris, we on 5 hours. If you do T. Will, we're gonna be the first person to come over for 5 hours.
How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that, man?
Chris. Yeah, you can't take people nowhere.
It's Chris's fault.
T. Will just came in here with the same beard and everything.
Oh my God!
He just,
Oh wow! Oh
Like,
wow!
you're coming to jail.
Oh wow!
House.
Oh wow!
You did this to yourself, brother. That's all.
I did not. Okay, I did not. I look.
Chris, all he was doing, he gave us the rope, Chris. He gave us the rope. Chris, he gave us the rope.
Oh man! Oh.
Fellas, we gonna have to run this back again, man. I'm gonna find another great topic. Hopefully, we can talk about it in sports and music, and we're gonna do this again. Y'all, fellas, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm getting the look at the door here in a little bit. I will roll out. Everybody, I appreciate y'all on Facebook. Do me a favor as y'all leave. Make sure y'all hit the like button. For me, for A1 Forever, for T. Will, for my ATL, Sport One, for Big Low Country Sports, and for your Uncle Steve. I really appreciate, man. Thank y'all for joining us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Fellas, y'all have a great night. Everybody out there, I appreciate y'all. Everybody take care. We'll catch y'all later on, man. I'll hook up with you tomorrow, Big Low.
all right, man.